Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined once again by Jake Spawn Tiberi. How you doing, man? Are you ready to get into some sweet LPL action today?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a pretty good day of matches. There's a lot on the line at the moment, especially teams trying to eke out for those 8 playoff spots, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and it's not one of those stories where we've got a lot of teams sort of in the middle ground or anything like that. There's sort of clear differences coming into this LPL, but if you weren't watching yesterday, there were some incredible matches that happened. Of course, OMG and Snake going 1-for-1, even with the mid laner on Snake having a broken arm, still managing to be a god on that Xerath is Barker. He's incredible. And EDG decimating IG to the point where IG looked like they were falling apart in between those games. It was almost heartbreaking to watch, and we'll see whether they can get their feet in their next game that's going to be coming up tomorrow. But let's have a look at the standings and have a look at the games that are coming at us today. Starting off, of course, with Energy Pacemaker taking on Gamty, and then LGD take on Snake with a slightly fractured roster.
Yeah, certainly. And then after that, we have World Elite taking on VG, and then M3 and OMG will round out the day.
Yeah, and I think the match to look for today going into this one is going to be that LGD-Snake matchup because, of course, Snake haven't necessarily been as tested for one of these top teams coming into this, and they've sort of had an easier run coming into the series, and I'm interested to see how they're going to fare against LGD, who have been looking fantastic.
Yeah, they certainly have, but the one thing you can say about Snake is that they've continued to show up. We've been waiting for them to consistently drop off. Maybe they have played some of the lower teams, but what a way to start a series coming into it, and being able to consistently get better as the season goes on. I think it holds them in fantastic stead.
It is, and as we look further down the day, of course, World Elite taking on Vici Gaming. This is going to be a difficult one to watch for World Elite fans, I could imagine, because 0-10 is what they're sitting at the moment. They are so eager to get themselves on the board. Of course, such a fan favorite over in China, unfortunately not having the performance that they want.
Yeah, and just to contextualize this game, this is last versus 8th. So both these teams, World Elite trying to get any points on the board possible, but Vici really need to start getting those 3 points and start building their way into the playoffs. This is a team that brought in 2-star world champions.
Yeah, and Vici also sort of starting off incredibly poorly as this season began, but then starting to pull their way through into this one. So we'll see whether they can continue their momentum and get things going on. Of course, after that, it is going to be M3 versus OMG. This is going to be an exciting one, but one I sort of assume straight up is going to be a little bit one-sided.
Yeah, so on paper it definitely looks one-sided, but when you actually break it down to reasonably equal matchups, it's just one team that is performing extremely well versus a team that appears to be slumping. Yeah,
just a little bit, and we'll see whether Dade can sort of step up for his team. He's had a bit of a rough one, but Energy Pacemaker versus Gamty is going to be our first match. This is going to be very exciting, but we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with that one very shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Atlas, and this is Spawn, and we're about to get into our first match here between Gamty and Energy Pacemaker. Both of these teams struggling so far in the LPL, but really desperate for some more wins. Gamty only managing to pick up one, and Energy Pacemaker yet to grab one on the board yet. But you'd have to think, with the team sort of this close, it might be Energy Pacemaker's chance.
Yeah, it certainly would be. It's 10th versus 11th. So this is a game they're coming in. Both teams are going to be looking to grab those 3 points. If if they split this is once again a loss for these teams because they're not going to be able to cause any separation. And those playoff spots, as we keep mentioning, the top 8 are so important at this time of the season.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, you do never want to be in that lower section where you can lose your spot here in the LPL. You need to have that comfort spot so you can try different things, use different tactics. And there are a few things coming into this one. And one thing that I really want to mention is the fact that Gamty have their original decided mid laner now in Xiaohu, formerly Angel Beats. And this guy comes over from an LSPL team, MD, and now trying to prove himself. We're still unsure because, of course, didn't have much of a performance over there on MD. There wasn't really too much to go off, but very highly rated in solo queue, and, of course, also has a little bit of a contention as far as people wanting to bring him over to other regions from China.
Yeah, and like a lot of things that we hear about these Chinese players that are bursting onto the scene, famous for assassin play. Things like Zed, extremely aggressive, great laning phase. So all those things that could potentially get his team ahead early and really get them going into a mid game, because that's what they've been lacking so far. They're falling behind early, not able to contest, and really starting to get rolled over the top of.
Yeah, and it's not saying that Lau didn't do an okay job, but I think that they need a little bit more of that aggression, especially against EP, who have tried all of these early cheese tactics with potential Scions, level 1, smacking down dragons and things like that in order to get them these leads early on. And if GT have an opportunity to get themselves in that stage, that could be a really good force for them.
Yeah, but I like where you're going with that, because I think if there is a series that EP can create something early and really push a pace of a team, I think it is against Gamty. If they really get that rolling, use something like a Scion or maybe a lane swap and then try and get 4 members into that mid lane, put some pressure on Xiaohu, they might be able to just build themselves maybe even an artificial lead, but then try and push it early.
Yeah, and of course, around the map as well on the side of GT, I mean, Tail and Sync Dream have not been doing too badly in that bottom lane at all, and it seems to be the rest of the map that hasn't quite held itself together for Gamty. And we saw in their one victory that they did have against Vici Gaming, they did relatively well controlling the map and pushing advantages towards the later ends of that game.
Yeah, it certainly feels like they're resting a lot on Tail and Sync Dream to try and get going. As we actually do jump into Champion Select and we see Kassadin and Rek'Sai being taken away straight away, but in those, I guess, the duo matchups, they are doing extremely well, but overall, the team of Gamty really look like they're struggling.
Yeah, and even Energy Pacemaker have brought in Drizzle and Raphael for the last week or so, the last few games, unable to really make it work. They have brought this duo back in again, so subbed out the original roster, but we'll see whether they can make themselves known. I mean, Amazing J did do some pretty sweet plays, especially early on that Jarvan 4. I mean, his teleport plays were fantastic on that one, but just not quite managing to get to that late game stage where they can win.
Yeah, and he definitely is the X factor on this EP lineup. We mentioned the Scion pick. The Jarvan is fantastic. His teleports have been on point. Look for him to get in the bottom lane and try and affect something on Tail and Sync Dream early. Also expect him to be around mid lane. He's one of those top laners, and we see this a little bit more often now than we used to, that he just pushes out the lane, packs up shop, leaves top lane, and just roams around the map. We see it a lot out of players like Flandre, but Amazing J definitely capable of it as well.
Yeah, he really is all about that one. Use that Tiamat, pushes out the wave, and then I'm just going to go flag and drag my way around this one. But still waiting for that last ban. Sivir is going to be the one taken off the board by Energy Pacemaker, and very standard banning coming in, but Letme's managed to pick up that Gnar for the top lane, and Jarvan is available for either Amazing J or Drizzle, and they're just going to take away the next 2 junglers. This is going to force a Rengar, you could imagine. Yeah,
it certainly will be something around that. Maybe a Pantheon is the other jungler that we are seeing a little bit. But I like the 2 pickups. Jarvan getting rid of that Narvan combo that is just so devastating, has a 100% win rate nearly. And the Lee Sin, so aggressive early, can dictate pace. We've said if EP can get ahead early, they have a chance. So yeah, pick up an early game jungler.
Yeah, early game jungler and early game sort of lane controller in that Jarvan as well, depending on where they put him. But it has let the Xerath through. We've seen Xerath just be so impactful here in China. And It is hovered at the moment. We'll see whether it does get locked in, but I would not be surprised if Xiaohu decided to pick that one up for his first jaunt here in the LPL, and Danger's going to take away the Rengar.
Yeah, so Rengar is locked in. Xerath is a fantastic champion at the moment just because he controls pace of game extremely well, and that is so important in the LPL. So not surprised he goes to that. Also a lot of margin for error. You can farm from a safe distance. You typically don't get too far behind in lane, but if that Cassiopeia is locked in, he will have a rough laning phase.
It could be scary. Forced to farm from range, you could imagine, of course, Cassiopeia being just terrifying to lane against. No pun intended on that ultimate. Raphael gonna lock in the Thresh zone, though, and we're going to have the Thresh Corki bottom lane, pretty standard here as well, and Shu hasn't had a very good series so far. He's only had 1 kill in the entire LPL.
Yeah, but he's a support, so can't really expect him to have...
He's not the bloodthirsty support that steals kills. He's not that player, guys. Very team-focused, as Tail and Syncdream looking at their bottom lane, and if this gets locked in, this is a very late-game focused team.
So I like the swap up from Shu to ask for the Thresh before the Cassiopeia. You already see the solo lanes locked in on Garmt's side, so there's no reason to rush into that. And if they had have gone something like an Annie for, I guess, a support pickup, there is a lot of chance that if Cassiopeia pushes out that lane, can get ganked early. Now the Nami's been locked in, and they've gone very late game, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to the Cassiopeia, but it looks like they've gone for something a little bit more lane control, locking in the Syndra.
Yeah, and Raphael sort of instantly deciding that that's what he wants to play after seeing that bottom lane pickup. I'm not sure whether that's entirely related, whether he decided to make up his mind towards that one after hovering that Cassiopeia, but it's a very powerful lane, and if that stun lands, I mean, Xiaohu could have a lot of trouble, especially considering the early pressure that Lee Sin can put on.
Yeah, certainly. So this looks like a very good early game pick skirmish comp. Look to get Amazing J around the map and impact. Use that Corki to get some early damage on turrets. On the other side of the rift, Gamtee's just gone completely late game. They've got a Xerath Tristana as well as a Nah.
Yeah.
So until these guys really scale up, grab at least 2-3 items, they're going to be in danger of being run over the top of. I guess the challenge here is, can Rengar affect the lanes pre-6 and when he gets level 6 to stop some of that bleeding that's going to be coming out of EP?
Yeah, and that's what we've been seeing arguably a little bit dangerously coming out of Rengar, is that they haven't been able to have that early pressure over the last few days here at the LPL in order to really get their teams ahead in that early stage, and often Rengar can sort of fall off just a little bit. But in a late game comp like this, when you can launch yourself into the team, stun up a target, when you've got the follow-up in that Tidal Wave and the Aqua Prison as well, I mean, you can almost make it a 5v4 instantly.
Yeah, definitely. And running a Rengar and a Nah means that you have a lot of backline dive. You are able to get on top of the carries and really affect their mindset. And then when you run something like a Tristana Xerath, you have enough damage to only run a 2-threat comp. Throw in an army for some disengage. They definitely have a nice team fighting comp. They're just going to need to get them there somehow. And that's where Rengar needs to come in.
And the late game safety of a Tristana and a Xerath is definitely something that you can bank on, because he can fire from such long range on both of those heroes as well. But let's get onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, for Game 1. And we're here with Gamtee taking on Energy Pacemaker. Gamtee on our blue side, Energy Pacemaker on our red, looking to pick up their first win here in the LPL. Not actually in last position just yet. Of course, still need to lose a couple more to join World Elite in that 0-10 mark. So Gamtee looking to make that happen. But both of these teams, you could say, are fairly evenly matched.
Yeah, certainly at this point in the game, and we see that both teams fanning out. Looks like there were a couple of pings in the bottom lane. Kane has taken a lot of damage down there. Otherwise, looks like it's just going to be some deep wars coming through. Oh, Syncdream might have caught Kane out.
Yeah, Syncdream actually getting a lot of money from this support item pickup, the Spell Thief's Edge. Not too bad, making bank already.
Yeah, it certainly is nice feeling on Nami being able to bully people around early. That will be good for the mentality of the bot lane. We've said that Tail and Syncdream really are not the problem with the team at this point. They've been able to hold their own. They're doing okay. Not doing as well as I'm sure they would have liked, but doing well. And really, it's the top side of the map that really Xiaohu, now that he's in, needs to start affecting. Yeah,
and if we're talking about where these teams are strongest as well, you have to think that Energy Pacemaker, it's almost made around Amazing J. It's almost like a poor man's Snake, you have to admit, with sort of Flandre being that star player. And Amazing J's trying to fit into that role, but hasn't quite managed to get there yet. And we'll see whether he can really stamp his mark on this game, because Let Me may not necessarily be able to take the Jarvan power that he can put in, as Danger is going to get ebbed and flowed back up to health as he takes these Krugs here in the bottom side. And Krug's going to be mirrored here by Drizzle in the top side of the map for Energy Pacemaker as well.
Yeah, so it looks like they will start with the early advantage in experience, but may get pushed in a little bit quicker, which means the wave will build up for Tristana, which is good.
Syncdream actually flayed back here. Phosphorus Bomb finds Tail as well, but Kane's taking auto after auto from this Tristana. Gamti are really putting the pressure on down here.
Yeah, and more importantly, they've been forced out of XP range. See how far back up the lane they were when that skirmish happened. No creep damage coming through. Great trade out of Gamti.
Yeah, really brilliantly played from these guys. Potions being popped across the board. Kane's trying, actually has popped his already. It's finished. So no more sustain to be available here, and this is terrifying. Only that Relic Shield for some extra health.
Yeah, and this is great for Gamti. We mentioned that this is a lane that needs to get ahead, but the other thing it does is it sets up a lane for Rengar to counter game. Rengar, not a great ganker in his own right, but you'd think Drizzle has to get down here eventually, and if Danger can be there to counter game, that will set his Rengar up for a good early game.
See whether it does work out, as he is taking these wolves here in the top side of the jungle. And it is going to leave Drizzle on the bottom side of this map. He may find himself an opportunity without a Rengar available for that counter gank, and that might be what Energy Pacemaker need to get them into this game. We shall see, as Letme's going to transform into Mega Gnar here, but has had his wave shoved in, and slight level advantage now for Amazing J, who's pulled ahead in CS just a little bit.
Yeah, and that's great for Amazing J. The thing about ranged top lane is if you can shove them in, they have to choose between harassing and CSing, which makes the lane a lot less pressure intensive for the Jarvan. So being able to shove in early, definitely great. Now he needs to stop the lane reversing, keep that shove going.
And do you think that Amazing J needs to have some sort of lead here to assume that he's going even in this lane just because of the dominating force that Gnar can be in the late game?
Yeah, I think they have two very different roles. We've mentioned how Amazing J will need to shove out and get into the bottom lane to affect that bottom lane. I think that he does need to go a little bit ahead to match that Gnar's late game, I guess, prowess. However, he's going to be dishing out so much damage, especially if he goes that Tiamat build we've seen so often.
Yeah, we've seen him be picking up that item first up, of course, going back to base, picking up Pickaxe Longsword like a complete boss. We'll see whether he does decide to go for that one yet again, as Tarkor's Blessing just going to float some little orbs around Tail in the bottom side of the map. Syncdream just showing him that he's there for him, you know?
Yeah, and Scuttlecrab being picked up on the top side of the map for the first time. Now Danger looking for a gank on the mid lane. This will be extremely difficult just because of the lane positioning to make this successful.
Yeah, and Drizzle is coming down this mid side as well, so Jahu just going to be farming it up. Danger going to back away.
Yeah, so good awareness from Drizzle, recognizing the fact that he can go in on the bottom side. Looks like he was going in for the first gank. This will be successful nearly. Yeah,
Jahu. Oh, they land a stun here as well. Jahu, you are dead. That is the wrong direction, but he's coming around to try and get some action down. Oh, that Arcana pulse was so close, but Raphael picks up first blood. Yeah, as Amazing J goes down so low up here in the top line.
Yeah, he might even fall to all those creeps.
Oh, the flash being blown to get out of the way of the boulder.
Yeah, so really good play as the teleport cancel came through for Amazing J, as a little bit more action in the bottom lane, but turned around in the end, had to burn his summoner spell flash in response.
Gamti, just everything sort of going wrong here in the top and middle parts of this map. Energy Pacemaker really starting to fight back, and we know that they have a lot of prowess here in the early stages of the game, and they really need to pull ahead.
Yeah, and this is key for them. We've mentioned how important it is for them to get an early lead and try and close this out by mid-game. This game nearly has a 32-minute timer on it around that mark. Otherwise, Gamti is just going to be too tanky for them to deal with. When you pick something like a Corki, does fall off when you compare it to a Tristana.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. But, I mean, if Kane does manage to make it towards this mid-game power spike with that Trinity Force that he's inevitably going to be picking up, you have to think that this Corki is going to have a lot more effect in the early Dragon fights that Energy Pacemaker really love fighting for.
Yeah, definitely. First three Dragons clearly in Energy Pacemaker's favor, just through team comp. Unless something crazy can happen out of Xerath, as well as maybe that Gnar in the top lane. But at the moment, I think they're just happy to farm out on the side of Gamti. They have fallen behind a little bit. Some nice CS going on in their lanes, but that first blood kill really did assist.
Yeah, and of course, getting a Syndra ahead early as well just gives her that deletion potential that you need on that champion to be relevant. And Raphael must be feeling fantastic. Now has a Doran's Ring lead here in the mid lane, of course, with that Fetish Codex as well. But that's mirrored on the side of Xiaohu. So he's not going to be too worried. Of course, he can stay fairly far back as this Xerath, as we can see, sort of able to get a fair bit of damage off from range. But Raphael taking a fair bit of poke.
Yeah, and this is what we mentioned about the Xerath versus Syndra lane. Sure, looks like Syndra is extremely long range. She can throw out that Scatter the Weak from a distance. But when her follow-up comes through, she actually has to walk into the Xerath, who once again is going to be ganked.
Yeah, and actually Shu looking to try and get some pressure on with that Death Sentence, but Xiaohu, Spidey senses were tingling with having no support in that bottom side of the map. And danger on the bottom side there as well. Knows that there's couple of members hanging out. He's a little bit worried, you have to think.
Yeah, so looks like they are putting a lot of pressure on Xiaohu in his first game, trying to get him unsettled, and even more danger, even more pressure on Danger, in his jungle, sitting around that red buff. It's heavily warded, looking for him to make a mistake, try and clear that one out.
Yeah, we have Drizzle just waiting around, wanting to get this red steal if he can. He's pulling it around. The red buff very confused about which player to actually attack here, as Danger pulls it around to the other side. But, Xiaohu just gets eliminated. That's Unleash Power. That's what it's going to do.
Yeah, hits level 6. Doesn't even have to use Ignite for that one. That was still on cooldown, but no Summoner spells up for Xiaohu. Not able to win the 2v2. Now Danger's in trouble.
Yeah, Shu's here as well. Danger gets kicked back, but Syncream and Tail are here. It's a nice ebb and flow. Beautiful Aqua Prism, but not going to get followed up on because of the lack of vision, and Drizzle has to escape with his tail between his legs.
But they did force the red buff onto Tail, so depending on whose side you're looking, I'm sure Tail is extremely happy to have that one in lane. And maybe Kane not so happy about it because he will start getting harassed fairly heavily with it, but not on the Rengar, not going to be able to get around and affect ganks early.
Yeah, and so far Gamzee with this new mid lane are not really working out, but you have to think that Energy Pacemaker have been focusing this mid lane completely, and that might be to do with the fact that, has come from solo queue, not a lot of competitive experience. They may think that he may not have the mental fortitude to do this one, but Tail doing a lot of damage here, actually using that Buster Shot for some extra harass onto Kane.
Yeah, great trade because he has the Nami in the lane, so he has all of that sustain against only the Relic Shield coming through. Xiaohu now looking to pick up his blue buff from Danger. So yeah, it's not surprised that he has been focused like this. In solo queue, you're used to dealing with the jungle, not really used to dealing with the support as well, and they have been putting a lot of pressure on that lane.
Yeah.
Hoping that the Corki can just farm from afar with those rockets and the phosphorus bomb.
Yep, Raphael almost finishes up that Morellonomicon, but Xiaohu staying relevant here, of course, managing to farm relatively well, only 10 CS behind considering the fact that he died. That's not too bad. Tail trying to put the pressure down, but 79 CS to 78 in this bottom side of the map as level 7 is about the mark that they're hitting. It's going well here for Gamzee considering their late game team comp.
Yeah, I guess the only lane that's really going in their favor so far is that Gnar lane. We mentioned that Jarvan was able to shove up early. Has gone for those boots, 2 and a pickaxe, so it will be the early Tiamat again coming out of Amazing J. But after he did burn that flash, has looked like he's had a very easy time in this lane.
Oh, yeah. Tail just sidestepping that Death Sentence easily here. Phosphorus Bomb not going to find its mark as Tail gets flayed back here as well. Ebb and Flow going to do a little bit of work, giving in some sustain, but not doing so well in that trade as Energy Pacemaker just going to take the dragon.
Yeah,
whatever.
This is in clear... no, it's not in clear vision. So they had the shrine there from the Scuttle Crab, able to pick that one up. So won't know what time that is until someone walks in. Well, the people were in lane, so they'll know roughly when that one went down, just from the aura coming through.
But, this is a thing that Energy Pacemaker managed to do in a lot of their games. The first dragon generally belongs to Energy Pacemakers. Danger. I think that's actually a bug, ladies and gentlemen. So not going to be able to see him as he is in that brush, but he is going to have to head back because everyone's backing on the side of Pacemaker because they know there's nothing to get here in the bottom side of the map. They may as well shop.
Yeah, definitely. So we see that they've been able to eke themselves an early lane advantage, particularly in this mid lane. Up in CS as well as a couple of kills. They've picked up the early dragon, which is good, but it's still within 1.3 thousand gold. The next dragon is really the turning point. If they can get that one and start rotating around the map and trying to pick up turrets with this Corki, now that he's getting close to that Trinity Force, they're in a good position. Otherwise, maybe they're not pushing as hard as they could with this Lee Sin in the early game.
Yeah, I'll see whether they can turn it on and affects some more kills. Drizzle looking at this mid lane yet again. No wards on the side of Gamty as well. They've got some on the top side and a cheeky pink in that bottom tri-brush. But apart from that, sort of a little bit blind here. And you can see Xiaohu playing very scared.
And Sync Dream needs to be careful here. Ooh,
that is. I was expecting him to try and ward that curved brush above red buff, but the safe ward to come through, and that's definitely working out. Unleash Power was used in the mid, but Xiaohu's going to survive. Did have to use the barrier, though.
Yeah, so once again, trading ultimate for a summoner spell, that's fantastic for Raphael. Just continuing to put this pressure in the mid lane. And Drizzle has just been all over Danger in this jungle, really abusing the power difference between Lee Sin and Rengar at this point in the game.
Yeah, Danger's coming through. He's going to launch himself onto a creep, but Raphael just going to wander around a little bit, dodging all of these bowler strikes. As Drizzle now going to find a Krug, but not too much else.
So once again, ooh, teleport coming through, Amazing J.
Oh, Amazing J trying to get something happening. That's Danger just gets eliminated straight away. Let me a little bit late on that teleport. Does get out of the way of the death sentence, but man, Danger was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, trying to clear out that pink ward, but had absolutely no control over his own jungle. Because of how long Drizzle had stayed in that brush, they thought he wasn't there. They had the entrance watered, but able to, I guess, pick up another kill for his team, out to a 2,000 gold lead, and really starting to launch ahead as the hook goes a little wide.
Very close. Tail just able to yordle his way through and survive that one. And Kane almost has that Trinity Force, only another 1,200 gold, something like that. Xiaohu just going to sidestep that one. Raphael as well, both of these mid laners with their dancing shoes on, but look at that. As soon as that Q gets all of the points in it, it starts to do so much damage with that passive, and Raphael's just showing how much he can harass Xiaohu out of this lane.
Yeah, he certainly is. Was able to zone him off that cannon creep, so starting to struggle in this mid lane. He's down nearly 20 CS now, as well as 2 kills, so really need to start trying to get some farm onto this Aerith and get him ahead. Wouldn't be expected if, once again, once Danger's ultimate comes up, that is used in the mid lane just to try and, I guess, stop some of this early game power out of Syndra.
Yeah, actually has a 1,000 gold lead in that mid lane, and that is huge at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, so once again, Shu and Drizzle are just like connected at the hip this game. They're just roaming together, sweeping out wards. They put pressure on the red side of the map. Now they know blue's about to be up. Now they're going over to put pressure on the blue. They're just absolutely controlling the area. Look at the ward difference between Gamty and Energy Pacemaker. Energy Pacemaker own 90% of this map at the moment.
They do. The question is, are they going to be able to close this one out early enough? As Danger is going to try and take this blue buff very wide on that stun. As Thrill of the Hunt does get popped here. Danger wants to make something of this, but Shu, oh my goodness, just jumps into the death sentence. The box coming through as well. Drizzle takes the blue. Danger's so low. Amazing J also Xiaohu around the backside, unharassed here as the Cataclysm comes through. Does get stunned up. Letme's right in amongst it. Sync Dream trying to do some work. That Gnar was huge, taking away Drizzle, but he does finally fall down as finally Raphael picks up the kill. Xiaohu answers that one, though, and Shu trying to get some work done. Oh, that death sentence definitely living up to its name, as Shu now with double the kills that he's got in the LPL.
Able to pick up a pretty equal fight is good for Gamty. They got some kills onto Xiaohu. He's 3-3-0 now. Able to spin that one back around, as well as take out Raphael, who to this point was absolutely demolishing him in lane. So that's good for Gamty. Bad news is, that was completely in their jungle. If you can't win team fights at this point in the game in your jungle, you're in a lot of danger. They lose a turret for it as well. So let's take a look at what happens. Danger gets hooked mid-jump there, and a very strange interaction comes through, but he just gets bursted down so quickly. In the meanwhile, however, Xiaohu just doing so much damage, and Letme extremely patient with his Gnar. Gets another stun down. Now, only now does he get the use out of it, and gets a good 2-man stun. Sets up Xiaohu's ultimate very, very nicely, and they're able to pick up another kill on Raphael because of that good bubble. This is a little bit greedy, however, from Gamty, chasing this one in. At this point, he has double buffs and 3 kills. Could have gone back and shopped and really started swinging that laner a bit around. Instead, gives up a kill over to the support. No double buffs, maybe another dragon for Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, oh, Death Sentence is going to go just wide as Synctrim's able to slink through there, but it's half health now, and they do know about it, but nothing much that Gamtee can do. And Drizzle secures the second dragon for Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, so that's great for Energy Pacemaker. Once again, 2,000 gold in the lead. Now they've got 2 dragons to their name, as Raphael starting to get poked a little bit more from this Zereth. So Energy Pacemaker have the game exactly where they want it. They've taken the bottom turret, going to look to push out this lane, start rotating Corki around, although pushing into a Zereth or a Gnar, this is going to be difficult.
It's going to be scary for Energy Pacemaker. They really need to start taking turrets. You have to think that, yes, they've got a lot of control over the enemy map, but as soon as they start managing to actually get these structures down, I mean, they have got one there on the bottom side of the map, but they have to have that map control and have the ability to completely strangle Gamtee.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do. They need to set up map control, push the waves out, and then roam as a unit, as we've been seeing Shu and Drizzle do. Get those picks and then push down extremely quickly, because they don't have the longest range. They've got great turret damage in the Corki with that Trinity Force now built up, but unless they really get a pick on this Zereth, on this Gnar, not going to be able to affect the siege the way they want to.
And you can see Tail actually doing fantastically well up until a little while ago. Did actually have a CS advantage here on the bottom side. Kane's managed to pull this one forward just a little bit, especially considering this Trinity Force power spike that he has managed to hit.
Yeah, and Tristana's looked to mitigate that a little bit by picking up the static shiv first. We see this a lot. Helps with the wave clear. We talked about how important structures are for Energy Pacemaker, so anything they can do to delay is fantastic at this point. But also helps with a little bit of that upfront burst that Corki is so renowned for. And right on point, 4-man rotation into the mid lane. They're looking to start sieging these downs, getting that pick.
Yeah, and Amazing J actually has that teleport available as well as the double ward to come in, definitely having vision of that particular brush. And actually double wards all over the shop here for Energy Pacemaker. They want to make sure that they solidify what they can see. And Drizzle just hanging around. He wants to try and catch this kitty as he comes to try and take that red.
Yeah, double ward's definitely not a great thing. However, when you have control over an area, it does take a long time to get 6 autos, as we may have another skirmish in this jungle.
Yeah, Danger really doesn't want to give this one up, but Drizzle's going to take it. Does get caught by that empowered bowler shot, and we do actually have the Aqua Prison landing, but not quite enough, and Drizzle gets out.
Yeah, they get a lot of poke down on Drizzle, but once again, able to steal away that red. Danger 0-2-1-1, having an absolute nightmare on Rengar at this point. Lee Sin just so much stronger, so much more vision control with that Sightstone being picked up, just looking to dictate pace of the game.
Yeah, no tankiness really being built up from Danger either. Amazing J actually teleporting down to the bottom side. Nice flash from Tail, but that's going to mean that Cataclysm very easy to land. And no way out here for Tail.
Yeah, amazing presence of mind for Amazing J. Able to get into that bottom lane. Now they'll shove it out. Might even look to pressure a tier 2 turret here. They will lose top in response, but just trying to keep this Tristana down.
Yeah, they are. And picking up that kill under Tail is definitely going to help them out here. They don't want to let that Tristana get to that point where she can be just unstoppable in the back line. But Xiaohu is here on the bottom side, so going to be very difficult to siege against this Zereth. And this might tell the story of what's going to be happening throughout this game.
Yeah, but that's why they're trying to swing people around the map. Raphael, in the meantime, Danger cannot go in that lane at all, as they're trying to get a flank in here.
Yeah, Thrill of the Hunt has been popped. I don't think that Danger will be able to quite make it up to Raphael, whose Spidey senses did tell him that he needs to get the heck out of that mid. And he's going to have to slink back up to that top lane without anything to really show for it.
Yeah, so forcing them to rotate around the map. Zereth can only wave clear 1 lane at a time. Gnar was in the top trying to take down that turret, which he was successful on, but it did give away half the HP of that mid lane, because there's just no way Danger can walk solo into Raphael's lane at the moment.
And it's actually Raphael opting to go with that Zhonya's Hourglass instead of the Rabadon's Death Cap here. I was expecting him to maybe try and mirror the amount of poke damage that Xiaohu can bring out, but not going to be the case. Going to opt for a little bit more defense.
Just too much risk with a Rengar and a Gnar on the same team to not pick up a defensive item at this point in the game. They're looking to dive on the back line of the comp and let Tristana, with that Buster Shot and the Rocket Jump, peel for herself with Nami. So good pick up there coming out of Raphael, trying to keep himself safe. And with the lead he's built up, he's going to do plenty of damage anyway, as once again, a 3-man gank coming bottom.
Yep, Tail is feeling like he's having a lot of attention here on the bottom side of the map. Maybe feeling a little bit important, you could imagine. Getting a fair bit of focus, but it makes sense here coming out of Energy Pacemaker because they really want to keep her down. And almost has that Infinity Edge. So almost hitting that 2-item spike that Tristanas can get, but not going to be quite enough until that last Whisper or Bloodthirsty gets finished.
Yeah, and once again, great map movements coming out of Kayn. Going into the top lane now with that Trinity Force, trying to get that turret down. Just trying to chip away at these turrets, so if they do win any skirmishes, Dragon's up in 40 seconds, they have a clear objective to go to afterwards.
And Gamty finally managing to solidify some vision in their own jungle. So only now is Tail going to feel a little bit safe actually walking through towards that red buff, maybe getting some farm here on the bottom side as he waits for that wave to push up.
Yeah, so Dragon up in 20 seconds, probably one of the most important objectives that will come through in this game. Can Energy Pacemaker skip away to a 3-0 lead and really solidify their control with some extra movement speed, or will Gamty choose to fight finally and try and pick up their first Dragon of the game?
Yeah, and finally Gamty, I think, feel like they're in a state where they have the vision to actually contest this one. There are 4 members around this Dragon. We may see our first large team fight with all members involved. Of course, Tail wasn't there for the first skirmish. It has been started off here as the Dragon by Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, recognizing that on the side of Gamty, there is a teleport, and on Energy Pacemaker, there isn't. So they need to bring Amazing J down right now if they want to start this one up. They have, once again, started the Dragon.
Yeah, it has been started. There is full vision, though. Akram isn't going to land onto Shu. He may want to turn this one around, but he's just going to flash away, and that's going to mean Energy Pacemaker back away from this one. Gamty now wanting to keep this Dragon going, but I don't know whether they want to opt into a 50-50 smite against this Rengar. I mean, Lee Sin, he does manage to steal it. Drizzle goes down so low as well. The Tidal Wave to come through. There's the rocket jump, but it's going to be Xerath to pick up the kill as Tails found himself in an interesting position. Amazing J takes the Lantern and gets himself into this one. Let Me flashes out of this as well, and Raphael just pops the Zhonya's, and he's going to be absolutely fine. But Tail fell down, and that is not the 1-for-1 that Gamty were looking for, because they even lost the Dragon.
Yeah, certainly was not. It just wasn't a great area for them to gnaw into, and weren't able to get onto the back line. They're going to lose a mid turret for this as well, which just is falling exactly. This game is exactly poised where Energy Pacemaker want it. They can rotate into the top lane, look to push that wave out, maybe pick up another turret if they would like, or just back off and buy. 3 Dragons to 0 at 24 minutes of the game. They have complete control.
Yeah, and Gamty just looked so scattered in that Dragon fight as well, sort of unable to quite work out what they wanted to use their comp to do, unable to get very much poke off with Xiaohu on this Xerath, and just didn't really look like they were all on the same page.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of that can be credited to Amazing J's flank. Was able to get behind the team and really affect who Xiaohu wanted to stun up and stop from diving on the back lane. Very conscious of trying to keep Tail safe. And what that meant is that Let Me just had to dive in alone and took too much damage.
He did, sort of unable to get any Gnar to really work out for his team. But we'll see, of course. Gamty not out of this one yet. Their comp does work very well in this later stage of the game. But having all of these kills onto Xiaohu on the Xerath, he has caught back up. Now has a kill advantage here in the mid lane and very even on CS. But you can see still behind in gold just a little bit. Oh, it's 70 gold. It's nothing really to write home about. But he's doing fine. The rest of his team, though, not so much.
Yeah, and it really is. After a very rough game, now a lot of the onus is on Xiaohu to see if he can stall as, once again, Danger looking for a pick. Hasn't used the ultimate yet. Is on top of a ward, however.
You have to think, though, if you want to stall out a game, who better to have all of your gold funneled into than the wave-clearing Xerath, who can now get rid of all of the creeps with 1 Q and really just prevent EP from doing anything in that siege situation. They have to catch Gamty off guard if they want to take these structures. Yeah,
definitely agree that they need to look for picks around objectives. However, the danger here is just how massive this Corki has become. 2-0-0, up in CS, nearly picked up that Bloodthirster, going to do so much upfront burst to people like Xiaohu and Tail that will be able to really control this mid game. And that's who they didn't want to head, as once again, they're looking for another fight, not able to get anything. They've lost their blue. They're going to lose top as well. They're just getting out-positioned around this map.
Yeah, sort of not really being in the right places at the right time. Tail did manage to get them with that scrying orb, but nothing to come from that as they try to maybe rotate towards this middle side of the map. But you can see that Gamty, they don't really know what they're doing. I think that, you know, Tail's taking Wolves. they're not moving decisively as a unit.
Yeah, and I think it's because they just don't believe they can win a team fight at this point. We mentioned how strong Corki is. 2 items have been finished up by Tail, but he really needs to look for that last Whisper if he's going to shred through any of the tank line at this point. Amazing J is just picking up so much armor. And yeah, so they're really at a loss of how they actually control objectives at this point in the game. Once again, 3 dragons, that's an absolutely massive deal, particularly when you're able to get the objective advantage as well as take dragons. They've just really nicely controlled this early game and are forcing Gamty into bad decisions and reactionary play.
Yeah, but I mean, Gamty can rely on anything. It's Energy Pacemaker's inability to really close out these early leads. And if Energy Pacemaker can use these games in order to show us that, yes, they can do that, then they may look a lot better moving into the rest of the split here in the LPL.
Yeah, and I think it will really give them a confidence boost, more importantly, because as we said, we've seen them had great early games, but then they kind of do nothing after that. This time looking much more decisive in their play. Importantly for Gamty though, Xiaohu's picked up his 3 items. He's now finished off that Void Star. He's going to be doing so much damage.
Yeah, and Let Me actually has finished 2 armor items here as well, so going to be massively tanky on this Gnar. Has that Randuin's as well for the added slow benefit. And we'll see whether he is going to be able to affect these team fights and have that Mega Gnar transform when he needs to.
Yeah, so they need to keep an eye of where Amazing J is in relation to the rest of their team. If Amazing J is with their team, I actually feel that Rengar and Let Me can just dive in on the back line and really affect the team fight. However, if he gets another flank, people need to keep Xiaohu and Tail safe.
So we do have Dragon actually coming up in another minute. Energy Pacemaker do pick up the Scuttle Crab. Scrying Orb used yet again from Tail to spot out that happening.
So Kane looking nice on this Corki now. Picked up the Bloodthirster, as we mentioned. 40 seconds away from Dragon. This is exactly... They've just hit so many nice item power spikes. Amazing J's finished off his Banshee's Veil. They've got the 3 items onto Raphael as well. Bloodthirster finished off. So as we see, a little bit of defense going on of that pink ward.
Yeah, and Xiaohu doing a lot of damage here too.
Yeah, but on the other side, I think this fight really does come down to where does Gnar go and how much damage can Xiaohu get on before he gets dove by Drizzle and Amazing J. They're going to be really trying to linebacker him out of this fight.
Yeah, it seems to come down to the effectiveness of these top laners. And speaking of which, Let Me gets caught by a Death Sentence, but going to bounce his way out. He's going to be fine.
Definitely not the target they're looking to catch. He is pretty tanky at this point in the game.
Oh, yeah. Just talking about that as the Dragon has just spawned Energy Pacemaker with a decent position on this one. If they can pull it out, they might be able to start this one up, but you can see Gamty off on the bottom side, and Energy Pacemaker just want to trade this one for a turret, perhaps. I mean, I'm not entirely sure why they're moving towards this mid lane. He's giving up the first Dragon to Gamty. Would definitely not be something that they want to do, but they've just taken control right back. Gamty really need to get themselves into this one. You can see Let Me with no rage on this Gnar either. It's a nice stun to come through from that Scatter the Weak, and Drizzle now with his Dragon so low. Oh, he does manage to pick that one up as Amazing J. Cataclysm's in on this one. Let Me so incredibly low. He's not going to be able to tank anything up, and Danger gets Death Sentences. Xiaohu trying to get the stuns, but doesn't find anyone. The Gnar finally coming in, but it's not quite enough. Kane gets obliterated. Tail picks up that kill. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Again with the Dragon falling down, but the fight is still on. A triple play to come through from Shu. Raphael with so much damage in the backline. Pops that Zonius to keep himself alive. Tail gets baited into this one as well. Xiaohu turns it around. Rocket jump out. Tail's going to be fine. The double kill to come in. Xiaohu is a beast on this Xerath. Amazing J coming in on this one, but the flag and drag is enough to pick Amazing J up the double kill.
Yeah, and really, Drizzle sealed that team fight for his team. Able to get a flank and an absolutely massive kick. Props to Xiaohu for holding it together for so long, but all in all, Energy Pacemaker, another Dragon, a lot of resources spent into that mid lane turret, and half the bottom turret's health gone just from that one team fight.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that they could have potentially even taken that tower, but we do have a replay, and let's have a look at that Dragon fight.
Yeah, so we see that they go in mid and push out the wave. So look where the wave is. At this point, they're trying to get position on the Dragon. They're able to get it themselves. Drizzle is so low, but Let Me had no rage at the start of that fight. From here, they just try and kite back Gamty, pick up the first kill onto that Rengar, and from Let Me just gets a perfect transform. Great Gnar, and so much damage coming over that wall, and they keep chasing. Watch Drizzle's positioning on that minimap. Comes through, gets an absolutely beautiful kick, gets 2 people from that play for Shu into the fight. And from here, really big prop to Gamty to make anything from this, because Tail is able to survive for long enough to get Xiao here, who to pick up a couple of kills, but Amazing J just too tanky, too big on this job, and gets a really nice flag and drag through there and picks himself up a double kill.
And he looked almost immortal in that fight as well. Amazing J just with so much health and armor and magic resist, just able to tank up for so long. And that Tiamat doing a lot of work as far as the damage is concerned.
Yeah, it certainly is. Tiamat, that Q as well as the passive that comes through from Jarvan, just ensures that he has that consistent damage over the team fight, even when building tanky.
Let's see whether he's going to show up for the rest of this one. Of course, Amazing J has fallen off in the past, but 3-1-6 now on the Jarvan, and he's looking brilliant going into this one. Now has the Randuin's Omen completed. And the Banshee's Vow has been finished by Let Me, but he has to control that rage meter on this Gnar. Just if he had that Mega Gnar earlier in that last fight, things could have been completely different for Gamty.
Yeah, certainly could have. Gamty really ran, Energy Pacemaker really ran towards Gamty in that fight and completely zoned them off because of the fact that Gnar didn't have that rage. So definitely agree that needs to be managed a little bit better going forward. Important pickup for Kane. Now finish that last Whisper. We'll be able to deal with the Gnar a little bit better in the next team fight.
Yeah, but on the other side, Tails picked up that last Whisper as well. So this Tristana really starting to scale through into this game. Thrill of the Hunt was popped, but Danger unable to really find anyone. As Sync Dream just going to throw an Aqua Prison out just because he has that ability available. And Amazing J continues the split push here on the top side.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of over-prioritization onto this Gnar in the champ select, because Dangers look completely wow.
Oh, they're just turning this one around onto Shu. Takes a lot of damage, but Sync Dream just gets destroyed in that fight. Came with so much burst. Out on the backside, though, everyone on Gamgee just getting torn apart. Amazing J came in. Let Me just says, where are my buddies? He's going to have Gnar available. The Wallop's there as well. It's a beautiful stun, but you can't do that when everyone's dead.
Yeah, so a clean ace rotation into Baron. And as we're saying that the item thresholds come through, EP really flex their muscles in that fight. Clean it up nicely. Actually send Amazing J to the mid lane to try and pick up a turret as well. Good objective focus coming through, and Danger has looked all out of sorts on this Rengar.
He hasn't. Drizzled has looked so comfortable on this Lee Sin, making play after play, and you have to think that when Jarvan and Lee Sin are picked up for Energy Pacemaker, are available for them, they're going to pick it up because they just look so comfortable on these champions.
Yeah, and we mentioned if Gamty can stay in this one and get to the late game, they'll be absolutely fine. At this point, they need the late game to go so late for them to equal out how much of a lead Energy Pacemaker have been able to put together. Really well-played map control, and they've been dominant throughout.
Yeah, the turtle shells are going to have to be really put on. Of course, the base has not yet been breached, but with this Baron buff available for Energy Pacemaker, they're going to be able to take down as many towers as they like because they know that they have this gigantic lead. 13,000 gold.
Yeah,
is a lot of gold.
The problem is that Jarvan is just 70 CS up and so tanky at this point. He's picked himself up another Chain Vest, probably going for a Thorn Mail, maybe even a GA, and he can just turret dive at will. He can travel so far, lock up the back line, and if they don't have Flash on Xiaohu, he's just going to die from the follow-up burst.
Yeah, and he's got a Hydra now as well, so going to have a fair bit of that life steal at the same time. This is a very, very big Jarvan.
Certainly is. They're looking to pressure the outers. Xiaohu needs to be careful here.
Looking dangerous. There are wards starting to litter this bottom side of the map. Sync Dream is fairly far up, but that inner turret is just going to die, and Gamty just let it happen.
Yeah, and that's the problem. They're just getting beaten to objectives, and they can't keep them off them. All the outer turrets may as well be forfeit for this Baron because there is no way Gamty can fight unless they're in their base and they're getting help from those inhibitor turrets.
Ooh, Energy Pacemaker looking to set something up, but Amazing J has other thoughts. He just wants to get in amongst this one. The Dragon's coming up. He does get stunned on his way in. A nice Aqua Prison as well, but that 3-man stun coming through. And my gosh, Energy Pacemaker trying to turn it on. Xiaohu out in the back line, managing to get some poke in as well. Let Me is in that Mega Gnar form, but can't quite find the Gnar. Tail picks up a kill, but he's going to fall down for it. Unstoppable. I mean, the ultimate coming through from Syndra just doing so much work. Oh, that rocket was going to kill Sync Dream, but didn't quite manage to. An Energy Pacemaker, they only lose Amazing J, and they are going to be able to pick up this next dragon as well.
Yeah, once again, a 2-for-1 trade.
Oh my goodness, the hero steal. preventing the 5th dragon.
Yeah, so able to get one back. That's extremely important for the stats that will come through, especially on this Tristana and Xerath. Just so much raw AP and AD at this point in the game. A great fight out of Energy Pacemaker, but the only reason they were able to do it because of how far ahead they were. Never a good idea to split the way they did around the Dragon Pit, but they will get the first inhibitor of the game.
Yeah, going to be able to take down this inhibitor, but not going to have that all-important 5th dragon, which is something that they were obviously looking for very, very much. And this top wave is going to be shoving through onto this inner turret, so causing them to have to change their minds here. Not going to be playing as aggressively until that wave starts pushing back.
There are so many caster minions there just wailing on that turret. Half damage coming through before Amazing J can clean it up.
Yep, Kane going to pick up this red buff as well. So just a little bit of a reset here after this relatively bloodthirsty game, but 16,000 gold now the lead for Energy Pacemaker. You have to think that irrespective of how strong a team can be in the late game, if you're down by that far, things are not looking very good.
Yeah, I don't know many team comps that just on pure team comp alone can outmanage a 16,000 gold opposition. In saying that, there are a lot of resources still on the map for Garmsy to pick up if they do manage to sneak some picks through. So all the outer turrets and one outer turret and all the inners are still available. So that's a lot of gold that if they start sneaking some teamfight wins through, they can pick up fairly immediately.
Yeah, and Gamsey are using their side waves relatively effectively as well. Again, in that bottom side of the map, a wave stacking up to pressure on that turret, and Raphael forced to go down there as well.
So looking for a pick into the bottom side because they recognize Syndra by herself. They were trying to get around for a flank. Maybe even now can look for Drizzle on Lee Sin, but looks like they're just going to reset. Back in the mid lane.
Play too aggressively.
Trying to create pressure wherever they can. Don't get me wrong, Tristana at this point in the game is extremely strong. But when you compare it to a Corki that's nearly picked up an Infinity Edge on top of it, 4,000 gold lead, that's just absolutely terrifying. Has picked up the Infinity Edge.
Oh my goodness. It's 4-item Corki. That is a big deal, and that is a massive price tag on those items as well. So
yeah, he's gone to the designer lane and picked up the most expensive build he possibly can.
Oh, yeah. It's the Lamborghini of Corki builds. Come through for this guy. Even has the Alacrity boots as well to add some green flavor. I like it because he's very color coordinated at the same time as being extraordinarily powerful.
And he also recognizes the fact that no one can get on top of him because of how amazing Jay and Drizzle are playing these team fights. So has skipped any defensive items. Probably will pick up a QSS for the last one just in case he eats a Xerath stun or a really good Gnar. But at this point in the game, exactly where he wants to be in terms of damage. And Amazing Jay just takes none of damage, speaking of which.
Yeah, it doesn't care. Even has the Thornmail now. This is a 6-item Jarvan with 3 of those items having a ton of armor on them. Oh, 4 if you include the Ninja Tabi as well. And Tail's just not going to be able to touch him.
Yeah, so Tail, until he gets that Bloodthirster, really will struggle in these fights just because won't have the lifesteal or the shield to be able to combat with that Thornmail that's coming out of Amazing J. Speaking of side lane management, we complimented Garmsy on it a second ago. That's absolutely horrible to let something like that build up. We'll give up a top turret, and someone has to go deal with this now.
Yeah, Jahu's looking around there, wants to try and clear these ones out because he does have that incredibly increased range. 50 seconds now on the Baron and EP. They decide that we just want to pick up the objectives and then head back to the siege with that Baron. And you have to think that they just have so much control as Death Sentence not going to quite find its mark.
Yeah, really nice sweeping of wards coming out of Energy Pacemaker, trying to set up for the next Baron coming through. Amazing J looking for the flank once again, pinged back. They're going to shop before this, try and pick up some final items before they really go for this last, what they would hope to be the last Baron fight.
Yeah, potentially even the last push into the base as well as this bottom lane. Again, a little bit too much for Energy Pacemaker to deal with. If we have a look, could potentially even go down with this minion wave push and may not even lose that cannon creep.
Yeah, so that will continue to push. Amazing J going down there to deal with that one, but some more gold back in favor. So we mentioned that there was a lot of gold available on the map. They're starting to pick up some objective. 3 turrets to 7, so they're still very, very far behind. Still 16,000 gold in the favor of Energy Pacemaker. But as this game goes later and later into the 50-minute mark, gold's not really going to be an issue. People are getting towards completed builds. They're not going to get any stronger than they already are.
And as soon as it gets to the point where items and gold are irrelevant, that's when Gamty just all of a sudden become ahead, irrespective of what this gold value is, because you can't buy more than 6 items.
Exactly right. The only thing they're really hurting on it is the Dragon, and a second Baron might even be going over now as well.
Thrill of the Hunt has been popped. The teleport to come in immediately from Amazing J needs to make sure that they have 5 members here. Danger wants to get in, but Thrill of the Hunt has dropped out here. He tries to get in, but doesn't get the smite, and he's going to die for it. Raphael gets stunned up here just a little bit. Letme needs to build up some rage. He's throwing boomerangs as much as possible, but he gets knocked up. The Arcano Pulse doing some work here on the backside, and Gamty do manage to escape with their lives, apart from Danger. Yeah, so not going too badly for Gamty. If they had got rolled over there, that would have been game.
Yeah, certainly would have. They got Raphael extremely low, as well as Shu, so they weren't willing. Wow, good stun.
Brilliant. They caught out Kane. He's going to die. Tail picks up the kill. It's a decent kick, but a bit late as Letme's about to transform. Tail's getting these resets, but Amazing J is so tanky. And this could be a Gamty Dragon.
Yeah, really good turnaround from a stun from Xiaohu. Fantastic awareness of exactly where Kane was. I don't think Energy Pacemaker want to let this one go.
They don't. They're trying to get through, but there's the Nada coming as well. Drizzle gets immediately taken down. Amazing J got caught up by the Aqua Prison. That Arcano Pulse is doing work in the backside as well, as Tail has been eliminated by Raphael. They're trying to kite this one out, but look at Amazing J. Just no fear at all, as Xiaohu's going to flash out of the way of Raphael, who's still so dangerous. Letme trying to kite with that Hyper, and Amazing J finally falling down low. Death Sentence landing onto the Gnar, and Sync Dream and Letme just trying to get some work done. No one picks up the Dragon.
Yeah, but all of a sudden, minions in the base of Gamty starting to do some work on the inhibitor as well as the turret. In the top lane, however, Energy Pacemaker lose an outer, and they're going to lose this Dragon.
Energy Pacemaker actually not really managing to capitalize. Of course, no one... Amazing J was very, very low, so we had to go back, but they lose another Dragon here as well. They need that 5th one to be able to get some work done.
Yeah, Xiaohu's definitely dead.
Oh, dear. Yeah, you're dead, buddy. Yep, just the edge of the sphere. Going to knock the life force away from that Xerath. And that was just unfortunate positioning, you have to admit.
Yeah, but Tristana now finished up that Bloodthirster, is in a position where she definitely can start affecting these team fights a little bit better. Danger needs to be careful he doesn't get caught out here.
Yeah, he's sort of just hanging out, backing in this brush. Thank goodness it doesn't have a ward, otherwise he would most definitely die by a lot of Energy Pacemaker members around here. But you have to think that with Baron Buff still circling the members of Energy Pacemaker, they are going to be able to take down this first inhibitor of the game.
Yeah, maybe even able to get a second one. Still 30 seconds on Xiaohu. That is the wave clear, and Amazing J has started prepping this bottom lane.
Yeah, Letme does have a large amount of rage here, but they need to wait for the damage of this Xerath. But Sync Dream, you are dead, buddy. That is just... Oh my goodness. Fish soup created there in the Nexus, in the base. And another inhibitor to fall down. Energy Pacemaker now making decisive moves. We know that this is what they wanted to do. Tail gets caught by a stun. He's going to flash and not going to die because of that fountain, as Letme trying to get the work done, but the Nexus, only one turret available, and this could be Energy Pacemaker picking up their first victory in the LPL. And what a better way to do it. This is such a dominating performance.
Yeah, and finally the rest of the team arriving. Amazing J, still a great game on that Jarvan, but in the mid lane and bottom lanes, much better performance coming out of Raphael and Kane.
Yeah, Kane was looking fantastic on that Corki, incredibly comfortable. And of course, Raphael, as we hop into a replay, Raphael was just ridiculous.
Yeah, it certainly was. So this is the Dragon fight at about 30 minutes through the game. So when we roll it through, they had prepped the mid lane so well, pushing that in. And Gamty really needs to take this one to get there first. You see that Letme, just watch Letme. He has absolutely no rage. He's trying to build it up, but can't get any poke damage down. And Danger goes so low from trying to steal this Dragon. Drizzle also extremely low at this point in the game, but as they kite back, get caught up, Letme just in a lot of trouble. Danger falls first. And from here, it's amazing that Gamty get anything from this fight. Really good Gnar comes out and Tail puts down extreme damage over that wall, but Drizzle comes through with a really nice kick, and Amazing J just perseveres. So if we just watch this one play out, really good play comes through, great stun, and Amazing J just completely takes over this fight. Raphael and Drizzle end up falling, but in the end, when you ace someone and pick up a Dragon, that's a pretty good result at 30 minutes in a game.
It is. Xiaohu tried his very best that game to carry, but just unable to do it when he's the only one on his team really able to do anything.
Yeah, he certainly was. A lot of pressure was on him with repetitively ganks in the early game.
Yeah.
If we think back to what had happened, Drizzle and Shu were visiting his lane over and over again as a two-man gank squad. So him being able to get to 6-8-3 and really stall that game out as long as he did is a great play.
Yeah, fantastic work. But we are going to have Game 2 coming up very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if Game T can bite back against Energy Pacemaker. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. And what an incredible first match between Energy Pacemaker and Gamty. Energy Pacemaker just steamrolling that one.
Yeah, we said they had a fantastic early game composition and that if they could get ahead early and really dictate flow of the game, it would work out nicely. And that's exactly what happened. Controlled the map, able to push through, and in the end, won pretty decisively.
Yeah, and we were talking about the fact that Amazing J has been the star player for Energy Pacemaker. It is no different this time around. He was monstrous on that Jarvan and managing to pick up 6 items in the end, had a Thornmail as well as that Randuin's. There was nothing this Tristana was able to do. And I think that Danger getting completely shut out of his jungle was exactly what won them that game. And Drizzle being on this Lee Sin, he's looking so scary.
Yeah, I think that's what it was for me. Like, Amazing J had some fantastic plays in that, especially the second Dragonflight when he got the flank. I think it was the third. Got the flank and was able to cut off half the team. But for me, the star was Drizzle. He and Shu were in the jungle of Danger the whole game. They stole away every red buff after the second one, able to put a lot of pressure down. And Rengar, if you starve him out, don't get those tank items, he just becomes a CC bot from range with the bowler strike and wasn't able to impact anything.
Yeah, and I actually didn't see one of his sort of the hunts actually work in any effective manner as well. So not really looking at home on this champion, sort of was popping his ult maybe a little bit early a few of these times as well. Just not one of sort of the spirits or the insects that we've seen on this Rengar really making it work.
Yeah, and I think it was a largely contributed to how good Energy Pacemaker's vision control was from about 6 minutes until about 25 minutes in that game. They had the whole bottom side of the jungle lit up, then they rotated around the map extremely well. And if you're Rengar and you know that there's a lot of vision over, you start pushing the boundary of that ultimate. You start ulting from it very far away, as you mentioned, and was running over Pink was just looked a little bit out of shape on that champion.
Yeah, and I think it all comes down to this vision that Energy Pacemaker were able to put down on this map, especially very early on, and they never alleviated that pressure as well. Even when they didn't have turrets taken, even the outer ring, they were still having complete control over the enemy jungle, which is very difficult when you don't have those extra entrances in order to get yourself in there and get these wards down. So massive props to Energy Pacemaker for getting that vision, but you have to put down the fact that, I mean, both of these teams, not exactly the highest upper echelon of our LPL competition, and this is where either team can really come out ahead, and we'll see whether Gamty can bite back, because of course they have an opportunity here to take what Energy Pacemaker did and pick an early game comp and really take it to them early this time.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they did, especially in the bottom lane. Tail and Sync Dream started that lane very, very well against Kane. Particularly, they got a lot of level 1 harass down, were able to shove him back from that lane and build an early CS advantage on Tristana, who has a great levels 1 and 2 with that explosive shot.
Yeah.
However, Tail felt like he had to rotate around the map and really start helping out. And from there, gave away all of his CS advantage, lost his bottom turret, and just got repetitively ganked by Amazing J on that Jarvan. Teleports were coming down. Amazing J sacked his top turret just to kill Tail. He teleported
it ended up working out. You can't argue with it.
Yeah, exactly right. But that's just how much onus they put to shutting down Tail. So we'd expect a little bit more of an early game carry to come through.
Yeah, we'll see whether that one of the Sivers can possibly come through or something like that.
Potentially a Graves would suit very well.
We are going to hop into this one, and Na going to be taken off the board first, and Rek'Sai, she's not going to see any more play. We've seen Rek'Sai being on this ban list quite often.
Yeah, and I think Gamty need to be careful here, because if they do ban out junglers again, maybe even if they hit the Lee Sin here, I'm very curious to see what Danger will be able to play, because we know that Amazing J, now that Na's off the board, he'll first pick Jarvan every single day of the week if it's available.
That being said, they can only first pick away one champion, of course. So GT this time around are going to have the option of at least the Lee Sin or the Jarvan if neither of those champions get banned. So we'll see what Energy Pacemaker decide to do, whether they put it on them. They're banning the Rumble this time, so not going to take any off the board themselves, and we'll see whether GT force them to make that decision. Yeah,
so GT, I think they need to steer away from banning out that Jarvan or the Lee Sin, just because it will back Danger once again onto an uncomfortable champion. I like the Xerath that came out of Xiaohu. Wouldn't be surprised if that came through early again. Nice and safe. Did get ganked a lot early, but managed to impact those team fights relatively well in the late game.
Gamty could look at a Sivir ban here. Has been very effective. so far, but Lysandra, she was about to escape the ban list, and she's going to get put on the bench as well.
So once again, Amazing J has the option of first picking that Jarvan. We'll be able to take it into the top lane if he wants. Drizzle also plays it in the jungle, so I do think it is a very versatile flex pick. Wouldn't be surprised if that goes through. Or the Lee Sin. We mentioned how well Drizzle played it last time round. I think for me, those are the two pick-aways at this point.
And you have to think that Amazing J probably wants to lock away this Jarvan, because if there is an uncomfortable matchup there in the top lane, I mean, he can just chuck it over to Drizzle and he can pick that one up. So they are going to hover it at this stage, and locked away. An understandable pickup here from Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, and I think Gamti now have to take away Lee Sin. If they put Danger once again on that Rengar, after that performance, I think it just plays into the hands of what Energy Pacemaker want to do early game. So I'm expecting a lot more early game focus to come out. For me, something like a... Actually, maybe Thresh and Lee Sin here, just to set up a little bit more of an early game composition.
Yeah, and Shu is making a lot of those early game plays, roaming around that map and really solidifying their lead that they had early on. And I like this one as well, putting a super tank in the hands of Let Me as well, now that Nah is off the table. Danger's going to lock in that Lee Sin, and it's going to be Maokai here in the top lane.
Yeah, so Maokai making a return to the top lane. Definitely a solid laner, as well as a pretty good tank. And once again, Raphael just hovering that Cassiopeia.
He likes it. He wants to show us that, yes, I would like to play it at some point, but we won't trust him as of yet. But already sort of the late game focus coming through from GT yet again, wanting to have that super tank in the front line in that Maokai. But having a little bit more early pressure is definitely going to help them out here. Is Raphael going to take away the Azir, who has escaped the ban list?
Yeah, but this once again allows Yahoo to play that Xerath.
Yeah.
Doesn't really lose lane out to Azir very badly and has a lot of long-range poke, and Emperor's Divide really doesn't do much. Sivir, however, is an interesting pickup. We mentioned that Sivir does extremely well against the Corki matchup. Able to shove the lane out, goes extremely even, and then just use the ultimate to great effect. And that's something that we didn't see, like Gamti could do last game, was get a favorable engage. But going back to that Tristana, that's a risky pickup.
Yeah, it's sort of Gamti
once again,
putting
that's
themselves
very
in the
late
same
game.
position.
That's very late game coming out of Gamti once again.
And Raphael now on this Azir is going to have a lot more late game potential, especially in the DPS department. Those Sand Soldiers really start doing a lot of work, especially when you've got 3 out on the board. And they're
throwing
looking...
Aurelia in there as well. This is just... I think that, once again, Energy's Pacemaker have got a fantastic read on what Gamti want to take to the game and have picked and banned pretty well according to that.
Yeah, and Shu looking to take away the Nami from Sync Dream as well, so wanting that Corki Nami bottom lane, having that a little bit of extra sustain. But Gamti, they could be in a lot of trouble, and I think it's all on Danger to have the opposite performance from last game and to maybe even be the Drizzle this time and put on so much pressure.
Yeah, definitely needs to. However, Jarvan matches early game pressure with Lee Sin extremely well. Even outperforms him level 1 to 5 just because he brings CC to ganks and Lee Sin doesn't. The Annie pickup is an interesting pickup. That doesn't really have any... No one really has anything to get Annie in range.
Yeah.
And she's going to be walking into an Azir as well as a Corki who have just so much upfront burst damage that unless she really has her flash available, until she gets those distortion boots, we'll struggle to find the favorable flash tibbers.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit scary. It's almost like they're picking this Annie just for that laning phase to try and really help Tail out getting through this 2v2 situation against the Nami Corki that are going to have that sustain. They're going to have the ability to put the pressure on. But isn't Annie going to be enough here in the bottom side of the map? Because I know what you mean. It doesn't really fit.
Yeah, that's a really questionable pick for me. I think they're picking it for the team fight and not the laning phase because doesn't bring sustain, has a lot of burst, but after about level 4, Tristana just wants to kind of farm that one out, not looking to get hyper-aggressive.
Yeah, and Annie always wanting to fight, wanting to get that stun in there, making things happen there on the bottom side of the map. Exciting to watch, but it doesn't necessarily work out in the team comp that Gamti are really trying to go for here. But they may have a plan, and we'll see whether they can execute it.
Yeah, so once again, going for a late-game scaling team, that's a danger from Gamti, and I think that Energy Pacemaker this time have also picked a lot more late game. However, their power curve throughout this is just, I think, better in every regards.
Yeah, just having a look over at the spectator as some dancing Sand Soldiers. It's absolutely hilarious. But yeah, I'm excited to see what Energy Pacemaker are going to use this comp for as well. I mean, we're looking, sort of scrutinizing Gamti quite a lot, but you have to think that EP, they have something they'd like to do. But let's get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. And we are on the rift with Energy Pacemaker taking on Gamty for Game 2 here. Energy Pacemaker with a decisive first game victory, now on the blue side. And grouping up a little bit more effectively here, maybe in for an early invade.
Yeah, so stacking as a unit, only sending Azir there. Danger has spotted it out. As long as he doesn't get hit by a stray bubble, we'll be absolutely fine as he whiffs that Sonic Wave.
You got to be frightened of those stray bubbles coming at you. As Letme going to get some deep warding down, then going to head back to base. You can see we've got EP potentially scouting out a lane swap here.
Yeah, so maybe worried that they're looking to freeze with the Tristana and roam with the Annie, who is, of course, devastating with that early stun. So I like the deep wards coming through, trying to scout out a lane swap. We'll possibly be looking for that 2v2 lane.
Some interesting pathing going on here. Energy Pacemaker almost catching Letme out, but not going to be happening as the sapling going to hop over that wall and just see what's going on.
And when you react to a lane swap like this, you need to be careful that A, you don't give away your positioning too early because it means that you can just get matched extremely easily. But B, that you don't arrive to the lane that late that you can't affect a freeze because then you're forced to hard shove with someone like a Tristana who just doesn't do it as well as a Corki.
And it looks like Gamty are potentially setting up a late invade here on that blue buff side. We do have Drizzle actually heading over to his red buff as Energy Pacemaker looking to try and get something. There's the two-man stun to come through. Shoes so incredibly low. The ebb and flow. There's the flash coming through from Tail. It's a nice three-man phosphorus bomb, but first blood to the AD carry.
Yeah, and that's a response to it. If a team burns all their wards in your jungle, they have absolutely no vision of their own jungle. We'll put them a little bit behind in the jungle pathing, but Danger going to be able to pick this one up no problem, and first blood onto Tail this time around, looking to get that Tristana going even earlier.
Yeah, and Sync Dream just helping him out there, taking that blue, easily going to be able to pick that one up. Drizzle going to do some vertical jungling here, heading straight to the enemy blue buff just so that he doesn't get 3-buffed here early on in this game. But you have to think that things going already fantastically for Gamty.
Yeah, and it looks like we will have standard lanes, just Australian style, a little bit upside down.
Yeah, a little bit down under laning going on here. It's been happening fairly often here in the LPL. But we'll see how this Annie-Tristana combination stand up to effectively just a stronger lane in Nami and Corki.
Yeah, and definitely are a stronger lane in a 2v2 sense because of that sustain that comes through. But if Danger's able to get up there early, now that there is a kill in there, as Drizzle looking for a first gank.
Yeah, Letme in a bit of trouble here. Does have the flash. He's going to flash over the flag and drag after effectively dodging it, but not wanting to give himself up for second blood, or at least the first kill for Energy Pacemaker, is Tail pushing this lane in.
I like the roam coming out of Sync Dream right now, trying to get behind the Azir and really follow up on Xiaohu, trying to swap the tables from what was happening last game.
Yeah, he's got the stun available as well. The stun lands from Xiaohu as well. They're layering this CC, and Raphael in a lot of trouble. Has to blow both summoner spells in order to get out of that one, and what a beautiful roam coming through from Sync Dream. This is what the Annie is for.
Yeah, that certainly was why they were trying to scout out the lane swap. However, even though Energy Pacemaker found it, still not able to swap the early roam. Tristana was able to shove in, get a free buy, now heading into the bottom lane, and they're looking to get Sync Dream involved around the map.
Yeah, and Tail going for the massive investment banker build. Already has that Avarice Blade under his belt. Just going to try and build up as much money as possible. We'll have to try and keep track of that item with how much money he's going to make from it, because getting that so early really does help you out.
Yeah, it certainly does. And Corki looks like he's starting to hard shove the top lane, maybe even looking to get the lane swap back through, because we can see that already Shu is on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, but Danger and Sync Dream again, they're pairing up. We think we may potentially see a dive, but Sync Dream, you need to get some levels, buddy. I mean, you've got the Q and the W, yeah, that's going to help you out building your stun and then managing to get someone down, but you may not be able to be that level the entire game.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this has put so many members on the bottom side of the map that without a flash, Letme will be dove here.
He's still very high on health, though. They're going to have to commit a lot to trying to pick this one up. We'll see whether they can juggle the turret aggro. He's going down so low so quickly, but Drizzle's going to fall down. Letme goes 1 for 1, and this is disastrous. Shu almost dies from that.
Yeah, nearly 2 for 1. He doesn't have his teleport available, so that will be a lot of damage to the turret, but even able to trade in that situation is fantastic for Gamty.
Yeah, Letme really kiting around that turret to his best ability. As Sync Dream now going to finally come in and maybe get some experience.
Yeah,
it's going to work out.
I think looking back on that, Let Me would have preferred to queue towards Zanami trying to pick up that kill, because I think that already Drizzle would have fallen in that. Gamgee rotating into an early Dragon, however, looking to pick up an early objective leave at 5 minutes. Look at the damage Dragon does. If they're scouted doing this, they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they did notice the fact that there were 2 members there in the top lane coming around to try and capitalize on that one. 4 members now on this Dragon. It is going to go down as the vision is afforded by Amazing J. No, actually by Drizzle. Used to seeing Amazing J on that Jarvan, of course, but they do manage to get the timer to Energy Pacemaker, but this is one of the first games that I've seen where they haven't had a plan for taking that Dragon early on.
Yeah, so first Dragon going over to Gamgee. They've got a couple of kills. Only danger here is that Aurelia is CSing much more nicely than Let Me. Poor guy's had a lot of jungle pressure so far and has started to fall slightly behind.
Yeah, but we see Corki laning against him now. Just the 1v1. So Let Me able to sort of get a little bit back here. Now has his teleport back available as well, so can potentially affect this map as Drizzle going to clear out this pink ward in the bottom side. Tail going to have to play a little bit more defensively as Xiaohu back on the Xerath, looking pretty comfortable, but taking a bit of harass from these soldiers.
Yeah, so Xiaohu is winning in CS as Sync Dream only level 3 at 7 minutes into the game. Wow, that guy needs to start eating some creeps.
Yep, please. My goodness. Cute little Annie. Not really working out, but
looking for another gank before the summoner spells are back up. They've pinged it out.
Yeah, Danger trying to come in. There's the layering of stuns. The teleport to come through here from Amazing J, but he may get caught out here as Sync Dream trying to get that stun back up, but doesn't quite manage to.
Yeah, fantastic understanding of when the summoner spells would be available. Bit of action in the bottom lane. Tail uses that buster shot to get to safety.
Yep, didn't even need to use his rocket jump there, so he was going to be fine, just waiting until that Aqua Prism was committed to before he used that ability and just wanders out, but using the ultimate, so still a decent cooldown.
Yeah, and this time around, Gamgee really trying to push the pace. Now that they got the kill, invading on the blue, they of course had that cool, timer because of taking the first one. Definitely gives it to you. Yep,
that is what's going to go on. Amazing J is hanging around here, does have Transcendent Blades available, not going to be able to use that to steal the blue buff. We do have Drizzle waiting in the wings, but not going to be able to fight 4 people here as Let Me swings around as well.
Yeah, Tail needs to be careful. Still 2 members in on his side of the map.
And Tail is doing fantastically here in a 1v2 situation in the bottom side. Only, what, 7 CS behind? He's not worried about that at all.
Yeah, certainly is not. As we see Xiaohu having a much better game this time around. He's been getting a little bit more jungle pressure from his team. Sync Dream's looked very comfortable in this, Annie. Some very good early roams coming through. Now has picked up those Moby boots as well. So bypassing a Sightstone completely, going for some control through some ganks.
Yeah, see whether you can be a ward yourself. Of course, Annie not spending too much time in lane, just hanging out in brushes, being a ward. And look, we said that Annie didn't really fit this team comp all that well, so be a ward. Always going to fit any team comp.
And I like the way that they have used the Annie to try and get some early pressure down in what is once again a late game scaling team comp. We thought that a lot of that would have to go over to Danger, but Sync Dream really has stepped it up and started providing that some support. And we said the one negative was that Let Me was starting to get shoved out of lane and lose some CS. He's caught straight back up, so even this Maokai now fine.
Yeah, and has a level advantage here as well onto Amazing J, so not looking so good here this game for Energy Pacemaker this time around, but it's the opposite situation, you know. There is a lot of late game potential here in the Aurelia and the Azir to get things done as this game moves forward.
Yeah, and a good split pushing threat coming out of Aurelia. Fantastic team fighter if you just go that Blade of the Ruined King into defensive items, but also will be able to duel pretty much everyone on the Gamgee team 1v1.
Yeah, as Kane just gets completely zoned away from his turret, and Tail going to be able to completely catch back up, even though there's a bit of a wave here for Kane to pick up as well.
Yeah, and once again, they're looking to push him straight back off the turret. Sync Dream now got some levels. Danger will join them and even pick up the first turret of the game. So much better early control coming out of Gamgee.
Yeah, and utilizing Tristana as well for her early game power is something that we haven't much seen, but 1 through 3, they really utilize the fact that Tail has that little bit of an extra advantage as this Tristana before getting into that slump that you have in the mid-game.
Yeah, and had the early kill, which is always going to help.
Yeah.
If you pick up the first blood, even if you're not an early game champion, 400 gold in the back pocket never hurts.
Yeah, it's going to feel pretty good. And that Avarice Blade stacking up and getting some cashola. things looking pretty good here for Gamty as they set up for the next dragon in a minute and a half, trying to get that vision down as well. You can see, again, Energy Pacemaker with a lot of deep vision around the red side for Gamty, but it's not necessarily where they need it. They really want to be pressuring towards this next dragon because those 6% stats are only going to get more and more important as this game goes on.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially... I think it's more important from Gamty just because they're going to build raw AD and raw AP on their carries, respectively. Azir more known for some cooldown reduction to get himself going and some attack speed just because of those Sand Soldiers, as well as Corki with all that mixed damage that comes through from Trinity Force and more looking for the burst. So I think that Energy Pacemaker won't be too alarmed about the Dragons at this point, but you're right, they definitely do need to contest going forward just to stop that 5th one coming through extremely early because of how, I guess, on top of it Gamty were at the start of this game.
Yeah, and what you mentioned before as well about this mid lane, Xiaohu, the complete opposite situation. Now that he's got some of this jungle pressure there in the mid, he was still fantastic in the last series. Of course, one of the only members to really stamp his mark on that last game. But at this point, 1-0-0 has that Morellonomicon already finished up and has about a 22 CS lead as well.
Yeah, and I like the response from Gamty because you can't let your newest player be picked on. Like, this guy's stepping up, trying to come into the team and affect some change. And he got repetitively visited from all the members on Energy Pacemaker. So this time they did the right thing. They helped him out, gave him a lot of assistance in getting him ahead in that lane. And a 25 CS advantage and a kill is going to be massive on a mid-game 0.
And it's going to help his feelings as well. You know, when you join this boys club,
it's all about the feelings.
Yeah, it's all about the feelings, exactly. Xiaohu definitely having a lot more fun now, saying, guys, yeah, I'm ready to be your best friend. As Gamty going to start off this next dragon in full vision now of Energy Pacemaker, and they can see the fact that they have cleared out that ward and I think intelligently stopping this dragon, but looks like Energy Pacemaker may want to keep this one going as there are 5 members strong. Let Me does have the teleport, but they just give this one up.
Yeah, that's really bad play coming out of Gamty at that point in the game. No pink ward in the dragon pit, and you start it up in full vision of EP, so not great. Able to equalize that. Maokai will get some free time in the top lane, but he's not going to be able to take that turret. He's just a tree, so...
Yeah. Not quite able to get that one down, but he had his teleport available. I mean, you would have thought that potentially there was a flank there, or do you think that he didn't have the wards available to teleport onto?
No, Danger was way too low to fight that one. Had been completely pushed off by the dragon. We mention this all the time. If you can kill dragon quickly... Sure, he doesn't have that much health, but if you start it up without your AD there, then your AD joins a little bit late. Dragon just does so much ridiculous damage at this point in the game.
Yeah, that only does even up those dragons, though, as Danger decides that, yes, he does want to kill these Krogs. And Drizzle and Shu, again, with the gank squad, but it might be followed up here by Sync Dream and Danger.
Yeah, I think Sync Dream and Danger are looking for the counter gank because Maokai was cheating towards that pink ward, acting as if he wants to sweep it out. Sync Dream needs to be careful to not...
Ooh, they could do a full collapse here as well as Danger is waiting in the wings. There's a Twisted Advance to start things off. We'll see who pulls the trigger first. Everyone being so patient here in the top side of the map when there are 6 people.
This is a Mexican standoff. They both know they're there.
Everyone knows. Even Danger's sort of dancing outside this brush as well, looking very confusing for everyone involved. But oh my goodness, the patience of these Chinese players.
So Energy Pacemaker have decided, oh no, they've cancelled their recall. So won't even still go down there. They're just still waiting this one out.
Dun -dun -dun. Oh, Danger is the first one to break off. And Sync Dream going to head back to the mid lane as well.
Oh, they've gone.
Oh, Let Me gets caught by the Aqua Prison and... Energy Pacemaker's patience pays off.
Yeah, it certainly does. The suspense was killing me, and in the end, ended up killing Let Me as well. So they will pick up a turret in the mid lane for this, however.
Yeah, there's a flash. They may get a kill here as well. Emperor's Divide comes in. Sync Dream has about 0 health, but survives with the heal. Beautiful play from Gamty.
Yeah, so really good response to what was a drawn-out, long, and painfully obvious 3-man gank in the top lane. Able to get a kill in the mid lane, pick up a turret for their trouble as well, and the pressure continues around the map.
Yeah, and the rage kill onto the Azir. Oh man, we were waiting there for so long. Oh well, we'll just kill this bird here in the mid lane.
But still very good vision control by Energy Pacemaker in this game. They've got control over, I guess, the middle portion of the map, not extending it as far as we saw last game into the jungle. So Danger definitely having a better time on this Lee Sin than he was on Rengar. So like the pickup there. And Tail in this bottom lane. He's down in CS, sure, but 2-0-0 now. And that Avarice Blade is starting to pay some dividends.
Oh, you can see that 1,000 gold in the lead is Tail now. And you have to think that has a lot to do with that Avarice Blade doing some work.
Yeah, 440 gold so far off that one. Has had it from pretty much minute 1 in this game. So has stacked up nicely with all that CS he's able to pick up. We'll go back and potentially finish off a static shiv here. Wouldn't be surprised if he got greedy and went for an Infinity Edge, and he does.
Nah, he wants to keep that Avarice Blade for as long as possible, and I'm excited because Avarice Watch is one of my favorite shows, and we'll make sure we keep you up to date on that one as it does keep stacking throughout this game. See what the highest Avarice score that people get. I think it was 800 gold is the highest we've had so far.
Okay, so that's a number to watch coming through.
See whether we can break it this time.
In the mid lane, if we take a look at the items, 40 CS advantage for Xiaohu. That means he's a needlessly large rod up on Azir at this point. Both people, actually, Xiaohu has 1,500 gold to spend, and Azir only has 600. So
oh my goodness,
that's a lot of gold sitting in the back pocket. He might be able to go back and even pick himself up that death cap. We saw that he went the extremely offensive build, just counting on his range to keep him safe last time around.
And you have to think as well that Xiaohu was doing fantastically in a losing game situation last time on this Xerath. Now the tables are completely turned. His team's doing fantastically. They have a little bit more vision control around this map. He's able to clear out these waves really effectively. And I'm really excited to see what Xiaohu does in this late game with an advantage this time.
Yeah, certainly he will be looking to dictate the pace of the mid-game. Xerath just takes over, I guess, sieging turrets at will with that range. And because they've rotated Sync Dream around so much, Tail's level 11. He's getting to that max range Tristana pretty quickly as Let Me, once again, sniffing out a dive, trying to clean out this wave. But there are 3 members moving into his lane. He's become the new Xiaohu this game. He
has. It reminds me of Pokemon from yesterday. Very depressing story of being repetitively dived over and over again. And, yep, Let Me wisely going to concede this turret.
Yeah, and what this means is it gives Gamgee this time around
my goodness,
a little bit of time to be able to set up some vision around this dragon. It is up in about 40 seconds, so maybe we'll be able to control that objective this time around as they're just pushing in on this turret.
Yeah, Sync Dream finally hitting level 6 here at 18 minutes into the game. Does have that big bear that he can throw down. They're going to take the inner turret and then just get the heck out by the looks of things.
Yeah, looking to rotate back towards that dragon.
We've got the flank coming through from Amazing J, but he may be in too deep. You can see the Sonic Wave lands. Danger picks up the kill, but the fight's on for real in the backside as Let Me's come in. Gets caught by the Aqua Prism, but Drizzle, he gets taken down as well. This Jarvan sort of filing in after Amazing J, and Energy Pacemaker just have no idea how far behind they are.
Yeah, they went extremely deep for Tail there and weren't even able to grab the Tristana. That will mean the Dragon will be picked up by Gamgee this time around, extending their lead to 2 dragons to 1, and they've got a 5,000 gold lead at only 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, this is looking like the direct opposite of what happened in the last game, but Gamgee also have Tristana insurance.
Yeah, and that Xerath is just becoming...
Oh, quick, have a look at the Avarice.
Massive. It's actually...
He may actually finish the static ship. 575 before it gets transformed. So not quite gonna win, but we do have a replay coming through, guys, as we have a look at that fight.
So the teleports are the important bit. Aurelia goes into the backline and just gets blown up by how fed this, I guess, the whole Gamgee lineup is. Drizzle follows through, thinking he can pick Tail up, but unable to get the damage. Tail didn't have his heal available at that time, so it was close. And wow, even more action live.
Yeah, Xiaohu, oh, that flash was beautiful. Immediately followed by so many flashes. That Aqua Prism was beautiful. Shu picks up a well-deserved kill.
Yeah, worthwhile spending all of those cooldowns to get it, because that's all of the wave clear on Gamgee. That might mean that they're able to pick up their second turret. And yep, Gamgee wisely backing away. Without Xerath, can't defend.
Yep, unfortunately, Xiaohu sort of coming from this solo queue, unable to be in the right place at the right time. Sun turret coming up here as well. And only 14 seconds. Remember, it's only 19 minutes into this game. Those death timers aren't so high. Things are too difficult to deal with, but with all the members of Gamgee, they're going to be absolutely fine. 2 items now on Tristana in comparison to just that Trinity Force on Kayn, so 3-0-1. You have to think Tails having a brilliant game this time.
Yeah, it would be much more comfy this time around. Also against no armor so far picked up on the side of Energy Pacemaker. So might even be able to go for a Bloodthirster third item and really start shredding through these targets nice and early on.
Yeah, you have to think that Amazing J and Drizzle probably want to start building up that armor now, but of course you sort of need it by this stage when Tristana is getting this large.
Yeah, and the danger is if you build armor at this point in the game, you have a Maokai that does percentage health and a lot of consistent AoE, a Xerath that does a lot of consistent AoE magic damage as well.
Yep.
So there's just way too many threats to take into account as Lemmy has to flash over a wall nice and quickly. I like the flash.
Yeah, very good flash, but it's going to be the flash into the Cataclysm here. Lemmy unable to flash out of this one, but he's trying to turn it around, doing a lot of damage to Drizzle. Doesn't manage to pick up the kill, but yeah, I liked it. Knew that he had to turn and fight.
Meanwhile, his team was shoving down mid lane, able to steal away that blue and might even get a favorable team fight.
Yeah, Shu follows his own tidal wave in, which was very exciting to see this like sort of floating fish coming down, but that's going to be a trade.
He got flash kicked by Danger. I don't think he chose to follow his wave in.
He was riding his wave. Precisely what happened. That's how that works. Imagine if you could click on it.
Oh, God.
Oh, that would be amazing.
And once again, we see the siege coming out. Level 12 Tristana, nice long range. The poke coming out of Xiaohu is massive. And
Tail Tail was just doing fantastically as well, hitting that tower at every available opportunity as well.
Yeah, and the important thing to note was they split their carries. So Tail was on the bottom side, Xiaohu on the top side. No way that they could engage on either because both just do phenomenal amounts of damage at this point in the game. So able to get that one down nice and low.
Yeah, really, really well played. Oh, that depressing time when you don't have a blue buff available. Although Xiaohu did just manage to steal one as well, so maybe a bit greedy on that front. Let me now trying to clear out this top wave, and he's doing fine in the CS department. Yeah, and he's picked up the Rod of Ages here as well, so going to have a little bit more of a chance to clear out some of these waves. The Righteous Glory Maokai's clearing waves is a pretty depressing sight. Of course, don't do too much damage as Gamti now trying again. We'll see whether this time they're going to find it out, but Amazing J, he just knows, man.
Well, he saw 3 people leave mid lane and walk towards top. I don't know where else they would be going but to kill him. So
they may have been going back.
wisely chooses to back off. It allows the last outer turret to fall for Gamti. They've got a 4,000 gold lead at 22 minutes into the game, so they're getting ahead.
They are, but it's not quite the lead that they had early on. We were talking about the fact that there was a 5,000 gold gap, and Energy Pacemaker's done well to try and claw their way back into this one. And with their lineup, you have to think that they're still going to feel pretty confident that they could fight in the later stages, as Raphael has picked up a couple of assists since having a pretty worrying early stage to this game. Now has a stinger. That Morellonomicon's there as well. Has a lot of cooldown reduction, so these Sand Soldiers going to be hitting pretty quickly. And that needlessly large rod, we'll see what he turns it into, because if that's a Zhonya's Hourglass, he's going to be able to easily keep himself alive in these fights so he can get some damage down.
Yeah, so a minute on Dragon. Looks like Energy Pacemaker for the first time have complete control over the area. Gamti really need to group back up here and try and, get some wards down nice and deep. Tail in the bottom lane with double buffs and an extra pickaxe. We'll be going for that last Whisper next item. Does want to be able to deal with the Aurelia.
Ooh. Energy Pacemaker have been spotted out just eventually. It was looking a little bit dangerous for Gamti. But you can see Energy Pacemaker, despite being behind. Oh, dear.
I actually thought they might try and fight that one. They saw Amazing J in the bottom lane. They know his teleport's up, but with the burst damage that comes out of Xerath at this point in the game, might even be too long of a channel to get there in time.
But Gamti now trying to solidify some vision. We were seeing before, it was Energy Pacemaker with all of the vision on this map, and that hasn't changed since these matchups have gone around. Of course, Gamti this time feeling a bit better. They have the lead, but they haven't managed to translate that into a vision control lead.
Yeah, well, they have now. They've got complete control over the Dragon area at this point. Energy Pacemaker are completely split. So unless Amazing J can do some really potent zoning on this Aurelia and get in Xiaohu or Tail's face, this Dragon looks like it's in control of GT.
Yeah, but here's the fight coming in. That's just going to be Drizzle taken off the map immediately, right at the Arcane, just to deter the members of Energy Pacemaker from coming in. And Danger heads straight back to that Dragon. They're going to be able to take this one for free. No jungler available, no smite. Transcendent Blades, not going to do nearly enough damage.
Yeah, definitely not able to get that. And that's the danger of being split around an objective like Dragon. If anything goes wrong and a pick happens, you just have no way to fight. Looks like they might even be trying to go into a... No, they're just going to pick up the top wave.
Yeah, just want to get those red dots that are making them excited on the minimap. Tao going to head up there and extend his CS advantage. You have to think that in his back pocket he might have the money for that last Whisper available. 1,700 gold. So, yeah, most definitely. Only needs another 1,425 for that one. So he's going to be able to secure that item. And then probably look to go into that Bloodthirster next. But this Tristan is just getting huge.
Yeah, and only about 600 gold away from the Void Staff on Xiaohu as well. So he will be doing all of the damage in this mid-game that he would like to. Blade of the Ruin King build coming out of Corki this time around, trying to deal with this Maokai. Although he's nearly got his Randuin's Omen, so you would think that that is a point that Corki won't want to necessarily go anywhere near him.
Oh no. Maybe using that Blade of the Ruin King to give him some extra movement speed, get out of the way of the potential Arcane Smashes to be coming in. Maybe give him a little bit more maneuverability in order to get around that particular ability after he gets advanced upon. It was an interesting turn of phrase, wasn't it?
It was very, very eloquently put.
Don't know whether that's exactly the right word. Raphael going to pick up this blue buff, though. In full vision, Sync Dream just has balls of steel. Heading straight in. It's just level 10 Annie. No fear.
Yeah, and the ultimate was burnt from it by Xerath as well, trying to take that one away. So it won't be available if a fight does come through. But the mass recalls coming out in the mid lane means they might lose this tier 2.
Yeah, the inner turret could be under fire here. Tail does a lot of damage, and it had no health left anyway. So just going to tank that one up and pick it up for himself.
Yeah, meanwhile, split pushes coming out from both top laners. Amazing J has leapt 40 CS in advantage, but at this point in the game, Maokai's exactly where he needs to be. Got that roller stacking up nicely, has a defensive item. Will just look to get tankier from this point. Really doesn't need those huge items to carry the way an Aurelia does.
Yeah, and an Amazing J has the ability to split push a little bit more.
Desperation Baron.
Oh my goodness, this is very dangerous. They don't have vision necessarily. They do now as a ward gets put around the backside from Danger, and Energy Pacemaker immediately back off and say, oh, this is the objective we want. That's the Scuttle Crab, not the Baron.
Yeah, so good try there coming out of Energy Pacemaker. Willing to change it up and try and force an objective whilst they thought members had recalled, but in the end, not really enough of a position to be able to do that one. They do have wave control in the top lane, however.
Yeah, Drizzle gets caught out here. Danger gets caught by the tidal wave as the flash comes through. Kane, what are you doing there in the backside? Gets caught by the stun. Raphael trying to get some damage down. Sync Dream's very squishy. But my gosh, was that a Valkyrie over that wall?
Yeah, it certainly was, and it was because he thought he had caught them in a flank, but the rest of the Energy Pacemaker just weren't in position to follow up. They were caught in the divide. Xerath was putting out a lot of AoE damage, and the flash tippers coming out of Sync Dream just meant that he wasn't even able to pick up Drizzle to Danger to trade.
Yeah, very, very risky plays coming through from Kane. But has that Blade of the Ruin King now, probably going towards that last Whisper for himself. So we have Sync Dream coming around, trying to get some vision down as well. 5-0-2, though, on tail on this Tristana, and that's what we really need to be talking about, as well as Xiaohu now finishing off that trinity of items for really that massive damage spike now that that Void Stuff's been completed.
Yeah, this Tristana is absolutely massive. Unless something comes through, like a really good Xerath ultimate to... Azir ultimate to split her from the rest of the team, we'll just be able to sit back at long range. Is level 15, nearly level 16 at this point as well. So... just going to be doing so much damage from so far away.
Yeah, and Sync Dream now consolidating the vision here on the top side of the map. They know that Baron is going to be the next port of call. Almost not caring about the Dragon of both teams at this stage, although it is coming up in another minute and a half. And Danger going to be continuing to clear out the wards. And GamT have realized that they need to get some vision control, and you can see they are doing exactly that, and exactly where they need to, as well as the last inner turret available is on this top side. Yeah,
it certainly is. So they're looking to shove that one down, use this Tristana's rage, as well as the poke that comes through. Cheeky steal of the Gromp away.
Yep, Phosphorus Bomb still doing enough burst to secure that one for Kane.
So at this point, they're just trying to stall out. Energy Pacemaker really need a fight where they catch someone able to use that Emperor's Divide to split them up, but I don't think it's at this turret. They will just give it up.
Yeah, you can see Tail just able to free hit that turret, and they may even rotate to try and get to this Baron because they've got so much forward vision and so much damage as well.
Yeah, well, they still need to sweep out one last ward there. Looks like Tail does just want to pick up some more CS. We'll maybe look to back and pick up a... He's got to nearly have enough for his Bloodthirster. Yeah, 2,500.
Only needs another 200 gold odd to be able to pick that one up. See whether he does decide to go with. But you have to think that they're going to head back and then go back towards this dragon as well and really try and get themselves some more stacks on that, because making sure that you pressure the enemy team into having to either choose to go for the Baron or that 5th dragon, that's when things get really difficult, and that's something that GAMT can lean on now that they have this sort of team fighting advantage at this stage.
Yeah, it's so hard to dive in Azir. He's just got such good anti-dive potential, and that comes from his ultimate being able to separate people, as well as the high damage of his Sand Soldiers. So dangerous to look to do that, so GAMT need to try and draw people out of the base of Energy Pacemaker.
But Scuttlecrab was picked up here by GAMT around that Baron, so are going to be able to at least have a bit of vision there, guaranteed.
Ooh, Amazing J has the flank, might look to go in here from the top side.
The Amazing J special to come through, as I think Tails actually started off this dragon for himself as well, completely unseen. You can see so much damage coming through from this Tristana.
Yeah, and not even the response to be able to start up a Baron. So good movement once again by GAMT. Looking in the driver's seat, trying to close out this game, but still a lot of fight coming out of Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, and GAMT, they don't look too confident in their ability to win this one. Haven't made aggressive movements as much.
Yeah, they're playing this very safely for a team that's been pretty much 5,000 gold in the lead for the last 15 minutes.
And Energy Pacemaker as well, you can see their side waves are pushing in onto GAMT as well. They have to deal with these, and it means that GAMT can't make these aggressive moves with the minions behind them.
Yeah, so they've sent Maokai once again to try and push out that bottom wave. I would expect Tail to go into that top lane, try and clean that one up. It is absolutely massive at this point.
Yeah, that's going to crash into the turret right now, as Amazing J may actually just come in and coax that turret down. There might even be Sync Dream heads up there. No one, just going to leave it. Just going to let the turret
deal with it. That is a lot of resources crashing into a turret right now.
It is making me very depressed watching it. I'm not going to lie to you.
As a top laner, that is nearly a sin to do that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You see, let me. He wants to come and try and get some of these creeps. He's going to get a few, but there were so many lost to that turret.
So let me actually going for the Aegis of the Legion, looking to go towards that Locket of the Iron Solari. I really like the build coming out of Maokai. He's very dependent on CDR, and of course, with the nerf that went through ages ago to Spirit Visage that took it away from a 20% CDR to a 10% CDR item, Locket is a very attractive position.
Oh, Drizzle's been caught out. That was massive damage, all within this time of that stun. Danger aggressively moving forward. Empress of Fire gets Let Me out of the fight, but Kane's just going to get obliterated by the Rite of the Arcane. The flash from Tail. The reset's coming in here as well. Raphael needing to use that heal for the speed boost. 3 dead. This could be Baron as Amazing J tries to split push his way through.
Yeah, but all they're going to do is send Let Me back in the mid lane. He's going to be able to respond and pick up a free Baron on the side of GAMT. What a play coming out with that catch, and they've really shown how they wanted to control the late game in the last match. Just weren't able to do it because of how far behind they got.
Yeah, and Danger looking so much more comfortable on this Lee Sin as well, playing in that front line, making sure that he's always there to try and land these Sonic Waves and get himself into these fights, despite the fact that he was taking damage, because he knows all he has to do is be a target that isn't Tail in these fights.
Yeah, well, Tail's now picked up 4 offensive items on Tristana. He's 7-0-3 and level 17. This guy is going to rip through any member. That Frozen Heart doesn't mean anything at this point in the game.
Oh, no. And he almost has that Banshee's Veil completed as well. And that's just going to mean he's going to be so much more difficult to lock down by a pick. He's got an extra
4,000 gold over his lane opponent, Kane.
My gosh, that is just horrendous. But with that Baron buff as well, GAMT now looking to try and pressure these lanes. You think that they might have a little bit more split push potential coming through here as well, just because those creeps are going to be doing so much more work. But they are going to stick together and really try and get some more picks, because the team fights have been what are working for GAMT this match.
Yeah, and Amazing J looks to be trying to not get caught out. Nice pink ward behind the lines of GAMT means that if a flank can be come through, Amazing J can look for that one.
Yep, Tail just going to tank up this turret, of course. They're a little bit annoyed at the fact that this cannon creep won't get forward and actually start doing some tanking. And these Sand Soldiers a little bit too far out of range in order to stop this one. So this first inhibitor turret is going to fall down. Amazing J and Drizzle have found their way in around the backside. Sync Dream gets a huge tippers onto the carries, but he's going to get eliminated first up because he's a little bit too far forward. Drizzle, though, gets just obliterated. Look at the Xerath damage. Raphael manages to get Let Me as Tail, oh no, jumps into the Emperor's Divide. That was a sad, sad story, as the wall is going to fall down eventually, and this inhibitor is going to be falling down.
Yeah, those soldiers much taller than they appear, ladies and gentlemen. Not even a Tristana can get over them. But what a team fight coming out of Gamti. They're going to be able to clean up this base. You would think that's a game.
Oh,
Corki
gosh.
gets destroyed.
Xiaohu with so much damage now that he has that. Zhonya's on top of those 3 items from before. And Gamti turning it all around. 1-1 is the series between these bottom rung teams, but that was fantastic to watch.
Yeah, so 10th and 11th, splitting a point. One goes away into the Twisted Nether somewhere, never to return. But what a decisive set of games. First of all, Energy Pacemaker coming out huge in game 1. Gamti able to flip the switch and just a completely different team in game 2.
Yeah, looking really beautiful. And we do have a replay of the final team fight, and we'll just see how Gamti managed to roll over this one after there is a decent flank from EP.
Yeah, so Sync Dream gets this one started after Let Me just take so much damage with a really good flash tippers onto 2 carries, but there's just no follow-up damage and gets absolutely destroyed. Right here, that Cataclysm actually gives Xiaohu the easiest target for Xerath to be able to destroy a team. Raphael tries to change it. That's a little bit of a jump into a wall there from Tristana, but in the end, what a team fight coming through. It just showed how far behind they were and how much damage they could get through.
Yeah, and just Tail having the balls to pick up Tristana again after losing so decisively in the first matchup and then showing us just how well it could work was beautiful to see as well. And I think we have to mention the jungle matchup here because Danger just looks so much more comfortable in this Lee Sin, and you have to think that teams watching this, trying to work out how to defeat Gamti, get rid of his champion pool because you put him on something like a Rengar and he just looks like he has no idea.
Yeah, he certainly did. He had a very, very poor game 1 performance. Like, if we don't beat around the bush, he just wasn't effective on that champion.
Yeah.
You put him on Lee Sin, he had some beautiful flash kicks, got Nami caught out a couple of times himself, and just had much more presence around the map, being able to pick up that Sightstone, got better vision control. And I think a lot of it can be attributed to Sync Dream as well.
Yeah.
Because Sync Dream, in that second game, willing to let him get going and help him with those ganks early on, put a lot of pressure onto Raphael in that mid lane after he kind of had his way with Xiaohu in the first game. They just turned it around in areas they needed to and put on a dominant second game performance.
Yeah, they certainly did. It was like Sync Dream sort of saw what Shu was doing in that first match, of course, as Thresh following Drizzle around, making sure that he gets into all the places that he needs to be. And game round, it worked beautifully, so managing to stun that mid laner. But we are going to be going into our next matchup very soon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll hop into a break for now, but we'll be back very soon with some more LPL action.
And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. It is day 2 here in week 3, where we've seen some amazing matches so far. This time, though, LGD will take on Snake. I'm Julian Page-Time-Car. Joining me is Jake Spawn Tiberi. And it's been another great day of LPL Small. What are you looking forward to in this top 5 match?
Yeah, what I'm looking forward to is the top lane of this top 5 match. FLICKR versus Acorn/Flame.
Flame.
Is going to be amazing to watch. They share so many similar champions, and I want to see how FLICKR really weighs up against these guys.
Yeah, and we've talked about it a lot. FLICKR is almost hilariously played a combination of Acorn and Flame styles. He's been really resourceless and really good to his team. Played a lot just to get Crystal ahead, especially their AD carry. And sometimes he's just gone off on Aurelia and really just tried to kill people.
Yeah, he certainly hasn't. I guess what you're harping on is like, yeah, he's great with a carry style, but played a lot more unselfish than we thought he would.
Yeah, as well. I'm actually going to bring up the standings for you, just demonstrate how much this match means. You can see the top 8 standings. These are the teams currently in contention for playoffs right now. And you can see Snake did drop a couple places yesterday after splitting 1-1 with OMG. They're now in 4th year. LGD above them. This means a lot for points. There's a point between these two teams.
Yeah, there certainly is. And I guess those 2 splits have hurt Snake. Of course, they split against King as well as OMG yesterday. But picking up those 3 wins, they got off to an absolute blinder. But I think the important thing to note was whilst they took out EDG, only were able to beat Gamti as well as World Elite. So they're 2 bottom-tier teams. So we haven't really seen this lineup be pushed as far as we would have liked to so far.
And to be fair, against King, their old rivals, they did split, which was maybe a disappointing result for them. But against their big matchup yesterday as well, splitting 1-1 against OMG is pretty strong, given that they're still the top team in the standings. So they'll be happy with those performances. But if they're going to continue playing against these really strong teams, it's important that they pick up all 3 points here and get both wins.
Yeah, it certainly is. On the other side, they've only lost against EDG. Sorry, LGD have. They've managed to beat Energy Peacemaker, M3, Starhorn Royal Club, as well as World Elite. So once again, some bottom tier teams in there as well. But this game, I think, will show us a lot of the mettle about both teams, how they're coming together in their team play, especially Snake, because they do revolve around. We thought they were going to be a one-man show, but their bottom lane also been terrific. FLICKR in the mid lane as well. So I think this is a good example of how these teams will fare in a 5v5.
Yeah, and we've seen that Snake have actually played pretty well when behind in certain situations. They love to fight and get in. They're really strong, really precise team fighters, and maybe their big weakness is when they don't get off to a good start or they feel a bit inconsistent in parts of their game, they just don't fire. LGD, meanwhile, when they're behind, look abysmal, but when ahead, look probably like the best team in the league.
Yeah, and I think the reason behind that is how these teams play strategically. I know we were talking about it before the game. A lot of Snakes rest on Beast and his movement with champions like Nunu and Jarvan getting around the map, but PYL for LGD has been phenomenal when they are ahead. When he is ahead, he dictates flow of the game from the support position with things like Janna terrifically. So really looking to see how it's kind of a jungle versus support in terms of tactical matchup going further.
Yeah, it really is. And both these teams have demonstrated a lot of really strong strategy. And it's been great to watch, again, these mixed Chinese and Korean teams with lots of good players, at least on the LGD side, really just come together and play well. The best teams in the LPL right now are the teams that are playing well as a team. Yeah,
it certainly is. And in a meta where objectives are so important, be it in the form of turrets early and then moving into those 4th and 5th dragons, and how much power Baron gives you, you can understand why the team fight meta around these rumbles are coming together the way it is.
Yeah, it's been great. And I guess moving a little bit more to just the personal stuff for these players, Barker did play yesterday, had a pretty good performance on his trademark Xerath as he moved away from Syndra. We are into Champs League though. LGD on the left here for game 1. They're our blue team. Snake over on the right there, our red team with Nunu actually, the first ban there. Rek'Sai will follow, and Janna as well for LGD.
Yeah, so want to get Beast onto something that isn't that Nunu. TBQ wants to have some form of jungle left to farm, which Beast doesn't really leave. On the other side of the rift, it looks like Na being taken away from Acorn. Don't want to give a good champion that's nice and tanky over to Acorn, because we know how much of a beast this guy can be in team fight.
Kassadin banned away there as well from both Barker and in particular FLICKR. That's been the other champion he's played. I think it's Aurelia, Kassadin, and Rumble, his 3 big champions. So 2 majors in there as well. LeBlanc, the last ban actually for Snake there. So again, some few more bans onto Wayless, who's looked very very good from the mid lane.
Yeah, he certainly has as well. Jarvan being locked in straight away. I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised if it is the Rumble. Of course, Acorn plays that well. And in response, straight away, FLICKR locks that in.
Yeah, he's not even going to wait for his team to make his second pick. He's like, no, I'm going back to Rumble, guys. Want to take it away from Acorn, like you mentioned. In fact, both of LGD's top laners have played a lot of Rumble in their recent matches. But Jarvan, we talk about him, such a strong flex pick for LGD.
He certainly is, and does surprisingly well against Rumble in the early game. As Rumble starts leveling up that Flame Spitter, he does start struggling, and I like the pickup of Sivir away from him. Sivir is so important around these first, second Dragon fights, and if you get ahead, being able to chase people down can force the pace of a game. And we've talked about how strategically this game is going to play out. I think being able to force is something both teams will look to do.
And it'll be interesting from Crystal actually going with the Sivir and the Rumble for Snake's first 2 picks. He's played a lot of hyper carries. He's played Tristana in most of his games to great success. He's played Draven of all champions in as well. But Sivir, he's played Sivir, it's looked good, but it's not the same style that Snake want to go for. They've either played really early mid-game focused with Sivir, or they've played super late with carries like Tristana and Draven.
And wow, a little bit of maybe... I thought it was going to be a little bit of a disrespect coming away from him. Definitely a good Tristana, but even hovering that into Crystal, who has played it fantastically, is, I guess, important. Wayless taking away the Xerath from Baka, though. I think what you hit on is very important. He had a great Xerath game, and then an okay Syndra game. Didn't look the same, so getting that away from the mid laner from Snake is important.
Yeah, Baka is injured as well, by the way, but he is playing despite the injury, so he's still looked pretty good, very competent on his main champion Xerath, and decent, as we said, on Syndra. Still has those mechanics down. Thresh, Xerath, though, you mentioned a good blocker pick, and now Snake, 2 more picks for them.
Yeah, and looking to maybe pick up a Morgana, probably in the support position to try and keep Crystal a little bit safer on this close range AD carry, although Xerath will be able to blow through that, and wow, a Kayle being picked up.
I think that is Kayle. Yeah, that's another champion that Beast played. Looks a little too much like Pantheon, but that is Kayle if I recall correctly, and Morgana, the first 2 picks ever Snake. And this is a bit more of Beast's aggressive jungling that he wants to get going here.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think it's important because it gives, there's already a couple of very good Divine Intervention targets. Morgana, of course, being able to get that Soul Shackle's full duration off in a team fight from a support position without the Zhonya's Hourglass. And I would expect maybe an Assassin to come out from Baka here, maybe even something he can dive in there with to get control over the mid lane. Imp looks like he's going for a Graves, and in a close range matchup, this will be pretty tough for him to take into a Sivir.
Yeah, I mean, Sivir, we talk about it being such a short-range carry and having some issues. Graves and Aurelia, the last 2 picks there for LGD, so Graves is going to come in now. It is a bit interesting. Spell Shot, I think, makes it a bit awkward, but it's sort of push versus push for 2 very short-range AD carries.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's down to whether Crystal can get a good spell shield off on one of the buckshot or collateral damages. If Imp waits that one out, they just have such good trading potential. In the top lane, Acorn will probably have his way with FLICKR in a 1v1. Aurelia, one of the few champions that Rumble really struggles with.
Yeah, and will be interesting to see how FLICKR plays it. Again, he's played a lot of very resourceless Rumble, a lot like Acorn's Rumble, actually. He's been happy. He's been thrown into a million 1v2s, it feels like. He doesn't really have items, but he always shows up aggressively with his teleport, often with his home guards as well, and looks to make plays for his team. And that's a good last pick for Snake as well. Baka is back on Azir.
Yeah, and I like Baka's Azir, but I'm confused why people keep taking Azir into Xerath. Xerath just has such a good laning phase against Azir, can starve him off farm, and if Azir needs anything, it's really to get rolling, get those items, because once he hits that mid-game stride, does so much consistent damage.
Yeah, kind of a good Divine Intervention target though as well. I think the last time that Beast played Kayle, they were running a bit more of a harder carry, so not Sivir. I think something probably closer to Draven or Trist, so a little bit different flavor there as well. But Snake going to be looking to play pretty aggressively here. This is not the same, Protector Crystal Tristana that we've seen from a lot of the previous Snake games.
Yeah, and they do need to be coordinated in these team fights. Whenever you take a Rumble into a team composition, you always have to mention he's level 6 and 11, and they don't really have much to lock people down on top of that equalizer, apart from the Emperor's Divide, so they're really going to need to be on point with their coordination in these team fights to set something up, because otherwise there's just so much backline damage that can come through from LGD.
Yeah, and again with Baka just being, seems like a very comfortable player with long-range champions. Played Syndra yesterday, obviously a big Xerath player. Now Azir, the other champion we've seen him on a couple of times, obviously likes to stay safe, have zones, and have very safe lanes, but he could struggle here against, his own main champion, Xerath.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, it's just one of those confusing matchups why you would pick into it. I think there are a lot of champions that do deal well with Xerath. I just don't think Azir is one.
It's interesting. I just don't think Bucker plays Assassins. Maybe that's what it is. He's like, I can't really play LeBlanc, so I don't want to take it in. I'll take something I know a little bit better.
Yeah, that certainly might be that. But overall, I think that this team fight will be decided pretty early on because LGD have a pretty good scrappy brawl comp themselves.
Yeah, love to fight there as well. And we are going to get into the game. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. LGD versus Snake here in their first game of the best of two. Our second match today here for day 2 of our LPL coverage. And this will be a very important one. 2 top 5 teams going head-to-head. And this, I think, if I recall correctly, might be the battle for first place if one team 2-0s.
Yeah, it certainly will be very close at that. OMG, of course, sitting up there. I think they've only split one set so far, so might just be off the pace, but they're definitely close in this. Top 4 positioning is really important to be able to, in a very long season, stay comfortable in your playoff ranking.
Yeah, and I mean, if it's not first, it's going to be close up towards the top of the standings. Snake had the shot yesterday to get close, and they'll be up towards second or first again if they can 2-0 here. But again, a point between these two teams, I think 13 for LGD and 12 currently for Snake. So they're going to leapfrog each other here, especially if the result's one-sided.
Yeah, certainly. And this is another one of those games that the 2-0 becomes so important for that point that disappears towards the top of the table. Looks like standard starts will come through, but a lane swap initiated by Snake. So the response to the Aurelia being picked up into the Flandre's Rumble is to send the bottom lane top.
And we see a lot of this from Snake. They love putting Flandre in different 1v2 situations. And Siva is kind of a weird one in a lane swap to me, Spawn. Kind of curious how that's going to work out as Schwen down the bottom with PYL will start off towards his Krogs moving to red. And looks like blue start there for Beast's Kale.
Yeah, it certainly looks like we'll just have some nice double jungling going through at the start. You mentioned how Siva performs in a 2v1. She shoves very well, obviously, you know that, but does have very low base AD as well, so can freeze relatively well. Graves in the exact same position, able to just last hit him, stack that wave nicely as Ella just bullying Akon away.
Yeah, Akon was kind of hiding in the top lane. Like, this definitely works out for Snake here as Ella is going to pressure Akon back towards his own blue buff, actually. So plenty of space in the top lane. And this is pretty dangerous almost in some ways because Snake, although we are going to jungle horizontally, it looks like, Snake are actually going to leave the top side of the map fairly vulnerable.
Yeah, they certainly are. And PYL getting some good ward, a good ward down near that mid lane, making sure that keeps the bottom side of the map nice and safe for Wayless, and I'm happy to just let this lane push in. I think that this does fall into Snake's hands a little bit. I think that, of course, Aurelia does need more farm than that Rumble to get going early, and Rumble being able to pick up the early experience just puts it a little bit further in their favor. Yeah,
so a bit of that mid lane matchup as well. Wayless definitely getting the better end of this early poke trade series here. Does need a bit of time to scale up. Very powerful late game mage, but going to struggle a bit in these early trades here. Now Beast and Flandre going to team up, and they're actually going to try and steal away the blue buff.
Yeah, really smart play, recognizing that they have their duo lane on the top. Ella knew that it wasn't taken because of that early ward going in there, and able to get a 3 buff start is really important for these guys.
Now you can kind of see Schwen over on the other side is like, where'd the blue buff go, guys? Not going to get it, and this is super rare for a 3 buff to happen on this patch.
Yeah, this is one of the first ones I've seen specifically in the LPL, just because they are very good at jungling sideways and don't normally get shoved off a lane the way Akon did. Imp has now gone into a hard push. No, actually that's in his side of the map. Wow.
Yeah, he's just going in. Graves, I guess, just wants to start getting the push on Beast and now towards the top, looking for a tard. However, unfortunately, no one to dive here, so maybe just going to transition to their own hard push. And Snake, we saw it yesterday in their opening game against OMG. Their recent level 1s have looked superb.
Yeah, they certainly have. Flandre actually burnt the teleport to get into the bottom lane. It is only 4 minutes in, so if there's an 11-minute chain fight, it will be back up, but he's in a much better position than Akon this early in the game.
And I can tell you, if there's somewhere for Flandre to teleport to, he'll just do it, unquestionably. He loves to burn it, be aggressive. His team's good at playing around it when it's up. And Beast actually down towards the bottom here. PYL going to get aggressed on Kale, doing a lot of damage early on with his double buffs. And PYL has to be very careful, walks all the way back towards his tier 2 turret.
And this is devastating for LGD. They're being forced off 2 waves in the top lane, whilst Flandre gets CS and experience in the bottom lane.
And we saw it yesterday, the 4-man 3-minute proxy, I think, was Snake strat against OMG yesterday. This is going to be the 4-minute 3-man proxy. So a bit of a change up, but as you mentioned, benefits FLICKR massively there in the bottom.
Yeah, it certainly did. However, what it does do is starve a little bit of experience away from Crystal, gives a little bit more over to Imp. So we always talk about how much burst can come out of this Graves if he gets some levels behind him, so a lot of pressure now on Imp to turn up for his team.
Yeah, and both AD carries are looking good on the CS front here, but Imp is going to actually some problems in the top side of the map. Beast is a little low here, but Imp will just continue on hanging out with FLICKR. Level 5 now for Imp, so really nice work.
Yeah, it looks like Imp will be able to shove this turret in, nearly taking it down, but yeah, a lot of summoner spells burn in that top lane. There was a flash, both summoners for Crystal, and an exhaust on the side of Ella, so a good turnaround in the end. Probably through an initiate from Schwen.
Yeah, and the turret's still up for LGD crucially as well, so haven't seeded that yet. PWL and Akon going to form their own duo lane now on the top side of the map. And Schwen will now visit in towards the mid lane. Barker actually could be in trouble. Getting knocked out there by Azir. He's a little low on mana. Does not have any summoners. Gets smited there. Can he go off to a soldier? No room to go. Good knock-up actually. The shield might be enough there. It looks like he popped. No, doesn't have barrier. Just somehow survives. Hit the champion with the shield. Great play.
Yeah, exactly right. Able to get the gap closer into the champion with a nice little juke and then gets away from the Q. So in the end, really nicely played out of Barker. Has to use both summoner spells, and Wayless has both his available. So overall, good pressure coming out of Snake, but maybe a little bit of over-aggression.
Yeah, Wayless pretty low there as well. I feel like Barker was probably just trying to get some pressure down and get a kill potentially, as Fabian on the top lane does get boomerang bladed there by Crystal. So he might be forced off. Looks like he'll look to recall now. And again, Akon not having too much fun here. 4 CS to 23 for those two top laners.
Yeah, it certainly looks like he's in a better position. FLICKR also has 2 levels as well, which will be key when it comes to these first couple of team fights. But overall, pretty equal CS in the rest of the lanes. Imp's doing very well by himself in this bottom lane. Has picked up level 6.
Yeah, and Imp is going well. And you talked about people that need to step up for LGD, or, if they're giving a lot of resources to Imp, that's a great guy to give resources to. He has played fantastically in pretty much every LGD game. So no surprise to see them giving him a lot of respect and a lot of room here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and the more I think about the team comms coming through, I like the fact that they went Azir because Imp is very short range. So the only person with very good zone control apart from the Equalizer is that Azir for Barker. So it's probably going to be his job to try and force Imp out of these team fights. So looking forward to that head-to-head as the first turret falls in the top lane.
Yep, Snake going to pick that one up. Crystal pushing on there. Akon getting a bit more aggressive, trying to get some more experience for himself. That's a good hook by PWL. Schwen over the top on the beast. The Xerath ultimate gets popped also. The heal not enough there, and that's a great ultimate for Azir. Right back into the tower onto Schwen, but a good stun there for Wayless, and Schwen lives on a sliver of health. Now Barker going back and trying to get aggressive. A great play, but not enough.
Yeah, how did Schwen survive that? It was by the skin of his teeth, able to get out of there. Good turnaround from Barker. Equalizer dropped.
Of course, FLICKR here again. This pops the Equalizer. Tried to get, I think, the sniper onto Schwen, but he did survive there. The turret did go down to the bottom lane as well, so Imp will get that one. FLICKR now going to join in the mid now, looking for a tower, and Snake are really pushing down these turrets.
Yeah, Ella looked for a flank in the middle of that, was able to get a stun down. Wayless, taking a lot of damage. But it looks like it will be equalized. So Imp was able to pick up the bottom lane turret amongst all of that. Gold is pretty much even apart from that kill that went across onto Wayless in the mid lane. And really nice, even early game coming out from these guys.
Yeah, and Snake, despite the good start, things will even up a bit. Crystal has not left this top lane, continuing to farm. Haven't spent the initial gold that he's gotten, and Imp has gone back to buy both a pickaxe and a BF sword.
Yeah, Crystal is on about 2,500 at this point. We'll be able to go back and mirror the buy coming out. And wow, Barker getting chunked out. Needs to be careful.
Blue gets stolen, though, so Snake get away with another buff steal here. Very important to give the mana hungry Azir that blue was on. Snake, another great early movement. Beast really getting it going.
Yeah, and Beast only level 4 at 9 minutes, so he is falling behind experience-wise, but did a lot for his team to ensure that FLICKR was ahead. So that guy's definitely getting it going. Kale, another one of these champions that does terrifically with items, but doesn't really need them for the ultimate to come out.
Yeah, and that might be the biggest change from Snake's early game strats in general, is that FLICKR has, again, been the recipient of a lot of just whatever this team wants to leave him, he gets. It's a lot of scraps that he's been picking up, but much more enabled now in this particular game, well and truly ahead of Akon in the early game. And a FLICKR that's got items and ready to go off is very scary.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think it's more of it wasn't a conscious decision by Snake to let it happen that way. It was just a poor response from LGD to try and repetitively force their way into that top lane instead of matching pressure in the bottom. In the end, I think Imp came out a little bit further ahead than what Snake did overall, but it was a very risky pick to play it that way.
And Crystal now back in the bottom lane with Ella as well, so we'll break back out into standard lanes now. Crystal went with the BF Sword and the Avarice Blade, so a bit greedier there for the early item build, but absolutely fine hit for Sivir, who's now with the BF Sword able to crush waves really fast in this bottom turret.
Yeah, and Imp is 2 full levels ahead of Crystal in this matchup. Support's pretty much equal, so this could be pretty difficult for Crystal in the 1v1.
And crucially for Beaster as well, just picked up his own blue buff, I believe. So that experience that he'd lost a little bit from the early pushing gets a lot of that back. And again, the blue buff control's been stellar so far, Snake, in his first 10 minutes.
Yeah, it certainly has. And the ward control on top of that has just been beautiful from Snake. You see that LGD are trying to wrest control of that back with a couple of nice pink wards. But overall, you have to just say that they've lit up the map in a way that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Morello Nomicon's done for both mid laners now as well. So big spikes coming through for both the Xerath and the Azir. And this first fight around the Dragon's going to be really big for both these teams. Beast now going to get his red as well, looking towards a quick level 6, or quick-ish, as we approach the 11-minute mark. Not quite 6 yet, though, is Beast. He'll have to do a couple more camps or maybe attack some lanes to really get the ultimate going.
Yeah, and I think that that will be the switch that they need to flick before they're willing to fight for this first dragon. Kayle won't provide much without that ultimate coming through. Is going, for those that want to, I guess, replicate this build at home, for the AP item with that 20% CDR, just looking to ensure that that E is up as much as possible. And, of course, the more ultimates you can throw out, the better.
Yeah, Meg is probably the most unexplored of the jungle enchants, but very strong on AP-based junglers, and Kayle no exception there. Akon in the top lane finally picking up a bit of CS. He got himself a Sheen to help with last hitting, plus a Ruby Crystal as well and a couple wards. So a little low maintenance right now for Akon, but he'll definitely get going on this Aurelia as he picks up more CS. Flandre as well does have his TP back, and he's got a very quick Sork Shoes, actually.
Yeah, so looking for that early pen and the ability to get away from these ganks, I suppose, because his lane is the longest lane at the moment. He is being forced to farm in unsafe territory. Actually looks like he might even be ganked now. Does get pinged back. Talking about the jungle item, the AP1 is the most gold effective. So if you look at it, definitely you get more bang for your buck if you take that one into there.
Imp, got to be careful. Pillwhale almost gets burned up. Good lantern there, and Flandre actually had teleported down to the bottom lane, snuck his way onto a ward, but can't convert the kill.
Yeah, that guy's a ninja, and it means that they've started up the dragon straight away. As soon as they got that level 6 out of their jungler, they just wanted to fight.
And a very creative teleport there. Actually looks like in the back, LGD coming in as well. The dragon getting low here. Can they get it down? First Jarvan going to come in. Does get the steal onto that dragon. And now Schwen going to dive in on top. It does go down there to Crystal. Beast a little low as well, getting poked out by the Xerath. But everyone will back off there. So one kill for a dragon. Well worth it for LGD. May never mind. Wayless going to get chased down. The binding will miss though, and that's only the first kill.
Yeah, and then force them away from the mid lane where the turret is still up. So this means Snake, whilst losing the dragon, might be able to pick something up for their trouble. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, there's no objective there for LGD to take. Looks like, in the end, they will just be able to even it up and rotate around. But that was a lot of ultimates used just to take out the jungler.
Yeah, and a little awkward there. Beast been very clutch on most of his smites in those situations, but couldn't quite get that first dragon. That gets stolen away by Schwen there from LGD. Imp down the bottom as well. Building a CS lead now as well in this Sivir, just casually slow pushing his wave into the bottom turret.
Yeah, just looking to, I guess, make sure it's trimmed as far as possible before it gets in there. The bigger the wave is, the longer it will take for Sivir to deal with it, although cleans out waves nicely. And I like that mention of how clutch Beast has been on these smites. Shows that Schwen timed that one very well, and there was a lot of inherent pressure coming through from the LGD lineup to fight that fight.
Yeah, Beast going to clear out the Raptor camp for himself, get a bit more gold and experience. Kind of looking through as well. No other major items being finished yet, but gold is building up now. And the gold lead very even here in this particular game. Of course, LGD up a dragon after that steal. Flandre has apparently found a new home in the mid lane, though. He's continuing to push waves in with his Flame Spitter.
Yeah, it's because of that freeze that came through from Akon. It's just left the lane exactly where he wants it to be, in the top. As we mentioned, no big items being picked up. Infinity Edge picked up for Imp, so he's rushed that one straight away. Want to see whether he goes with the Youmu's or with the Static Shiv that we've been seeing a little bit more. Of course, Youmu's adds a lot of surprising burst through that armor penetration it adds.
Yeah, we see the mid tower did get taken out there by Snake as well. So a lot of space open on the bottom section of the map here towards that dragon area for Snake. So got a bit more room to maneuver there as well. FLICKR still rocking low on the items here, but level 9 on Rumble, not too bad. Actually, almost level 10, so getting closer and closer to that crucial level 11 for that second dragon fight.
Yeah, it certainly is. Acorn has caught up in gold, however, whilst this is all going on. As we mentioned, he's had the perfect freeze for so long, and I was about to say, without dropping an equalizer, that won't be pushed into the turret. Is able to do it, so now pressure on Acorn to try and pull this minion wave back as far as he can.
FLICKR in trouble, actually. It seems like FLICKR going in onto Acorn, wants to get aggressive. Can't quite follow up with the tower dive though, and Acorn will be safe for now, but FLICKR really trying to put his carry pants on, I think.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he realized that it wasn't going to hit the turret, so in the end just goes in deep as Schwen steals away a buff.
Yeah, Imp actually goes in there. The buff does go again to Jarvan this time, so LGD will finally get themselves a blue buff. It's actually Snake's blue buff to the jungler that goes in here as Wayless will push into the turret as well. Had a bit of a scuffle for that buff as well. Bucker got very low, but saved by Beast's ultimate there. And now we'll look for a little reset here. LGD going to answer in kind for the mid turret. No, Ella and Crystal here to defend.
Yeah, and the pushing power that comes out of Sivir at this point in the game is probably unrivaled from AD carries. We're seeing Graves on the other side. He's probably the only one that can deal with it the way that Sivir can at this point. So Crystal just looking to shove back while Azir was shopping. And overall, LGD have done a great job of equalizing this game from what looked to be a start that was dictated to them.
Yeah, and this is a kind of a common theme from yesterday's Game 1 versus OMG as well. Snake got off to a fantastic early game. About the first 10-15 minutes looked great. And then as we moved into the mid-game, just a little less consistent, a little less clean from Snake, but they closed out the game well. So if that continues here, then we'll see again another win. But Crystal had Tristana in that game. Now he has Sivir.
Yeah, and whilst he has picked up that kill, is 20 CS behind, so pretty much equal on gold with Imp, maybe a couple up at this point, but early Zerk is coming out on Graves. I don't really know if that pickup is as good as it can be on Graves. He does much better with flat stats as opposed to attack speed. Maybe looking to maneuver his way away from this Azir in these team fights.
These are long lanes as well. I think there's a lot of pushing going on, so maybe Imp realizes to be in empty lanes he needs to be a bit quicker as FLICKR almost gets himself hooked there by PYL, but will remain safe. And again, just cleaning out wards, has picked himself up a Haunting Guys now as well. So again, has the 2 penetration items ready to go for this next Dragon fight. It's up in 1:35.
Yeah, it's definitely getting closer, and Acorn, in response to that, has started to shove out the top lane, trying to put some pressure on the map through that minion wave. FLICKR mirroring that, but has now jumped ahead in CS. So anyone looking to play Aurelia, that is exactly how you do it. Freeze in favorable areas, make sure that you're not bleeding out objectives, fight when you need to fight, but just farm up a storm.
Yeah, and given the start that Acorn had, which was horrible to kick off the first few minutes of this game, caught up very nicely. The Trinity Force might even be ready for this next Dragon fight, and that's, again, a minute away, so not too far as PYL can look to get some vision for his team now as well. Infinity Edge was also completed by Crystal, along with some Berserker Greaves, so Power Spikes are coming through now as we team up for, again, the next major objective.
Yeah, and this time, onus really is on Snake to pick this one up. The steal away from Schwen last time just meant that this FLICKR Rumble isn't going to do as much, and very, very smartly, LGD looking for a pick before the fight even begins. Don't want to deal with that Rumble equalizer.
Yeah, FLICKR not level 11 either, but he is walking back down now. So does have his teleport, he has to get in immediately. Schwen actually takes a lot of damage there. The Gromp will be defended there and go over to Snake, and PYL and Schwen will continue to try and get some vision. Not a whole lot of vision going on around the pit right now, so both teams probably going to look to set up those wards. Beast and Baka going to really hard push the tier 2 in mid.
Yeah, so hard to push into his Xerath, however. That damage coming through. Just cleaning out the minions. FLICKR didn't choose to use his teleport to get in anywhere this time around. And the flank coming through from Imp, potentially.
We'll have to see. The Sun Turret did go up, so LGD going to get a bit more forward vision. Actually, he's on top of all. Imp has to be very careful as the rest of Snake are going to move in. Good pink ward clearing there by Baka's Azir as well. Azir is so good at clearing out those wards. And the Sun Turret goes down. Snake bought themselves a bit of time, and they're onto their second dragon.
Yeah, Acorn once again teleporting behind. They might look to fight this.
They're going to go in. Are they going to opt in for another 50-50 smite? Schwen dives in again, but they're actually going to start the team fight. Imp actually on top of Crystal. Acorn's there as well for that first kill, but Baka will chase in now. That's a decent equalizer to try and trace out, but the dragon goes to LGD, and Acorn might get away. He gets smited there by Beast. slowed down there by the Q as well. And Bucker chasing him for the damage. But Wayless off to the side now. He's going to stun up that kill. Almost going to get that kill. Bucker though as well. Ella gets taken up by Wayless. Schwen over the top, dives in with the Cataclysm. And Flandre now does get the Black Shield onto him. But that's a good double kill coming up for Xerath. Another stun time perfectly. And that's a full wipe there for LGD.
Wow, that team fight went horrible for Snake. They chose to chase the really tanky Aurelia at this point in the game with all that added tenacity instead of going for the Dragon. Equalizer missed everyone. Everything went wrong. And in the end, LGD clean house.
Yeah, they get a third turret here as well, taking out the tier 2 in the bottom lane, which is a big win for them. The second Dragon now basically stolen away by Schwen, which is just insane. And I don't know if Snake, they felt like scared to go into another 50-50, but I think you just commit to the Dragon and then have the team fight.
Yeah, I think they're scared of the Schwen Xerath combo that's coming out of Wayless, because if you can get a nice Cataclysm over the top, you can just set up that little nice hoop for Xerath to start dunking people, and that happened again, and this game all of a sudden has just blown out in favor of LGD.
Yeah, and they're off to a pretty decent lead now, so almost at 3,000 gold ahead, but with two Dragons. One of them stolen away, let's be frank there, from Snake there as well. So looking good so far. Empowering up as well. Got himself a Brutalizer and a pickaxe. Wayless doing really well, actually. Almost got a Rabadon's completed at 301 with his Morellonomicon, and the Trinity Forces done for Acorn as well.
Yeah, so they're in a terrific spot at this point of the game. The Armor Shred build that's coming out of Imp means that they're trying to look to finish early as Acorn gets a little bit aggressive in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Crystal does get aggressive on Acorn. They're going to dive back in. Good use of the ulti. Imp on the side. There's an amazing ultimate coming through, and the damage is more than enough. Now Ella just nowhere to go. Will likely get another kill to Graves. Acorn though might take it instead. PYL's like, hey, give me the kill. But Acorn will look to take it. And PL's forced to take it instead.
Yeah, not able to pick up that one. Support player takes it away. All in all, 3 assists, so that's still very, very nice work for LGD. And now that they've opened up the map, their movements just look better than Snake's at this point in the game.
Yeah, we talk about it. LGD when they're ahead. PYL shot calling just makes them look so strong. That's an amazing hook on the beast of the box. Not going to get him through. The intervention does not save him from the Xerath ultimate, and there's another kill for LGD. 9-2 now.
Yeah, and support Graves coming through. 107 for him. Just can't get a kill for himself, but with that much CS, not going to be complaining. Wayless now 4-0-1. Will be able to go back and pick up that death cap, and he's looking terrific on Xerath.
Yeah, Bucket just dodging that stun there as well. Trying to clear things out with these Sand Soldiers underneath the turret. Crystal will join him as well. Almost got a static shift done up, so that's going to make a big difference to the wave clear here of Snake. But we've talked about Snake when they're behind. They like to keep fighting. They'll keep in it, but they just never seem that they can close out a game when they're falling behind, especially in a lead with a lead like this against this team.
Yeah, and they're running a no-tank lineup, which just means that they're so unforgiving. We haven't touched on it yet, but running a Rumble top and a Kayle jungle just means that you're not going to have the durability of, say, an Aurelia and a Jarvan. So the longer this game gets, the harder, unfortunately, it's going to be for Snake to get any advantage out of it.
Yeah, we'll see Snake just kind of forced up against their base turrets now. Barker with a decent amount of CS. Crystal actually in trouble in the bottom lane. Im just going to run in. That's a great smoke screen. They're on the hunt. Probably not enough. Im going to look for the ultimate. Finds it there and just takes out Crystal 1v1.
Yeah, the solo kill coming through. And once again, we mentioned how important the spell shield is in that. Imp has the answer. Just on-point smoke screen time and time again, able to burst him down.
Yeah, I mean, just keep autoing right if you're in range. It doesn't really matter. Not even the Sivir ultimate could save Crystal there. And Snake looking very scattered in this first game. And LGD looking again, when they're ahead and aggressive, everything looks good.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it's going in their favor. I guess the saving glory for Snake is the fact that Rumble has now picked up another item. Wow.
Bucker, good dodge. Not enough though. Acorn finds him and gets the kill.
Yeah, Wayless has become absolutely massive. I don't even know if there is a saving grace at this point. I guess that Rumble is building himself up into that Zhonya's Hourglass, but with how quickly this game is falling apart, it looks like Snake might not have some answers.
Yo, Beast going to get dropped there as well. The ultimate, not quite enough. Black Shield in there as well, but Schwen just dunks him with the Cataclysm, and that Ella in trouble as POL going to grab him up, and there's a double for the jungler. Now Flandre coming in, looking to 1v4. Pops his ulti, gets played back, and PYL gets the kill.
Yeah, looks like they will be able to maybe trade a couple here, however.
Acorn going in, does that a Crystal. That's actually a triple, I think, coming out for Severe. So lots of gold coming through there for that 80 carry, but we're going to need that mistake to happen a couple more times. And LGD, little too aggressive.
Yeah, they just went a little bit ham there. That's okay. They're still 6,000 gold up. They got exactly what they came for, a lot of map pressure. Imp was able to come through and push in that top lane at the same time. So they're going to pick up another turret for themselves. And overall, even though they maybe went a little bit too aggressive, they're still coming out ahead in these.
Yeah, Imp now in the top side takes it, I think. No, with an actual turret this time, not a sun turret. So LGD looking good there on their turrets as well. Have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's really hard to count turrets when Azir's on the map. And Bucky now going to clean out the top side of the map as well. If there is anything going here for Snake, it might be the Azir getting to late game. But the way LGD play when they're ahead, with the team comp they have with this lead, it's very hard for Snake to win.
Yeah, and the problem is there's just too many answers to Azir in this. They're able to, I guess, re-engage. They have long-range poke coming through. At the end of the day, at this point, Imp could probably just shoot him over the wall with a couple of spells and kill him outright. I really think they need to get a favorable dive with FLICKR nailing an equalizer for anything to happen.
Well, LGD definitely bit off a little too much in that mid lane before, so if that keeps happening, then Snake can capitalize on those mistakes and get themselves back into this game. But right now, it'll take a couple of more mistakes like that for LGD to really start to fall truly behind. And they're going to get their third straight dragon with Snake still having 0.
Yeah, and it's only 25 minutes in the game pastry time, so these dragons stacking up very quickly. About 34 minutes through, they will be looking to take that 5th one. So they're sitting in the driver's seat at the moment. There's not much Snake can really do but hope for a mistake.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, we've seen that Snake love to fight even when behind. They'll just go in and force the best engages they can with the tools they have. The problem is, you fall behind enough, your tools just aren't very good for the job. So we'll see what Snake can get done here, but LGD have very rarely, in fact, if ever so far in the LPL, relinquished a lead that has been this strong.
Yeah, Snake definitely are more of a sledgehammer type team. They do look to get in there and take teams out by brute force, and looks like this time LGD just able to move around. They're not forcing anything at all, so you got to say that they're playing in a way that doesn't really afford mistakes.
And that's LGD when they're ahead. They love to play tutorial style. Whaler's going to get the blue buff there as well. Baka will get his own there as well. But again, it'll take quite a bit of turtling. Azir's a pretty good champion. I think I jokingly called her the new Anivia yesterday because she can stall out games. But it'll take a lot of stalling here for Snake.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, they have a terrific stall comp. They have, of course, the intervention that can come through that just deters turret dives so much. They've got the equalizer they can throw out as well as all the wave clear out of Azir and Sivir. So they can definitely stall, but there's just a lot going right for LGD at this point. Imp going to go back, pick himself up some more items.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Imp is getting massive here in this game. Ghostblade, IE, and Last Whisper now all done, as well as Boots 2 there for the Berserker Groove. So Imp, 257 CS at 207, looking monstrous again here in an LGD game. And Baron is now on the menu as well, so Snake have even more problems to consider.
Yeah, so we mentioned that with how much pressure Snake tried to put on Imp to get him in a position to carry, definitely has shown up big for his team. So props to that guy on Graves. Playing the matchup very nicely, and wow, a Haunting Guy's actually coming out from Wayless, so he's looking to just get some flat penetration through and hit his stride right now. They want to end this game pretty quickly. Yeah,
Wayless has looked so good on this Xerath. 4-0-4 there on that champion with those 3 big items done, Morellonomicon, the Haunting Guys, and of course the big Rabadon's Death Cap to go with those Sork Shoes. So looking good here for LG. They just have to pick a plan, but again, they've played very safe and very standard when closing out games, and they've done it very cleanly every time. So Snake, they will fight back here a little bit. Baron is a potential here if they can sneak it away. That happened to Snake yesterday against OMG. I don't think that'll happen here again. They actually are going to start to clear out Vision of Crystal though. Oh, Imp almost gets the kill though, forcing out all of the summoner spells, or at least the heal.
Yeah, it certainly did. Forced out the ultimate more importantly as well, which means engaging on them just becomes even easier as well. Baka going very aggressive.
Yeah, setting up a turret as well. I mean, maybe Snake are really trying to cheese a Baron at this point. They're getting a vision at least, which will help them here in this point of the game. They do not want to lose that Baron if they can help it. That's maybe one of the ways they can get back into this game. Sun turret does fall down. The LGD are going to start their push up here. And they've potted around for a couple minutes, but they really have so much control in this game.
Yeah, they have a lot of control, but the turret diving is nearly becoming not an option. The Zhonya's Hourglass nearly finished up on the support Morgana at this point as well, so that's even more anti-dive. They really need to force objectives out in the open, which is why they're trying to clear out this Baron area. They will put even more focus on Dragon now, and they've started it up. Yeah,
good sideway from Snake in the top side of the map, though, as Baron now did get started by LGD. Snake don't have enough vision here. So many pink wards around the area for LGD. And they could dive in here, but it's well and truly under 50% health, and LGD just going to steal with this Baron Snake, not interested or unaware that they can contest.
Yeah, just don't want anything to do with it. They definitely knew what was going on from that shrine. However, just nothing that they can do. They're too far behind at this point. They need to bleed a couple of objectives. but won't be able to, I guess, they need to keep stalling. This
Yeah.
game needs to go for 50 minutes.
Yeah, and that's the theme for Snake's comp at this point in the game. They've just fallen a little too far behind. That's a massive gold lead for LGD of 9K or 8,500, 5-2 in turrets, although some of those are Azir turrets, I think, as well. But other than that, just big item spikes across the board. A really solid team comp here for LGD. Snake, you're just going to have to chill out a bit and keep farming. 3 items there for Crystal. Things are starting to look up.
Yeah, they definitely are hitting some very important spikes. The Death Cap coming through from FLICKR is another one that we have to mention. Soon the Zhonya's will be finished up for FLICKR as well, but they're just at this point where they're hitting strides, and if this was a normal game, you'd be like, okay, now they can start fighting. But you just look at the other side and, wow, now that the Void stuff has been finished up by Wayless, he's just going to absolutely melt backlines.
Yeah, Snake can't even feel like they can contest for this turret, actually. That standing goal for the Tier 3 not going to get up here as Imp and Akon are in the top lane just shredding through the Tier 2 turret. That goes down almost instantly, and now Bucket getting poked off. That was absurd. And here come the ultimates. Bucket, can he dodge them? Does dodge the last two. Almost dies to the third bolt. Good dancing. Oh, Wayless tried so hard for that last kill.
Yeah, he did not want to give up on that one. In the end, actually burns a flash. Trades it for a heal, though, so nicely played.
Yeah, it looks like a teleport coming in. Really creative stuff from Akon. They need to get Siege. That's maybe the one issue with LGD's comp. So with the Baron buff, they're going to try and force down as many turrets as they possibly can.
Yeah, they definitely have Siege. They just don't have great turret-taking possibility coming through. Of course, Xerath can poke people out, but if no one can walk up and hit that turret, it is going to be difficult. And the danger with playing Graves is that if Azir gets a miracle Emperor's Divide in there, he's just going to be cut off from the rest of his team.
You'll have to see here as LGD do try and take more of the jungle away here from Snake. Crystal back here, getting that farm going. Kept pace up with Imp here for 3-0 for him. Not quite the same deathless score that Imp has, but Crystal definitely going here. I mean, if this was a late game carry for Crystal, we'd talk about, okay, this is the perfect jumping platform for Crystal's carry, but he's got Sivir again. Just does start to taper off now at this point, but I guess Graves maybe does as well.
Yeah, definitely, and it's not because of their lack of steroids or anything like that. Both have very, very good auto attack modifiers through their E and their W respectively. It's more because of their range, and we're going to see the issue with AD carries played into mid-champions like Xerath, like an Azir.
Yeah, Bucket though in trouble. The ultimate not enough there. Wayless gets an easy kill. Schwen does get trolled by the wall, but they'll just take the blue buff. Wayless just picking up kills and buffs left, right, and center.
Yeah, and wow, that just happened so quickly. Schwen able to find another pick coming through. They'll pick up their 4th dragon of the game, I believe. And LGD have just gone from strength to strength to strength. Maybe a little bit of a rocky start, but after that, you have to say they've played phenomenally throughout this mid-late game.
Yeah, they've just powered through. They knew their team respected their win conditions and have just gone off in the mid-game here to the tune of 10,000 gold ahead at 32 minutes. Imp is unbelievably massive. Leandri's just got completed there for Wayless as well. Akon, interestingly, doesn't really have items, but I don't think he cares.
Yeah, I really don't think he minds that much. He's sitting on about 1,000 gold, so we'll be able to go back and maybe finish up that Warden's Mail, going for a Frozen Heart most likely through there. But Snake still looking for a pick.
Yeah, Chris, we're going to pop the ulti. This could be bad news for Akon. Doesn't have his teleport either. And now Beast is coming in. This is 4 people committing. Bucket trying to defend down towards the bottom. Akon likely going to go down here. Who's going to get credit for that kill? Looks like it will be Ella, actually. Thought it might be Crystal, but Morgana picks it up. Bucket, though, has so much to defend here on his own.
Yeah, trying to just shove 4 people off a turret, although they will back away now. So overall, successful pick. Not much gained from LGD.
Yeah, the stalling birds continue here in League of Legends. Bucket defending nicely against 2 different pushes there in the bottom mid, and Snake now might look to go through, but Ella just gets chunked out by the Xerath.
Yeah, and they need to be careful chasing into Xerath because he can just kite back all day and does so much damage.
Yeah, they're going to look again, but no ultimate there for Crystal. Makes initiating kind of tricky. Bucket going to set up a turret here and try and contain LGD for a little bit. But honestly, these turrets, even then, Snake. Ella almost dies. Oh my god, Imp's ultimate does pick up the kill onto Morgana.
And that is just ridiculous damage coming out of Xerath at this part of their game. Just able to wipe a member off the map. Did actually have Zhonya's, but just was not expecting the burst.
Yeah, Ella has completed the item. That's important to note if they do want to get aggressive. Crystal forced the flash out of the ultimate there by Schwen. So we'll be safe for now. But the hook does land onto FLICKR. He is unbelievably dead. Does pop the Zhonya's flashes out. Wayless though actually needs to keep chasing. Does get the Q though. And he'll be able to pick up that kill. Cook almost landing there as well, but 2 members dead for Snake. LGD just going to push into the base. Akon's found Bucker as well, and Bucker getting chunked out. Transcendent Blades will get popped in here. Bucker's got nowhere left to go. No flash. Does have his heal. Oh, good EQ out though. Akon cannot follow yet, but he's going to keep running through. Aurelia very speedy. The heal comes through. Bucker trying so hard, but Wayless is going to scoop this up. No, can't quite do it. Ellie here as well. That's almost enough. The Black Shield goes in. Schwen now around the side as well. Smites him for the kill. And now Beast forced to flash out of a stun.
Yeah, really nice moves there to pick up that kill. It was a little bit of Benny Hill music running around in the background as Imp relentlessly split pushing in this top lane. Actually decides to back off exactly as when I said that as well.
Well, I mean, you know, the rest of Snake did swing around. Imp actually might find a solo kill here. I think he has spotted Ella Beast around though as well. Doesn't quite have his ultimate back. Imp playing very dangerously here against pretty much the entire Snake lineup, but he'll just back off here, almost acting as a human ward moving between the buffs. The Baron will get warded as well by Snake. That's back up in a minute. And again, we talked about them having to stall. They are stalling, but I don't know how much more time they need before this evens out.
Yeah, this just is getting very bad, especially when you look at how expensive some of the item bills coming through from LGD is, so they're not going to catch up in those items anytime soon. Rumble particularly has just fallen so far behind of what Aurelia now brings to these team fights. So a lot of work to be done by Snake. Probably the impossible task, but if any team can do it, it's one that contains an Azir and a Rumble.
Yeah, and Bucker's going to have to dig really deep in this game. He's farming up though as well. Hasn't quite finished up his Void stuff, which looks like the next item. Just the blasting one there for components. Flanger, though, looking for level 16. Wants to get the level 3 ultimate going. He'll push out some side waves as well. Snake's side wave control's also been quite good. The top lane especially has been constantly crashing in. So they're buying time here. Even again, putting up Azir turrets, annoying your opponents, just buying more time. That's the whole theme for Snake at this point. But crucially, still spawn. They're missing a first dragon.
Yeah, they certainly are, and that flat damage coming through will just provide so much, especially when you look at the build that Crystal's gone. Just no heat for defensive items when you're behind. Straight up flat AD, and looks like they want to actually fight for this Baron.
Yeah, Baron's back up there. POL will look for a hook, doesn't quite find it. Ella does not get poked out this time. But Barker just trying to zone them out as well. Imp will actually pop a smoke screen there. He's done a lot of flanking on this Graves, actually.
Yeah, he certainly had. He's looking just to get a lot of burst damage down up front and allow Azir to set up for some long-range kills. It's just providing a lot of pressure for his team. And once again, Schwen cleans out the Dragon Pit. They're looking to rotate around, create a pick.
Yeah, it's so dangerous here for Barker to be anywhere near the team. EQ's out though. Beast will get grabbed, has to dodge more. Zerath Bolt does have Azonius, but doesn't need to use it. Never mind. Doesn't have that at all. Flandre forced to defensively use the equalizer, but Barker chunked out. He can't go anywhere. Beast going to go in onto Akon though, who's so low as Crystal popped in there with the ulti as well. Now Schwen gets bound immediately after EQing a POAL. Finds Flandre. Good Zonies are coming out, but the box will go up as well. Flandre gets played back in, and he's absolutely dead as Wayless gets yet another kill.
Yeah.
Oh, Beast. The double coming out. The tower going to maybe sustain it for a bit. Schwen getting aggressive there. Wayless poking out Crystal. And Barker just kiting back as much as he can. But he's got nowhere fun to run. Akon's going to chase him down as well. Azir can make the great escape once again. Schwen going in. Looks like they do get the kill. Good smite plus fire control. Crystal goes down to Imp, who's diving into the base. And Ella, you might be able to get up, but I don't think Imp really cares about your towers. Oh, good Zonius. And smokescreen, not enough. Ella survived for now. Imp is stuck well and truly behind enemy lines, but Wayless snipes yet another kill, and that's an ace.
Clean ace. That will probably be the game coming through from LGD. A lot of sloppy play coming out at the end of this game. They're actually backing away, so respecting the short cooldown of that respawn timer. 40 minutes into the game. That fight went for a very long time. We'll probably rotate around and pick up this Baron, cleaning out wards on the way, but they're just so far ahead at this point. You see how confident they're playing.
Yeah, and you can tell there's just a ton of scrappy fights going on. LGD are more than happy to take little brawls on skirmishes. They feel confident in every role here. This Baron is getting melted to pieces by LGD. As Graves will, take it away. Don't need for the smite there. Schwen actually not even on cooldown, off cooldown.
Yeah, and so greedy. They're looking like they actually are going to force Snake off the Dragon as well. So poor Snake can't get anything on this map at the moment. Just fantastic control. This is a complete shutout now.
Yeah, Beast doesn't even have flash. He can't attempt to steal, and he would love to if he could. But 5 dragons done now for LGD. And Snake, we mentioned that LGD love to strangle you with options. Snake have very few left in this game.
Yeah, I don't think they have options at this point. They are dealing with an absolutely massive lineup across the board. Everyone is just so fed on LGD's side. They've got a 20,000 gold lead. and they're starting to really finish some nice builds.
Yeah, taking out a lot of turrets as well. The Azir turrets, of course, adding to that scores. Crystal up on the top lane, trying to pick up empty lane farm where he can. He's 270 CS or so in this one here with 4 major damage items complete. Looks like a Banshee's Veil might be his next item, possibly a GA there as well for his defensive item. Never mind, it's a QSS. Wrong both times. And that'll help, but Snake, again, they need to keep turtling. Azir's building up. Not even the Void stuff done yet for BLCKR. And Imp is just, Imp and LGD, excuse me, are just streets ahead in this particular game. Mercurial Scimitar now finished up. Ryla's done for Xerath as well. Just an embarrassment of riches in terms of inventory.
Wow, that damage coming out of Xerath at this point.
Yeah, Chuen going to dive in now as well. PWL does get bound up, but he's going to move his way out with a Silver Ultimate helping him as well, but Chuen is chasing him out. Ella's now in trouble. Flandre actually pops the Equalizer in. Imp's around the side. Flandre gets eaten alive there by all the damage from Wayless, and Akon is diving in. Ella's down as well. That's 4 kills. BLCKR all the way back in base. No way he can defend, and LGD are going to just steamroll through the rest of the base and take the game.
Yeah, and you can tell that they had a good time in that last team fight. Imp just providing so much upfront damage. Really well played from LGD, and they'll take the first game pretty comfortably.
And we talked about what styles are we going to see here from these teams. LGD played their game, and it looked impeccable from about 20 minutes onwards. Little rocky at the start, potentially, but didn't matter though. LGD in classic aggressive LGD style. Once they get a lead, they never let go.
Yeah, certainly, and good force from Snake at the start of that game to even put a game on that much of an even turn with a terrific LGD lineup that looks like they're really rolling. In the end, however, Wayless in the mid lane, way too much. Imp, way too much, and really nice movements around the map.
Yeah, when we talk about, strategic diversity for these two teams, Snake just haven't gotten to a point yet where they've found a style that really suits them. They seem to like late game a lot, but they've played early game as well. And they haven't quite settled in. LGD, all they want to do is get aggressive.
Yeah, and they just look. LGD are all about getting a little bit of an advantage and then really pushing it step by step. They're very methodical, take it slow. And I think we have a replay of the second last team fight, and this just shows that when they're ahead, how aggressive they're willing to get. So if we roll this one through, they're setting up around the Baron. They're looking to get a pick in. Unfortunately, BLCKR just goes way too deep. He gets caught out, and whilst he's able to survive, this is an uneven team fight from this point on. In the mid lane, Acorn teleported in, got caught out a little bit, 4 members on him, but he's just that tanky that he's able to survive, and the complete turnaround comes through. Chuen dives into the team. Flandre would have got hooked, has to Zhonya's to not die, and the burst that can just come through on the back line, able to take out Flandre, able to take out Beast, and from there it was just a complete rollover. This team fight continues to go because things get a little bit crazy, but that just shows how much they love to fight at this point.
I think if we were giving out MVPs, it would probably go to Wayless. He played an unbelievable Xerath game in that particular one. And we've seen again BLCKR when he doesn't have that champion that he loves so much as Imp. This was hilarious. A great zone for Ella to dodge the last buckshot, but Wayless going to get the snipe here, and see you later.
Yeah, it was able to pick up the clean ace there. And I agree with you. Wayless was able to really take it to BLCKR. And I think that a lot of credit also has to be given to Chuen to shut Beast out of this game. We mentioned the no-tank lineup that they had to get ahead early. They were able to do it to a certain point, but then Chuen really puts the clamps down, especially with the first Dragon Steel.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of really strong games from them as well. It seems when either jungler goes off for this team, getting them ahead because they love to fight and get aggressive when they're ahead. It's a lot about junglers, so maybe the next match we'll have to see. And BLCKR played great on Syndra and Azir, arguably, but it's just not the Xerath.
Yeah, it's just he seems to have a different level on that champion.
Yeah, we'll have to see, guys. Game 2 is going to be coming up between Snake and LGD right after this break. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're in game 2, or about to be, between LGD and Snake, and LGD took one hell of a game 1 there, just taking the lead and never letting go. I am Julian Patrustemka. Joining me is Jake Sponteburian. What more to say about LGD? Wales and Imp just went off in that game.
Yeah, they went absolutely berserk after a pretty slow early game for LGD. They were able to, after that first Dragon Steel, really turn it on, and they took it to Snake and were able to come up with a huge win.
Yeah, maybe unfair to not credit Schwen there as well, who had a great performance on Jarvan, stealing away buffs left, right, and center. But for us, the MVP was probably Wayless there, who's KDA on Xerath, the champion of Baka, which was just unbelievable.
Yeah, it certainly was. We mentioned how Baka might struggle picking Azir into that matchup, and in the end, Wayless just went rampaging through the whole lineup, was able to nearly 100% the support player with just his ultimate, and I think that showed how dominant his support, play was throughout the game.
Yeah, we might have miscalled the aggressive style of LG. It's not really aggression, but again, they're a momentum team. They love to snowball, and you're right that they do close out games methodically. We've seen a lot of that as well, but pretty much they try and get a lead, whether it's Schwen going big in the jungle or Imp really getting farm and them feeling comfortable fighting, but once they get ahead, it's just the train just keeps going.
Yeah, exactly right, and that's what they are. They keep picking up speed, They do it through smart rotation, then they really smash people through when they do feel confident in their lead. As we saw in the last team fight, they were just willing to continue to fight and fight and fight.
Yeah, if they're ahead, they'll definitely play aggressive. But Snake here are now going to swap to the blue side. We'll see what they can get done here. LeBlanc, their first ban again here. Nunu banned out for LGD. They're on the red side here, and Nah banned as well by Snake.
Yeah, it certainly looks like we'll have some pretty standard bans coming through. They also take Rek'Sai off the board. Don't want to have to deal with that one. So looks like we're going to have a similar pick ban phase. You would think that a lot of priority will be put on Xerath, though, as potentially a first pick.
Yeah, and we've seen that happen, I think, a few times for Snake. Again, Baka's best champion. It's the one he's looked best and most comfortable on, so it wouldn't be too surprising to see that as well. Snake will consider their last ban now. And important to note as well, if Snake drop this game, that'll be their first ever loss in the LPL, series loss.
Yeah, so they've got 3 2-0 wins. They've got 2 1-1 splits, so this would be their first 0-2. I think that taking the Jarvan off the board, that's extremely smart. Don't want to give that one back over to Schwen. I would like to see Crystal back on a hyper carry. I didn't like the way the Sivir played out. Didn't have as much impact in those team fights as I would like to see out of Crystal. So I think that's important. And wow, Xerath being taken away. That's
an awesome last ban there for LGD. And I think I agree with Crystal as well. He's actually been a player that's played a lot into Sivir players with other carries, but Flandre going to get casted in here, maybe Baka as well, but that's a really strong first pick in the LPL and here for Snake as well.
It certainly is, and we have to mention, of course, that Flame, as per usual, has subbed in for this second game, so he will be looking to probably take something extremely aggressive if it is Flandre in the top lane on that Cassidy. There are a couple of nice things that can come through, and Schwen actually taking a long look at Rengar.
Yeah, we'll see. He has played quite a bit of Rengar. Lee Sin is open as well, so they could also go for that. And Flame here, he is back. I actually didn't mention him because I assumed he was coming. Has played every game 2 so far, without fail for LGD, and it's got them into trouble in certain spots where they've lane swapped into Flame and really punished him, but if he doesn't take Rumble into a 1v2, then he should be okay, and he's going to get Lissandra here. Janna the next pick as well for LGD.
Yeah, so PYL putting a lot of onus on that Janna pickup there. Of course, Thresh is available, that one not being taken away. I like the pickup for Lissandra. It is a flex pick in certain matchups, especially against some melee mid laners. So yeah, looking for Flame to potentially take that one, but also Wayless can take it if he wants.
Yeah, and I like the blocker pick of the Janna as well. Ella's played a lot of Janna so far, and POAL sort of been compared to Mata as far as support counterparts go, so not surprising to see that he's a big Janna player there as well. 10 seconds left for Snake to make their picks as well. Looking to maybe take some utility picks off the board.
Yeah, and a much more aggressive pick ban phase coming through, you have to say. As soon as you take a Lee Sin and a Thresh, your early game just explodes exponentially. So they're looking to get some more work done. Of course, having that policy in Flandre on Cassidy, and he's only going to get better with age.
And we've seen maybe as a Snake have played better teams that Flandre is moving more towards carrying his team again. You know, he played a lot of Rumble, played a lot of more utility style in the top lane, but back on a big carry here in Cassidy. Almost won their first game against King, playing out of his mind on that champion. It wasn't enough there, but it might be enough here for the 1-1.
Yeah, he certainly does play it extremely aggressively, picks up the early Zhonyas and is just willing to dive in and create team fights out of nothing. On the side of LGD, they have decided to grab that Rengar for Schwen, of course, probably the only top-class jungle still available, and Imp has gone over onto Sivir.
And I think this plays perfectly into Snake's hands. We've seen Crystal punish Sivir players time and time again, whether it's with a farming Tristana or a Draven or a Caitlyn. He's just done all what he wants here. And Snake are hovering some pretty cute picks here, so we'll see what they want to go for as we give them a bit more time. But last time this happened for Snake, things got insane. Crystal hard carried that game on. It is Draven.
Yeah,
Draven is there.
Things escalated really quickly in that game. Crystal just went from like being normal to like taking it completely over and just exploded. I like the Azir pickup with Draven in there as well, because with that Emperor's Divide coming through, Draven will be able to dance just behind that wall and keep himself relatively safe. Of course, with the box and the Lee Sin kick as well, he has a phenomenal amount of peel.
Yeah, and this is actually basically what happened to Snake last time they got themselves in the position down 0-1. They picked Crystal, a big hyper carry in Draven, and just went off in late game team fights, which is how Snake have looked most comfortable when they've played. But the last pick here still being considered for LGD, so a quick Ahri there for a second, and seems like Zed or Ahri is a consideration here for Wayless. But Wayless, every champion he picks up turns into gold.
Wow, he's actually swapped over a last minute into a Lulu, so that is once again one of those flexes. Can go mid, can go top, has a pretty good mid-game dominance in there, and I think they've built a lot of this team around Xuen. They've got a lot of hard engage, being able to get on top of someone, get Rengar into the middle of the team, pop everyone up, and then Flame will just come over the top and smash it.
Yeah, and it's a kind of a quintessential Civic comp as well. Everyone gets very good usage out of the ultimate. We've seen on the Thrill of the Hunt, the Rengar Civic combo really just chase people down from screens away when you get it going. So again, a lot of hard engage for LGD. They want to get aggressive early, get the picks, and then just start the snowball all over again.
Yeah, but once again, we see a team that has a relatively tanky lane, front line into a team that just has absolutely nothing. Of course, Cassidy with that roller does feel deceptively tanky for a top lane mage, and Rengar, unless he gets ahead, just remains relatively squishy throughout the whole game.
Yeah, surprise tank Cassidy has come up a lot actually, and especially with the way Flundre has played that champion. He just plays like a frontliner, doesn't even care. He's basically playing Maokai as far as he's concerned with how aggressive and forward he is in those team fights. And this is a comp that I think Snake suits them much better. They're still a young team. We still haven't seen everything from them. We don't know exactly how they like to play and win, but they've looked best when Crystal's on a big carry, and Flundre and the rest of the team can really pick him up and support him.
Yeah, and I like the Maokai comparison when you compare Flundre's Cassidy, because that's what he really does. He jumps in, and instead of using that Arcane Smash, he uses, of course, that E to just really get a lot of slows out. And in a double AP comp, he's going into a Lissandra Lulu. You have to remember that he can take that Abyssal Scepter in and be very, very tanky.
All right, we are going to get into our next game here, LGD versus Snake. All right, welcome back here. Game 2 between Snake and LGD is underway. Snake are on the blue side, down a game here in this best of 2. LGD up 1-0, and it was dominating fashion. They took the first game there as well. Crystal now on his Draven, though. This is a big champion. Snake seem to love to pull this out when they need a win.
Yeah, it certainly does, and it looks like they're going for more of a standard setup here. No big 5-man pack looking for the scouting coming through. They have got a couple of people in the bottom lane looking for something, but otherwise relatively safe.
Yeah, and maybe a bit of a chance to talk about this matchup as well, because we've seen Crystal do this time and time again. He loves to go into these lanes and punish Severe. And Draven, short-range Severe just has nothing to do with him in a 2v2.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't, and it's because Draven accelerates in lane extremely well with just being able to pick up those axes off his Q and gets a lot of consistent damage down. So I definitely do like the matchup. The danger here is that they've taken a no-escape AD carry into a Rengar.
Yeah, and Lissandra as well, and Deceiver, and yeah, there's a lot of problems here potentially as well as Baka. What does poke Wayless here off this Lulu? Lulu, so a champion we've seen a little bit more of in the LPL, but usually against more of the assassin-type champions.
Yeah, and that's certainly what it's used for, but I think that two things. You can never underestimate the value of a polymorph on a hyper carry because it can shut down a team fight extremely quickly, and the knock-up is just, once again, it is one of the most devastating things if you compare it correctly.
But now late game, are LGD maybe a little bit worried about their damage output?
Yeah, I certainly think they are, especially if they do make Xuen go a little bit tankier on this Rengar early, because if they can't really blow someone up, it's preferably Crystal's Draven, they are in a little bit of a damage hole.
Yeah, well, mirrored starts here for both junglers. Gromp into blue will be the path for both of them, and we'll have standard lanes here. No tricky level 1 for Snake this time around. They'll just make it all normal here. Flundre going to get his 1v1 against Flame. We don't get to see this too often.
Yeah, we certainly don't get to see Flame go into 1v1s with an aggressive mage like Lissandra. He's being credited pretty much forever with how well he plays these matchups. And FLICKR is going to have to be on point if he goes even in this one.
And you know, we talked about FLICKR as a big carry, top lane carry god, almost maybe baby Flame in some instances as well. He's going to get the chance to play actual Flame here now in this lane matchup, and this will be really interesting to see what FLICKR can get done. If he's going to prove himself in a game as a top laner, it's going to be in this matchup.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think the interesting thing about this matchup is we have Swain actually coming through for a bit of counter jungling here, taking away an early red, is that you can tell how aggressive Cassiners are going to be by how many points they put in their queue. If they stop it at 3 or 4 and really start maxing out that E, that means that they're feeling extremely comfortable. So, wow.
Beast knows what's going on here though as well. Trying to be careful, does flash over. Q does just land actually onto the dragon, pulls them back out, and Beast is in front now. Ella going through to as well. Schwindler doing damage, but Ella going to pick up that first kill. Such a creative 1v1.
Yeah, that was really well done to get ahead of Schwen in that fight. So Dragon started hitting Schwen, meant that he was just taking way too much damage. And this double buff on Ella is going to make Imp's lane even harder. Not only is he against a Draven now, he's against a double buff Thresh.
And that was amazing to watch there. Beast using the pushback AoE of the Dragon to help him get across there as well. I thought he was aiming for Schwen, but apparently he had other plans.
Yeah, and I think it was one of those things that if he had have hit Schwen, he would have been happy to pick up the kill himself, but it just... That's why he threw it directly at the Dragon, because he wanted to get over regardless. And wow, a solo kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's really rare. Bucker going down on that as it. Whale is very healthy on Lulu as well. So just a misplay there. Heal still up for Bucker as well.
Yeah, that's crazy. The fact that Lulu, who is a lane bully, you can never forget how much slow and damage that Glitter Lance does, was able to pick up a solo kill. Just... That's bad news. I guess it equalizes out exactly what Snake's doing, although they are ahead in CS in the bottom lane. So overall, yeah, it's never good to get soloed out in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Barker has been such a strong anchor for his team. He's usually the guy that's bridging the mid game for Crystal to really get him going on the hyper carry. He needs to have a good performance here in Azir. Bit of a later game champion, which is fine for Snake's playstyle as well, but that's not a good start to the mid lane there for Snake.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. And now Schwen in the top lane looking for a gank on FLICKR, whose lane has started pushing slightly. Will be mirrored over by Beast though, so maybe our first 2v2 and get to see how FLICKR goes up against Flame.
Yeah, Beast does have an early jungle. In fact, both junglers here looking good. FLICKR will spot out Schwen there as well. Great patience as always by the Snake top laner. Beast will actually join in as well now. Gonna look to push this into the wave, possibly give FLICKR some space to recall.
Yeah, he's just trying to get him a free back here. Otherwise, it would have been in a position there, Flame, that could have easily frozen it out. So they will be able to pick up this wave, go back, get a free shot.
And if anyone knows anything about wave manipulation, it is Flame in the top lane for sure. So lane going decently well. FLICKR was actually even on CS, but now recalling. Flame will get a bit of a lead now. Double Doran's ring as well for Lissandra. Very aggressive build early on.
Yeah, it certainly is. Does not want to lose this lane out to Cassinan at all. Cassinan, on the other hand, has just gone matched aggression with aggression, fighting fire and fire, picked himself up a blasting one, looking to go into that early Rod of Ages, but just going a slightly different route.
And that might just be that, you know what, I have to fight some of the push here as well, because if I can't counter push, I'm not doing anything against Flames Lissandra.
Yeah, certainly not. And wow, the CS in the bottom. We've mentioned Crystal's Draven time and time again. Up 17 at this point in the game. Ella's would have had to contribute to some of this harass going down on Imp, but Gianna, Siva, we credit them as being a pushing lane, repetitively shoved into this turret.
Yeah, just can't do anything right now against the Draven Thresh combo. Crystal on level 5 on this Draven, catching so many axes. Even just taking a trade there against Imp, getting aggressive. Not too phased about it seems, and this is exactly how Snake want their bottom lane to start off.
Yeah, and because of how Draven's axes work, he attacks a lot in lane, so he gets a surprising amount of lifesteal back just off that Duran's Blade. Yeah,
and also pushes the lane as well. You kind of naturally have to push because you auto so much. And that's fine here against Siva, who normally is going to be pushing you in very heavily.
Ooh, really nice. Good effort out of Ella, but great harass coming out of Imp on the way back there, looking through his window and still happy to play aggressively.
But Imp, for how good he's been so far, struggling a little bit early on, but I'm sure he'll even that out as Siva does get more items. He'll be able to push back further as well. Mid lane as well, Wayless slightly ahead here. Actually, Ella looking for the hook, just missing, and Beast is actually now down in the bottom as well.
Yeah, so looking to get a first gank into this bottom lane. We'll probably get it here.
Oh, does get facing. That's a good smite there as well. In with a great spell shoot. Ella looks for the flash flame, but can't find it. Crystal getting low there along with Beast to that boomerang blade and misfire there on the gank by Snake.
Yeah, turn it around there and burnt 2 summoner spells. So that's pretty good for LGD's lineup. They'll be happy with that one. Crystal will go back and shop now, probably pick up a BF sword. But overall, they've stayed relatively safe in this bottom lane.
Yeah, but Beast has definitely been a lot more active in the early stages of the game as Crystal has more than enough for his first BF, so which should be his pickup here, and is indeed. Barker there in the mid now, catching up on CS, evening that back up, pushing the Lulu back in. Got his early Forbidden Idol, moving into a quick Morellonomicon. In fact, that should be the build for both these mids.
Yeah, it certainly will be. At this point, Morellonomicon is just such a gold-efficient item. Gets you all the regen that you want. Surprised he didn't go for a second Duran's ring after he was killed early, because Azir very mana-intensive as a champion in general.
Yeah, I mean, the health doesn't hurt again as well, especially if the jungler pressure's coming to you. But maybe Bucket just felt like he misplayed a little bit there in his lane. He's comfortable there, just wants to keep that farm up. Because again, Azir is not just mana hungry, he's gold hungry as well.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's one of those carries that does so much consistent damage as a mid laner as long as you have mana. As soon as you start running out of mana, you can't do anything on that guy. Just auto attack is very, very clunky. Has to get those Sand Soldiers out. And wow, a 3-man roam squad now coming around on the side of Snake.
This is a nice invader. Ella going to pop over as well with Beast onto the enemy Krugs here. And that might give Beast level 6, which could create some pretty interesting gank opportunities with the Lee Sin. No, not quite enough yet after that first one. Ella is going back, though. They almost got Xuen in his own jungle for that kill. That's not 6-sided. They're going to go in onto Flame now, who doesn't have his ulti left. The Lantern pops out as well. Ella going to look for the Flay. Good flash there by Flame. The Flay will just miss there as well. Beast going to go in, but flunging it over the top. Good hook there, and Beast gets the kill.
Yeah, really nice roam in the end. They'd pinged that Ella was missing in that bottom lane, but Flame just wasn't ready for them to be up there that quickly. So able to swing another one in their favor, and this time around it looks like Snake are moving into the mid game a little bit more smoothly.
And you can see all the space that Crystal gotten just in the 2v2 where that started and how ahead he got in the early stages. Enables the roam there from Ella. Really strong strategic play from Snake. And again, the junglers here firing a little bit better for Snake. Xuen looked great in game 1. Beast looking very good in the first 10 of this one.
Yeah, and I think it's more that Lee Sin just has a much better early game than a Rengar. Rengar is pretty much relegated to just counter ganking or farming up, so that he chose the farm up route and more aggression in the bot lane.
Crystal just doing so much damage with these axes. Ella can't quite get in range for a CC though, and Crystal will back off at level 7 now for the Draven, who's just unrelenting in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and continuing to harass through. Wow.
Don't do it, Imp. Don't do it. The Draven is far too strong right now. Boomerang Blade will actually hit. That's good poke. The Dragon looks like it's been started up as well. Crystal might have to be careful here. Ella moving in as well. Yeah, there's Beast and Barker, but Wayless has found them. Beast going to try and go in for the smite. Goes in, trying to get it low. Does get the first Dragon ultimate as well. Barker going in. That's a great ult there from Wayless for the Lantern. Will save him now. Xuen does get hooked up, but there's no other kills. That's a decent trade for Snake. They'll take it.
Yeah, they certainly won. Well, one kill for a Dragon at this point in the game is good, especially because they were being caught regardless. Maybe a bit greedy in starting it up, but at least they got what they came for.
Yep, and not going to get stolen this time by Xuen, who was the bane of Beast's existence for the Dragon Smites in that first game here. Flandre, by the way, actually walked down, so that was very well coordinated by Snake as well.
Yeah, Flandre going for a tier build, so an extremely greedy Kassadin build coming out. Not going for that roller straight away, looking to stack up a tier. We'll still have it probably by about the 16-minute mark, so that's good. But going for a very mana-intense build.
I like it. I think Flandre just says, you know what? I'm going to need to carry maybe a bit harder in this game. Let me take a greedier build here. I feel comfortable against Flame in the top lane. Beast is giving me good attention as well. Not a bad start at all, but could pay off. There's going to be a pretty wide power trough here for Snake.
Yeah, and Kassadin is one of those champions that already has a power dip. Adding a tier onto it just makes it a little bit worse. But hey, if he's against a double AP comp, they're a little bit damage starved, as we mentioned at the start of this game. So if it is good against any team composition, I think he's picked a good one to run it into. Yeah,
we'll see. Flandre is very deliberate with his decisions in builds especially, so I certainly trust him on the decision. We'll see how it pays off in the next 10 minutes or so in this game, but Snake already secured themselves the first important mid-game objective. They've got the first Dragon this time around.
Yeah, and Deep Wards now going into the bottom side of the jungle of LGD by Snake, looking to get some pressure down there. Pickaxe actually picked up by both AD carries right now, so it will be the Infinity Edge coming through for both, and Crystal still relentlessly catching those axes, building up, and as soon as that first kill comes through, unless he dies first, you feel that this is probably a danger area right now.
Going to make bank on that first kill potentially. Draven loves cashing in those big mountains of adoration here. Beast and Ella going to come down. Imp again, getting targeted a little bit here. We've seen a lot of teams actually target the AD carries because, let's face it, there are so many good ADs in China.
Yeah, and I think that this just puts an even more pressure to target AD carries. The fact that Imp is starting to catch up in CS and they need to cash in that adoration unless something goes wrong in a team fight. And then on the response, of course, LGD, and knowing that that is what this game plan is, they need to be able to be in a position to counter game.
Yep, so Beast, again, been very active on this Lee Sin early on. Got a kill and an assist for himself. Been in both of those. And only the one assist there for Schwen, so not quite as active. There's Baka now pushing Wayless out a little bit. Morel and Novacon's been completed for both with a spare blasting on for Wayless, but Baka has gotten control of this lane.
Yeah, he certainly has wrested it back, and the fact that he's only 2 CS down whilst dying 1v1 shows that he has maybe been bullying a little bit, but Schwen in the top lane.
Flandre has maybe found a Rengar that he didn't want to find. He does have Riftwalk stacks maybe available. He's actually waiting it out. I think may not have enough mana. Does Riftwalk away, trying to juke the bowler, but Flame is not coming back in. Meanwhile, down the bottom, it's chaos here. Flandre, they're still running out. Will Riftwalk again, and Schwen, I don't think can catch him this time.
Yeah, definitely can't catch him now, and wow, Wayless is there.
He's going in. Flandre does have a third teleport, though. Will use the blink again. Flandre gets stacked there by the Q from Lulu, but he'll be okay going back towards the tower. Wayless does not have flash and will not dive in for the kill.
Yeah, and wow, just so much resources used trying to catch that. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, they were able to pick up 2 kills just for the one on the side of LGD. Imp was able to... No, actually, they picked up 2 kills in response.
So nice moves there down the bottom lane. That will clear up a little bit of space there as well. So nice work. But Baka will pick up the blue buff for himself now, stealing that away all by himself with Beast just in reserve just in case. And again, Snake looking much more active. Beast, kind of a different, lot of different player on Lee Sin. Looking much more like his old self, moving into the enemy jungle and trying to take out buffs a little more haphazardly.
Yeah, and I like Beast on early aggressive junglers where he feels he has control over the map. I don't think he plays as well reactionary, but he definitely is one that plays fantastically when dictating pace.
And, you know, he didn't do poorly on that. He actually did a lot of counter jungling on Kale, which is certainly still an aggressive jungler, as Baka is going to fight Wayless here. 1v1 in towards that mid lane. Crystal down the bottom again, falling a little bit behind in CS, although he's keeping up. Now, Imp, though, has done a great job keeping himself in it. And Crystal having to dodge a lot of bullets here from Imp.
Yeah, but really nicely done. Picked up those early Xerxes creeps to try and be able to chase down Imp and keep up when that on the hunt is popped. So I like the pick up there, but yeah, he had really dodged around those skill shots quite nicely.
Yeah, and the big encounter in bottom lane kind of reset things a little bit here. Crystal's still comfortable here on the Draven, still getting the farm, which is important, but Imp is, was a little bit behind, and to be honest, is caught pretty much right back up now.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with how strong PYL's Janna shield is at this point in the game. Level 7 would have nearly max rank in that one, level 4, so that would just be adding so much extra AD to the boomerang blades as they come through. Impossible to stop that push that comes out.
Some lovely axe catching there by Draven. As Baka getting forced out of the mid lane by Wayless. The Lulu is unrelenting in the harass and the push here. And Baka, they're going to run around looking for Beast, who's gone down to flame there. Good collapse there, and Snake caught a little too far on the wrong side of the jungle was Beast.
Yeah, Beast just looking to get aggressive one more time, took it a little bit too far, and that's bad news coming through from LGD.
It really is indeed. And, you know, we complimented Beast's early game aggression on Lee Sin, perhaps a bit too aggressive there in that particular exchange. But one of the things that I think is interesting to highlight as a general LPL trend, just based on the 2.5 weeks of play we've seen so far, Spawn, I want to ask you, how many Rengars have you seen be successful so far in the LPL?
Yeah, not many, and if they are, they're generally coming through from the Korean players that have brought it over. So I think that the thing about Rengar is he's very unforgiving as a champion. So you'll either see them go off and really start carrying games, especially when they're paired with Sivers, or they just seem to fizzle and not do much. So I think the On the Thrill of the Hunt combo has brought his popularity back, and those have been successful, but just standalone Rengars haven't really impressed me as just the champion as a standalone.
And I think on this patch it really highlights the strength of the top 2 junglers as well, Rek'Sai, Jarvan, and Lee Sin. And we're seeing it here from Beast. Rengar just a different sort of jungler, much more level 6 centric. We might have a fight around this next dragon. It's alive and ready to go. And looks like Thresh actually has found some people. Beast going in there, sorry, but Flame diving right in. That's a good ult there for Baka. Flame getting torn to pieces, and Ella will get that first kill, but Wayless will snipe Thresh for the first there on LGD's side. And Crystal Crystal now getting in, trying to do the damage. Does get knocked up. Imzo got to be careful. Getting chunked. That's a great ultimate there by PYL. But Baka diving right back in, and Crystal catches in the adoration.
Yeah, and Flandre's not done either. He's soloing out Wayless.
Yeah, he's going in there. Poly there as well. The knock up there for Wayless. Flandre got to be careful. Doesn't have any mana left. Goes in on top of him. Really wanted the kill, but Wayless gets away with that 1v1. Beast, though, snipes him through the minions for the kill.
Yeah, able to pick up a shutdown as well, so that's important coming through from the jungle. And overall, a very good fight for Snake. They'll be able to pick up a dragon as well. That's their second for the game.
And don't forget all of the dollars going there to Crystal for that kill as well. Finally cashed in those stacks. The second dragon as well up for Snake, and this game could not be going better for the way Snake want to set up their late game.
Yeah, and we saw the chase potential that comes out of Crystal's Draven there as well. He was able to just continue to catch actions, power through with that W as well, and once he gets going, especially if there's flashing health bars, he's just unrelenting.
Yeah, and that red buff was a crucial pickup before that dragon fight as well. Really intelligently played by the Snake players there, so they'll look good here. 1,000 gold ahead, not a massive lead, but the two dragons will help out immensely here. No turrets being pushed on here either. LGD have claimed the only one of the game, with the mid turret actually going to Wayless, and he's very aggressive Lulu, and he's actually picked up a quick rabbit on, so Crystal in trouble down towards that bottom side, getting the kill into Imp though, and he's on so little help at PYL. Just nothing he can do on Donna. Ella's going to chase him down. Beast is down here as well. That's a great spot to follow through. A good jig there for PYL. This might be enough to keep him safe, but the speed shrine is actually still active. Beast is going to run in. Does find the QP. Can't trick that one. Going to get slowed down there. Ella going to look for that hook. Does find it there, but that's a good shield there from Lulu. The ultimate coming in as well, but Buck is now rotated in as well. Crystal casually farming down the bottom. PYL almost unkillable here, but looks like Beast might close it out. Does miss another Q. PYL, the great escape. Is it possible? No. Bucker finally closes it out.
Yeah, and so many resources used on the side of LGD to try and make that escape successful. They burnt the Lulu ultimate. They burnt the flash coming out of PYL as well. So overall, a really good chase from Snake to stick to that one. They get the bottom turret as well, so things looking good. Meanwhile, in the top lane, looks like someone died.
Going to be 1v1s all over the top there. Oh, that's a good steal from Buck, and not quite enough on the Q there for Wayless. But Flandre did get 1v1'd, it seemed like, there by Flame. The Lissandra ulti coming up trumps there in that lane, and Flame does get the turret. He's got a CS lead now as well. Lord Flame may be back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, he certainly looks to be pushing his advantage now that he has been able to pick up that Athene's Unholy Grail, so has some nice MR coming through. I think it has a lot to do with how greedy Flandre's build was. Just doesn't have the power spike that Athene's affords Flame on that carry, and wow, they're actually donating a blue buff over to him. Hope he doesn't donate it back to Flame.
Yeah, that's not where they want the buff to go, but Rod of Ages has been completed now, along with that tier for Flandre. So the greedy build starting to get its worth up now as well. Crystal returns to the bottom lane though. He's gone for big damage early on. He did this last time on Draven as well. Last Whisper is his second time. He's got a Bloodthirster as well, actually. Never mind the Infinity Edge.
Yeah,
that's
no
different.
Infinity Edge. He's just gone straight for a Last Whisper, and wow, that's a lot of mid-game damage is going to be shredding through no armor.
Imp, yeah, just doesn't want anything to do with this Draven, and I don't blame him. So good at dueling as well now as Crystal.
Yeah, this guy's going to be insane when the next fight hits. In fact, they've fought 4 people into this bottom lane because they need to start shutting him down.
Yeah, Snake have to be careful. They don't want to overcommit here. Beast is wandering down towards the bottom side of the map now. Good scrying orb as well, sensing that there might be trouble here with Flame off the map, and they'll just play safe and back here.
Yeah, so they're just looking to pick up even more farm, get those adoration stacks back up. You don't want to kill people too quickly on Draven. Want to make full use of that passive.
I'm going to save it every moment there as Draven going to move in now. Dragon not quite up yet, so Snake maybe looking to get a little bit of vision here. Have taken out the turret as well. Top tower goes down there to Flandre. That's 2,000 gold is now the lead for Snake. So Flandre going to pick up a bit of extra gold for himself and his team, which is always nice. Bucker going to clear out wards, and he's powered up as well. It's interesting to me that it almost feels like for Snake, it's the Draven and the Azir that are getting going, and on LGD it's their 2 AP laners here. The Lissandra in the top and the Lulu in the mid.
Yeah, it certainly feels like Imp hasn't had as much of an impact in this game so far. Definitely still keeping up nicely in CS, so he is powering up. He's just a full item behind, which will hurt. Yeah, but as you mentioned, Wayless still having a fantastic game. Flame, even though 1-2 is his scoreline, has looked impressive in the top lane, so they're in a nice spot, but this mid-game spike that's coming through from Snake could really start catapulting this game.
Yeah, great group coming out there as well, taking out that mid turret and opening up a lot of space for themselves, which is always nice to see. So the outer ring of turrets does get felled there by Snake. They'll take the first 3 for themselves. And this is so interesting to me with Snake in that they seem to be very comfortable playing more of the late game style, but whenever they do it, they seem to get ahead in the mid game.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. I think they do it through very strong, consistent laning, and the more they try to stick to their lanes, the better they look. When they start trying to roam around and match the LGD kind of playstyle, they seem to falter a little bit. Much better dragon control coming into this game, and the ability to get ahead in their lanes and keep them going is really done well for them.
Yeah, we'll see. Flundro's finally finished his Archangel, so his build is well and truly on the rise now as well. We've got a Stinger plus a Nomicon. Actually, as the ult gets popped there for Imp, he's in trouble potentially. Does juke the Beast Q. Ella rotating in as well. But that Silverot will be down almost for this next Dragon fight.
Yeah, and a really good force coming out of Snake before the Dragon fight to get that one over with. It means that there's a lot less potential of a pick coming out of the Rengar. Of course, that on the thrill of the hunt. And they get a free back right now because they shoved out the wave.
Yeah, really nice there as well. Imp will collect that CS, but Snake will be at full strength for this next Dragon fight, and that'll be their 3rd in a row, I believe. So, as always, Dragon control being very important, and as is more often the case, it seems like one team tends to shut out the other team from that objective.
Yeah, it certainly feels like Dragons do get extremely, I guess, not snowbally, but they're consistent until a point. I like the Brutalizer pickup now from Crystal as well, going for even more armor shred on what is a no armor lineup so far. Going to be doing so much damage, and the danger now is, do you neglect the Draven and just build HP and MR, or do you actually itemize into a double armor pen already Draven and try and pick up like some Zhonyas, or maybe, I don't even know where they can go from here.
Well, Imp gonna take a turret here. He'll be very happy for some free gold.
Looks like Schwen might have been caught potentially. No, he's got away.
He's fine for now, but Snake just buying pressure for this Dragon here. Crystal just ripping through the neutrals though. And now look at the pink ward control stellar here on Snake's side. And this Dragon's going to be a tricky contest. Never mind, those are LGD's pink wards.
Yeah, so
Snake
able to clean them one out. This will not be a contest, I don't believe. Flash is down on Schwen. He doesn't want to get anywhere near this Draven, and they pick up the 3rd Dragon of the game.
And I want to highlight, the 3rd Dragon always very important, but I think on a champion like Draven especially, that movement is invaluable.
Oh, it certainly is, especially if you're ahead. Being able to chase the way that Crystal is going to be able to chase at this point is just going to mean that he, is once again that really big ball of death that's going to chase you repetitively. Wow.
Lundre's actually almost going to get caught. No, does back away from it. And a big ult pop there by LG, but can't catch anyone.
Yeah, that was weird by Schwen. Didn't look like he wanted to engage onto Flandre, who at this point, no resist, is very squishy and had the opportunity to do so, was zooming around from that Lulu speed boost, but didn't pull the trigger.
We'll have to see. Beast and Bucking are going to get aggressive in towards the top side of the jungle. Around the red side there for LGD, but they'll back off now in towards the mid lane again. Crystal split pushing down the bottom, by the way. He is a massive split push threat. No one can duel him 1v1.
Yeah, if anyone even tries it, as both teleports are actually coming through.
Good vision, actually. Flandre cancels his Crystal. Going to go in there fighting onto Imp, but Lissandra locks him down, and that's a good kill for Flame.
Yeah, that's a questionable cancel of a teleport coming through from Flandre. Could maybe have kept him safe. They will lose their blue buff for it, randomly. But overall, shutting down that Draven is extremely important.
Yeah, going to lose some of the adoration as well. I mean, Snake trying to trade a bit there, so do take away the blue, which is not nothing, so that's good as well. But Crystal a little too far forward there without his team. Schwen actually going to dodge, does bowler up Beast again. Lanson will ride him out though. So Ella will keep him safe. Beast again continues to counter jungle. Flandre splitting in the top lane as well. This might be vintage Snake.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. That's what the way
just
they
split
want to
push
play.
every lane.
Yeah, split push, keep pushing it up. And falter get ahead in the early game, falter a little bit, steamroll teams in the late game. It looks like they are definitely playing this a little bit more to what their usual style is, but credit to LGD. We mentioned that this game was getting slowly out of hand. There's still only 1,000 gold deficit.
And I think a good question for maybe both of these teams really is, what do they look like when they're behind? We've seen what Snake look like. They still fight, but sometimes it does not come together, and they've had some shaky mid-games for sure, even with good leads. LGD, they've always looked ahead when they're ahead. It's just unbelievable how well they snowball, but they're definitely behind here in this game. So if they can pull this one out, not only will they get the valuable 3 points for themselves and rocket up in the standings towards that first place, but they'll show that, they actually can win games while behind.
Yeah, exactly right. As once again, Schwen pops that ultimate looking for a pick.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of how you have to play the comp. Flandre finds a friend. Does Lantern out though, finds Ella there as support as well. And Crystal still down the bottom lane split, pushing. Snake are committed to the push.
Yeah, and this is great synergy coming out from LGD's team comp, recognizing that they don't have to necessarily use Imp's ultimate to get that Rengar in there. They're just using the Lulu speed up, getting him onto a target, and then if it's successful, Sivir can speed everyone else up on top of it.
Yeah, it's sort of like use your Rengar. I mean, the ultimate's great for scouting as well, so Xuen just sort of getting vision around the area, seeing what they can do, and if they want to force a fight, force it. Unfortunately for LGD, maybe their biggest issue is that they've not been able to get good forward warding and deep into the enemy jungle to really make the picks matter.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the fact that their vision control has been, it's been good, but they're giving up control of it too easily. So they get this massive line of pink wards out, and then they just don't have the ability to defend it. So they've moved it back a little bit. That's smart. Looks like they will not have control over this area when the next dragon comes up in about 2.5 minutes. So Snake looking to wrestle even more control over the map.
Yeah, Snake's warding in this game especially has been quite good, which has been good to see as well. Baron, of course, available as well. Actually, Snake might just start it here. They've got a lot of damage. There is a ward in the back there for LGD. So Snake don't want to start it before clearing that out.
Yeah, so it looks like the game has reached that lull where all the outer turrets are down for both sides. No one can really push the advantage. Well, Snake can't push their advantage, and LGD is still strong enough that they can't be dove or really fought on their side of the map if something goes wrong. So wait for the next neutral objective to come up. Try and wrestle control over the Baron and Dragon areas. And both teams really have pretty good scaling.
Flandre, that's a good riff walk out. Did not want to get ulted there by Flame, and the rest of Snake will group up here. They're moving in towards the top. Flandre going in very deep. He doesn't have a Zhonya, just gets ulted by Flame, but he's wasting time here. Bucky now coming in as well. Flame going to get himself out with the flash and the Glacial Path, and Snake burn a couple of key summoners. That might be enough.
Yeah, didn't have the Zhonyas, but has transformed his Archangels into that Seraph, so has a nice big healthy shield that will come through whenever he wants to pop that one. So he is deceptively tanky at this point in the game, now that his greedy build really has hit its stride.
The Flandre home guards are back as well. He's got them built. He's got his teleport ready to go. He can warp back into the fight if he wants to. So lots of pressure being able to put here by Snake. And again, they seem to be more than happy to spread out along this map, use the long lanes here and the mobility of this Castle, and to just move LGD all around the place.
Yeah, and once again, LGD looking for a deep scouting party, going in around that red buff, seeing if they can pick anyone off. Flandre wisely backs away, and it looks like the 100% of Snake's attention has now gone over to that Baron objective because they've sent Flandre with teleport bottom.
Yeah,
meaning that they want to pressure that side of the map and force something around that big Baron pit. The danger of that is they might give up a free dragon when they don't necessarily have to. They're stronger at this point. If they put too much pressure there and they can, LGD can just keep them busy with a couple of members, they'll be able to pick up a free dragon in response.
We'll have to see Dragon back in 25 seconds or so, and LGD are grouping towards that objective for their first tier. If I recall correctly, Snake have 3 or 4 dragons, so the next dragons are good for them as well, and it's very important to deny LGD theirs, so we'll see what they want to go for. Imp actually pretty aggressively forward here. Flame as well going in. Xuen popped his ulti. Wants to go in the back there. Flame going to dive in, but he gets obliterated there. Pops his Zhonya, so the box did go down, and Imp in trouble as Xuen going to get eaten there by Baka. Flame does ult himself a beast, getting low as well. They'll get Azir the double kill now for Baka, and now they're chasing Crystal around the side. Flashes in over the top to him, exhausted and still ripping through AD carries. There's Crystal's kill. Layla's going down as well, and this could be the full 5-man, no just 4, but a triple kill for Baka's Azir.
And while Crystal with exhaust was out DPSing Imp without it, he is an absolute beast at this point in the game. Able to rotate this one into a Dragon Baron as well. Beast needs to be careful that he doesn't go down there. Not much threat of his steal just coming out of PYL, and wow, what a good team fight.
Yeah, Beast will rotate back in for the smite. Does get it there. No Janna Tornado steal incoming. And Snake will get themselves the Baron and catapult themselves into a big gold lead. They're almost 6,000 gold ahead. Dragon is up as well, but it seems like LGD might get that objective.
Yeah, it looks like Snake will maybe rotate in, try and grab it. No, they've decided against it. They're sending Crystal back. He must be really close to just an outright Infinity Edge at this point. He is so fed. And, oh, he's actually, wow, he's going for the Trinity Force again.
I love it. I mean, obviously just wants to prioritize a lot of flat damage here and just consistently chunk people out. He's not going for that big consistent damage, and no one's really building health. It's double AP. What are LGD really going to do against all these damage items?
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea what they can do against it. That's a 4th dragon of the game going over as well. And this guy, we've already said that he can chase completely fine, that he does so much damage. you put the Sheen procs on top of all that raw AD as well as the added chase potential coming out of Phage, no one is going to escape him.
And it's so interesting that Crystal has played 2 great Draven games so far, and this would be a spectacular one if Snake do win out here as well. And 2 completely different builds, just having a lot of sense, a lot of understanding this champion, wanting to play a very different, more mobile style with this particular build. Oh my god, that minion got crit for about 1,400. That's without an IE.
Yeah, so if he picks up an IE for his 6th item, which I would not be surprised, we're talking about Snake here, of course, they're definitely in a fantastic position. And I love the mix-up to Flandre's build. He's now gone for an Iceborne Gauntlet. He's like, you know what, guys? I recognize that I'm not in a position to necessarily outright carry this game. I'm there to slow down all of their people as the maybe engage coming through. No. I'm there to slow down everyone and get the fight started.
Crystal actually going in. PYL just gets eaten, gets ulted as well, but Imp trying to fight Crystal in the back, but cannot do it. Flame ults him as well. Crystal still alive. They gets the kill on the Imp. Flame diving in, gets killed there by Barker. 3 clean kills there for Snake. Flandre chasing Wailers for the 4th, and that might just be it here. Snake in a dominating game. Flip it around, and LGD going to be thinking, man, what happened to our point? I really wanted 3.
And Snaker just cannot be 2-0'd in this. They're just unrelenting in how they go about these team fights. They take out one Nexus turret. They're onto the second, and once again, a 1-1.
And a quick win there for Snake, despite, again, a pretty late game-centric comp, and what a way to do it as well. We talked about Crystal being the player to really watch, I felt like, in this matchup, and he outplayed Imp in that game, no question.
Oh, he definitely did, and you have to say, Ella with those double buffs early game would have helped, but he just had complete control over the bottom half of the map.
And, I mean, Beast looked a lot better as well. I mean, Snake, when they fire as a unit. Flandre was looking great. Crystal, again, enabled by his team, and it's just wonderful to watch this team when they were ahead, much like LGD.
Yeah, certainly, and let's see a team fight where they're ahead. If we get the replay up, this is the decisive team fight. So LGD at this point, look at the score. They're only 2,000 behind, but they haven't got a dragon. So if we roll it, they really try and force. And there's a great Lee Sin kick into a hook here that just completely stops Rengar in his tracks. So we see Rengar jump in, he gets kicked and then hooked back in, able to really get destroyed there. Really nice whirling death go through. And from this point, even though Flame can't be targetable, as soon as he pops out of that stasis, they're just on. Crystal goes over the wall, gets exhausted, and look at how much damage he outputted through that exhaust. They're just able to pick up 4 kills. They rotate it into a Baron. They grab Dragon afterwards and absolutely smash LDG.
Yeah, it took one more team fight, and that was it. And I don't know exactly what we've learned from these two teams. We've certainly learned that when Snake battle with the best, they usually split.
Yeah, exactly right. I think we learned that you don't put Crystal on a hyper carry if you're the opposition.
Well, we'll have to see. They made the mistake again. A good one won there, but we're going to go into our next series just after a quick break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And we're here for Game 3 between WE and Vici Gaming. And you have to think that WE, after such a rough run, this is no different. This is going to be a really tough match for them.
I mean, their uphill struggle continues there, Max. Of course, they're entering this game 0-10, the only team so far after we saw EP pick up a win today. Still at that 0-10 mark, still looking for their first win. But one thing that we can say about this WE team is they did show a little bit of promise in that series against LGD yesterday. Not the first game. If you're a WE fan, ignore that first game.
Don't watch that one.
But in the second game, they showed very good early objective control. They were controlling that dragon. They got the first 2 dragons of the game against an LGD comp with Rumble. So that was set up for some mid-game control. And Ninja in the mid lane, he's been often criticized for not necessarily losing lane, but being a very safe laner and not really taking advantage of any sort of early snowball. However, in this game, he was able to play a really impressive Azir, and at least in the early game, he was really controlling Wayless, one of the highest hyped mid laners in the LPL. So they're just little small things. They still have to convert all their moving parts, like spirits, jungle pressure, into a win. And it's not an easy task against Vici Gaming.
Well, talking about Vici Gaming, I mean, they had a rough beginning to the LPL, of course, with a very difficult first week. But after going 0-4, bringing it back with a 3-1 in the next week, the momentum definitely in their favor, as you can see. And they're looking really, really good at the moment. I mean, Vasily had a few, I guess, issues with the first 2 teams. Of course, EDG and OMG were their first 2 matchups, arguably the 2 best teams here in China. And now it seems to be finding his stride, especially on hyper carries like that Tristana. And we saw all throughout when he was playing with LMQ over in North America, like to play these hyper carries like the Cogmore back then, and now picking up the Tristana doing the same sort of work.
Tristana been one of his favorite champions for a very long time. And it's the expectations for Vici are actually quite difficult to gauge, I think, for us experts, just because the 2-0 losses to both EDG and OMG kind of expected. You know, they're consensus the 2 strongest teams in China. The 1-1 draw against Gamti is probably the big question mark there, just because Gamti are definitely going to be one of the teams really fighting to stave off relegation at the end of the season. The fact that they couldn't pick up a decisive 2-0 win there, they'll probably look at 2 points lost rather than 1 point gained. But to come in so strong against what was previously an undefeated IG and take the full 3 points there would be a massive confidence booster. And it's that momentum, right? To win 3 games last week for the Dandy and Marta, the amazing vision synergies start being put into place, being utilized by their carries, and starting to really define their gameplay. I think the sky is very high for this Vici Gaming team, but they're in one of those positions where they need to start picking up those 3-point series. They need to start advancing in the table, because right now they come in equal 8th. They're basically in the relegation zone right now. It's time to start getting the points on the board. Yeah,
it's looking scary for Vici Gaming if they do start losing as we hop into Champion Select. But you have to think that Vici Gaming, with this new lineup of Dandy and Marta especially, it'll take them a little while to get used to this vision style, a little bit longer to get used to exactly how these Koreans are going to be playing with them. And I think that once they do find that synergy, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. But bans coming through thick and fast. It's going to be Janna and Tristana taken off the board here for WE. They do not want to see that in the bottom lane. Very, very strong in the hands of Vasily and Marta. And Rek'Sai, of course, pretty standard. She's never going to see play.
Yeah, they're definitely the trademark champions of both Vasily and Marta, the Tristana and the Janna there. So understandable to see those bans come out. Rek'Sai, until we start seeing a couple of those nerfs roll in the later patches, maybe we'll see a tone down. The Sivir ban comes through here as well. STYZ's not traditionally a Sivir player. In fact, has Sin really struggled on that pick. It kind of loses his hyper carry mentality, and it doesn't really fit into the Sivir train, much like I thought Uzi might, but of course Uzi's actually been a fantastic Sivir player so far this season. So to actually ban Sivir against someone who's struggled against Sivir, I kind of question that ban from Vici.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are going to get through here. Of course, Hatong's Kassadin is going to get banned away, and that is definitely a high priority ban there. But the likes of Jarvan, Lee Sin, of course, Rumble's still available as well, and Gnar is available in that top lane. There are so many high priority picks still on the table. And Vasily plays all sorts of different AD carries, as does STYZ. I think they're probably looking for a potential Corki pickup here if we do see the Sivir being banned away. But there are going to be a lot of high priority champions left on the board. despite what gets through. And it's going to be Xerath taken off the board here as well. And I like that just because of his predominant play here in China.
And probably the surprising thing to me is you look down the bans here, one jungler banned, one flex pick top laner banned. It's usually been the top lane and jungle pool that have been decimated in early games. We've seen people snapping up both Jarvan and Nunu in successive picks just to deny junglers from the enemy side. But the Jarvan's picked up first here, and it looks like they're thinking about that Yordle.
Yeah, and this is very, very dangerous because World Elite have picked the Jarvan, and it means that Vici Gaming, they can't pick both Gnar and Rumble, surely. So they're going to get one of these mega combos here. Ninja going to insta-lock that Azir in response to this Thresh Rumble that's been locked in, and you have to think that Spirit, he can just happily lock in that Gnar, and they have got a gigantic teamfight already available.
Yeah, I really do like the insta-lock of the Azir right here. The Gnar is being mulled over, probably going to be picked up as well. Some really powerful picks here. The Narvan combo that has been coined over the weekend. 5-0 in competitive play, at least in the NA and EU LCS. Seeing a lot of competitive play in LCK as well.
Has actually been played here in the LPL, though, and didn't win the game.
Wow, okay. But still has a lot of momentum.
Certainly does.
It's one of those kind of hotbed topics, just like Jarvan Rumble was many moons ago. So to see the Azir pick up as well here, this is the comfort champion. This is finally the one champion that Ninja's really performed on this season.
You mentioned that he's impressed you on that Azir.
This is the start of a strong draft from WE, and that's been one of my other concerns for WE. It's been some very questionable drafting, but look at the champions that are still available on the fourth rotation of picks. We might see Alessandro come through right here. So that's what happens when you start banning these AD carries, banning these flex picks, is that you suddenly show up with an embarrassment of riches at the later parts of the draft.
Yeah, and it's to the point where, they're going to be last picking that AD carry as well, just because there's so many things that they want to gobble up in this draft phase. But looking fantastic so far. STYZ thinking about the Ezreal here, but Dandy on Lee Sin. This is something I'm incredibly excited about. The last time we saw him pick up this champion, so impactful across the map, and you put Dandy on a champion that can build a Sightstone easily, and who else is that other than Lee Sin? And he's just going to have control of this map.
And the viewers might be wondering, why not Rengar? Because, of course, Dandy's Rengar, one of the most feared picks in the world, was really that Rengar that really catapulted Rengar to being one of those really highly contested jungle picks, available here and not picked. But you look down this Vici Gaming side, Lissandra peaks in the mid game, Rumble peaks in the mid game, picking up an early game jungler to get them to that mid game faster, to really snowball the lanes, makes more sense than having to have that more passive jungler. Of course, Dandy does defy the passive title on Rengar just because he's so good with communication, but this is still a lineup that's forming. They still probably have those communication issues as they're trying to really formalize this lineup. They're probably kicking themselves when the schedule came out and they're like, oh god, we have to test ourselves against EDG and OMG in the first week. They would have liked to warm up to those top teams. Look like they warmed up last week though, so I'm so excited to see what they pull out here.
Yeah, and if we do actually get this Corki to be locked in as well, you were talking about a mid-game focus. My god, how you could not have a more perfect team comp to focus for that mid-game, and especially going up against WE, who are all in for the late game. I mean, sure, Caitlyn's going to be good in lane. She's going to be able to, shove out early, get peacemakers across the wave, all that sort of stuff, but goodness gracious me, that mid-game slump, that's going to be felt hard by World Elite.
Once the sieging starts, once WE starts to get in position for the sieging, you look down this Vici Gaming side, so little initiation tools. All their power is getting those picks in the transitions and trying to get the vision advantage. And look, if you ever want a duo to get a vision advantage, it's Dandy and Mata. So they've really picked themselves, Vici, here into defining their own destiny. It's all on Vici Gaming to take advantage of their strong points, of their team lineup, of their vision control, and snowball the mid-game. And they've got the picks to back it up, at least on paper, the players to back it up. They've set themselves up to succeed, but W have a very solid comp right here. They have power in the early, mid, and late games. It probably peaks in the late game, but they do have power across the board. And it looks like we're going to see a lot of fighting here, so it should at least be a really exciting game.
I certainly hope so. But one thing I do want to bring attention to, and it's not necessarily something we want to talk about, but Aluka hasn't been looking fantastic when they've picked up that Gnar. It's sort of not necessarily had the rage meter on point as far as making sure that Mega Gnar's available in team fights, and we'll see whether Aluka can really make up for his past mishaps on that champion and really bring it to Vici Gaming this time. Because Aluka, he deserves some victories, and he's been copping a lot of flack, and let's see whether he can turn it around.
I mean, earlier in the LPL, our main storyline was communication. Will these Korean imports affect communication? And the one team where that clearly was a big impact was World Elite. We saw in the very early games with Spirit on Rengar diving in with the Bowler Strike, backing away, and then the re-engage coming out from Conan on support right there. So there was really some clear communication issues. And so now we're looking at the World Elite lineup right here. They look a bit stronger. They look like they've been able to work through those things. But we have to have a pause here, so plenty to talk about here. I do like the fact that they have a comp that has one clear idea.
Yeah, and as well, I mean, we'll see whether they can bring it to Vici Gaming, but the thing that I'm worried about for World Elite is the fact that they've got this comp that's sort of very reliant on being in that late game and being able to get to a point where they're relevant at that stage. And we've been seeing these teams that do pick for the late game not have that work out for them. I mean, Snake just before, not having a great time in that first matchup just because they picked so late game heavy that they really couldn't make it work.
It's not just late game. It's so communication focused to get those combos, to get that Jarvan Cataclysm into the Nara ultimate, of course. There's so much communication required to pull that off for a team that's been struggling on that. I'd be excited to see them pull it off, but I'm hesitant.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it as we get onto the Rift. And we're on the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, with World Elite taking on Vici Gaming. World Elite desperate for a victory here to help put a few more points onto the board. Of course, 0-10 thus far, and Vici Gaming starting the pressure early as a Death Sentence lands onto Spirit. There's a Resonating Strike to come through as well, and he's getting burnt down so low, but didn't have to blow that flash.
Yeah, Vici Gaming clearly have a plan right here. They want to get that lane vision to have an idea of what the lane setup's going to be. Luca's in trouble.
Mardo, it will have that Death Sentence available yet again, but Luca just takes half of his health and is forced to go back. Vici Gaming already with their feet on the pedal.
Yeah, the kill there would have been a bonus, but again, it's all about getting that early vision, making sure they're in the right lanes. They have a Rumble here, so they're very flexible to a lane swap, but of course, Aluka on that Gnar, he can also 1v2 quite happily. Be interesting to see what exactly Vici Gaming's plan is in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and we'll see. Do you think that they're going to benefit from a lane swap here, not have to go up against that Caitlyn? Do you think that maybe they'll have a different idea? Maybe they feel confident that they can go up against anything?
I think if you're Corki, you like to opt out of that Caitlyn matchup just because Caitlyn has such a natural pushing advantage that if you're using those Phosphorus Bomb, using all your mana on clearing creeps, you really lose that lane bully status that Corki's often in. This is one of the few matchups where Corki is the victim rather than the lane bully. So opting out of that lane makes a lot of sense for me if you're Vici Gaming.
We'll see whether they do as we have Caitlyn and Morgana moving up to that top side of the map. And it is going to be standard lanes here in an upside-down fashion. But the blue buff steal has begun already. Carrie and Dandy just hanging out together, doing some double laning here. Carrie going to teleport to that bottom side. And standard lanes will commence.
Very interesting to see Carrie instantly teleport down. They did not look for any sort of jungle follow here. Happy to opt into the standard lanes. World Elite have counter-swapped here just so they can ensure a 1v1 lane matchup. But look at this. With the creep break right here, they're actually denied from a lot of experience in this first wave.
Yeah, and Vasily and Mata really putting the pressure on, commanding the respect in this lane. It's not what you'd expect. STYZ on this Caitlyn has a lot of pushing power, and that Dark Binding can threaten a lot of CC as well.
Spirit looks like he's pathing over to blue here. Of course, jungling on the bot side here is safe for him. STYZ, though, on top in trouble. Takes a bad trade. They do have the level disadvantage in top. This is one of the few times I've actually seen a Caitlyn lane on the back foot.
Yeah, and it's just very strange to see, especially considering they're against a Corki here who has one of the lowest ranges in the game.
Absolutely.
As Dandy doing some vertical jungling here as well. Both of our junglers are going to be able to pick up 2 buffs, but just in an opposite fashion. Everything going the wrong way around here as we hop back to the top lane. And more scuffling going on. STYZ has popped that potion, whereas Vasily's holding on to his. Seeing whether he can be helped by that Relic Shield in order to not actually have to pop that one. It's Phosphorus Bomb to come through. They're shoving this wave.
I feel to some degree we might see the impact of confidence in playing with FLICKR in this top lane, just because although they've picked a lane with a on-paper advantage here in the Caitlyn and Morgana top lane right here, of course, STYZ and UJ have struggled so far in the LPL. Even that hypercarry, even that very respected hypercarry player, STYZ, really hasn't been on point so far in the LPL. So Vasily, even in those losses, actually played really well. In one series against OMG, he was 10-1-9 on Tristana in a loss. So he's actually been performing despite his team's relative struggles. So he's playing with confidence. STYZ much on the back foot. And then he's going to need to change that mindset because he cannot let Corki come out even or ahead in this lane.
Yeah, it's actually Carry roaming up through the jungle here. Spots Spirit out, but not going to give him any trouble while he takes those Raptors. And as you mentioned, yeah, Vasily having a pretty decent time so far in his return to the LPL. And STYZ not necessarily being heralded as the hyper carry of status that he may have been sort of hyped up for.
He definitely was put on a mantle. He's probably thought of to be maybe a 3 to 4 AD carry in such a region so well known and so revered for their AD carries. So he has a lot of hype to live up to, and so far struggled, but it has to remember that's a team struggle as well.
It very much is, and you can't put it on the back of an AD carry player that does need that front line there. We'll see whether Aluka can be that for him today as Dandy up here in the top side of the map. World Elite playing very far back though. Uncharacteristic for this lane, but intelligent at this stage.
Absolutely. They have no vision at all coming down this river, so just trying to play safely right here. They have a safe combo there. At level 4, UJ will definitely have all his skills available now. And we see Danny just invading the Gromp right here, getting some advanced vision down and ensuring there's no counter game coming out from Jarvan.
And do you think that it's on Spirit to really make something happen in this early game on this Jarvan as well? I mean, we've seen Spirit pick up this champion quite a few times. Of course, started off with some unconventional picks early on, but so far opting to go back into that Jarvan, more standard junglers, as just both of these guys, they don't want to go into the top side of the map. That's not what they're about. They want to stick down the bottom.
There's kind of two flavors to thought when it comes to Spirit's pathing right here. He could play really aggressively, but if he's ever counter-ganked successfully by what has to be said is the king of the counter-gank in Dandy, then he's going to accelerate the mid-game push that Vici is going to be able to put on and perhaps start an objective snowball that World Elite will never be able to get themselves out of. However, if he just relieves pressures from his lane, allows things to go even for as long as possible, that might be an advantage, but in mid he's in trouble.
Level 6 being hit immediately here. Dandy tries to lock down Ninja, but it's a nice flash to get him out of trouble. And Vici Gaming still with the pressure.
But that's the start of the communication plays we've spoken about for Vici Gaming there. Dandy was always known on Samsung White about being in the right lane at the right time. There, the moment that Hetong pinged 6, the ultimate came down, the game came in. That's very nice rotational play coming from Vici, and something that could be a big part of their play moving forward.
Yeah, and look at what Vici have done as well. They've noted the fact that it's 6.5 minutes into this game, the Dragon is going to become a thing to contest, and immediately Carry teleports into that top lane. Make sure that you have one person up there and keep your bottom lane down here. Have the manpower available around that neutral objective.
But it does mean that Aluka has a significant teleport advantage so far right here, and Carry does not have the teleport available with the Equalizer. Of course, the Equalizer is perhaps the most game-defining first Dragon skill in the game, and it will not be available here. So I do like the fact that they'll have 2 members there to stop Vici Gaming, so to stop World Elite stealing away the first Dragon, but not having the teleport on Rumble is a big deal.
Yeah, and the thing we were mentioning, though, Vici Gaming, having Dandy and Marta on that team, it's going to mean that there are going to be a lot of wards on the map, and you can see WE's map, or their base, their side of the map is just lit up for Vici Gaming everywhere.
It's the start of what we expect to be a consistent trend from Vici Gaming. Very aggressive warding from them, but worrying for World Elite here, little to no warding whatsoever. Not even on their own side of the map, but they're not even considering putting wards on the enemy side of the map.
Yeah, Dandy stealing away this blue buff yet again. And now we'll see whether Hetong's going to be able to get one for himself. They'll probably roam back to that one as soon as possible, but Dandy might make a stop here in the top side. No, decides against it.
I mean, it's to the point where Vici doesn't even think that World Elite have a realistic shot against the enemy jungle. And worrying thing even more than that is the World Elite don't seem to think they have a realistic shot either. To have no aggressive wards down whatsoever compared to a complete aggressive ward train with only a 300 gold lead. A very nothing lead for Vici Gaming here. World Elite playing from behind.
Spirit may be caught out. The Sonic Wave does land here from Dandy as well. Flag and Drag used defensively, but there's the claw coming through, and Spirit gets locked up by the ultimate. It's a decent ult coming through from Ninja, but not quite enough, and the fight is broken out here. The Gnar comes through, but doesn't do much. Dandy's going to fall down. It's going to be Morgana picking up that kill, and Vasily needs to get the hell out. Gets hit by a house, but he's going to be okay with that flash. Dark Binding barely grazes the behind of Marta. And that was so much closer than it could have been.
All right, World Elite have a massive advantage here, but no smite available, so they're not going to look to take the Dragon here. Spirit actually would have been the first one to that objective because he respawned about 5 to 6 seconds before Dandy, but they just leave with a blue buff. They leave with the minimum for what is a favorable trade for them.
Yeah, they did well, as we have a replay to come up of that last fight.
So looking in the replay, Spirit goes for a bit of a walk on the enemy side, gets caught, and I love the flash coming out here. Hatong realized there's no way for Ninja to contest this first kill. They hope they can get a kill and run out here, but of course Aluka has the teleport advantage in top. He uses the Nara, just pops onto Mata, so he kind of get the minimum here. If he'd held onto that Nara a bit longer, they might have been able to harangue Vasily next to the wall. Of course, he used the Nara ultimate without flashing right there. Dark Binding just whizzles past. It's a win, but it's a win as a trade for a 5-minute cooldown in terms of that teleport right here. So look for Carry and Vici Gaming to organize a Dragon pickup very soon.
Yeah, and it's all switched around here as well. You were talking about the power of having that teleport advantage. Carries is about to come up in about a minute or so, and Aluka's is 4 or so minutes away. So we'll see whether Vici Gaming are going to be able to capitalize on that one, as Dandy clearing out vision yet again around this Dragon. It looks to be the next point of contention for both of these teams, as Spirit's hanging around as well. He is going to spot that ward out, but Hatong's here as well, and they are just clearing every pink from World Elite.
Hatong has consistently been first to react to these little skirmishes here, playing on the front foot of Vici, playing with confidence as we would expect from their 3-1 showing last week, and for the fact they're playing against WE here, who have really struggled so far in the LPL.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can turn it around, though. Of course, that first fight not looking too bad. There's definitely a chance here, but we'll have to be with that Nara available as well, who's in Mega Gnar form, about to pop back to adorable form now.
Worth noting that despite basically standard lanes right here, there's a 500 gold lead from VG with basically from standard lane. That isn't jungle pressure. That isn't any sort of rotational play. Just standard lane. They have significant CS values. 13 CS to 15 CS is the advantage in the top lane for carry. In the mid lane, it's a 15 CS advantage. In the bottom lane, it's very even. 5 CS actually advantage for STYZ. But that's to be expected. He has the Caitlyn pickup right here.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, of course. Sooner or later, that range advantage is going to have to come through, and Spirit going to clear out his wolves, just really trying to farm up to a point where he's going to be able to gank relevantly, and of course wants to get to that stage where he's tanky as well. I mean, at this point, Jarvan not the tanky monster that he wants to be. We'll see whether he can get to that point. You can see Dandy, he's prolonged getting that jungle item because he wants that Sightstone and he wants it early.
Right, it's his defining characteristic as a jungler is the ability to counter gank and to control vision. And guess what? Counter gank is all about having advanced vision on the enemy. So they work and they interplay together so well. He's not about damage. He's going to get that warrior enchantment just because it's so slot effective on Lee Sin, as we see Aluka take a very unfavorable trade in top. But that's just his playstyle, and it's been so successful, as we can see on the world stage.
Oh, yeah. Luke, you're going to get a bit of health back by turning into that gigantic Gnar form, as Spirit going to try and take... Yeah, he gets it. Scuttle Crab goes over to Spirit. Definite advantage there.
The Scuttle Crab's such a contested objective these days, just because for those junglers, it's an 85 gold pickup, a massive gold pickup once you have a jungle item down here. So VG, they have the teleport advantage still. There's no reason they shouldn't go for the dragon. You look at the wards here, very minimal warding from World Elite. They have some idea it's happening, but no realistic chance to try and take it. And VG, they take the first dragon.
Yep, very nicely done. They're going to secure that one easily. Dark Binding was not quite enough coming through from UJ. STYZ tried to get it with a Peacemaker as well, of course. Smite just a little bit too strong. And Vici Gaming with an easy first dragon. And wasn't that easier than that fight that we had before?
No, not the easiest. See, STYZ has gone for the early Avarice Blade here. Kind of makes sense on one side. Oh my goodness, as the binding does land on Vasily.
Yeah, Vasily gets caught. There's the ultimate to come through from UJ as well. He almost manages to keep the tether on that Soul Shackles, but not quite enough to get the stun.
Just probably the Phage proc there, actually getting that extra MS was just enough to get the evasive maneuvers out of that Soul Shackles. Millimeters difference between what would likely have been a kill for STYZ and WE right there, and still able to lane quite happily as Vasily.
Yeah, and with that Phage as well, I mean, he has a lot of health to help back this one up. It's one of the fantastic points of getting that Phage early on. Gives you maneuverability and that extra health buffer to help you out in lane. Vasily utilizing that one as Ninja's going to take away this blue buff. Finally, World Elite managed to pick up one of their own blues.
Yeah, their objective control's been fine this game. They haven't been allowing too much. They've probably been allowing too much aggressive warding coming out from the very aggressive jungle pathing of Dandy. But they've lost what justifiably should have been the first dragon. The first dragon was locked up in Champ Select, to be honest, here for VG. Once you have Rumble, Corki, who's done just fine in lane, Lee Sin and Lissandra, you're not really wanting to opt into contesting a dragon if you're WE.
Hatong and Dandy both moving up to this top side. Of course, this tower very, very low. Luca does have the flash. He's going to jump out, but there's the ult to come through. Dandy kicks him back. The wallop's going to come through onto Hatong, but Aluka so low on health. Gets caught up, and that's Dandy easily securing that kill.
They might even take top turret here. Here, WE getting so much damage on this mid turret, only Thresh to defend it. I mean, you'd always take a trade of mid turret for top turret right here, but of course the kill tip's slightly in the advantage of VG.
Yeah, but VG doesn't look like they're stopping. Actually, no. Carry going to back away from this one. Could have got some healthy damage on that inner turret. Ninja and Spirit just trying to back off from that middle lane and clear out some of this vision.
Starting to see some of that strong laning flavor of STYZ and Caitlyn right here. 600 gold is actually quite considerable in a game where there's only 600 gold in it. So World Elite doing quite respectably in the bottom lane here. They're going to DPS down this turret and actually probably come into the gold lead here as World Elite. And we haven't actually been able to say World Elite was in a gold lead at 15 minutes into a match, I believe, in any of the games so far.
Yeah, this is definitely positive for World Elite. And Vici Gaming, I mean, the pressure's on them to win this match, you have to say. I mean, if they drop this, they're arguably almost thought to guarantee this. As the engage comes on to Carry here, Aluka's popping that hyper, and Carry just doesn't know where he's going. Spirit's going to catch up. There's the Chilling Smite as well. Flag and Drag's going to get the knock up, and that is an easy kill as another blue turret's going to fall down.
Yeah, Carry was probably smart then not to use his flash. He, of course, was considering flashing the flag and drag, but he would have died to a counter flash there, whatever the situation. So another nice kill picked up there for World Elite. They're playing well this game.
They really are, rotating around the map quite well as well. And you can see the fact that Spirit not playing sort of that really overly aggressive, I have to be carrying this game. He's supporting his team this time, and this is the change that you have to say he probably had to make.
But again, VG have picked for the mid game here. We're going to see the Trinity Force coming out so soon from Corki right here. This is the time where they need to turn it on. The next 10 minutes or so could decide the game. If they're not able to get a decisive advantage before 25 minutes, you have to like World Elite's comp right here in the late game. But VG's mid-game power is undeniable. Rumble, Lissandra, Corki all peaking in the mid-game. So it is on them to make the most here, but it's on them, as you were making the point earlier before that fight, it's on them completely in this series. Anything less than a 3-0 is a massive loss if you're VG Gaming.
It very much is. And Hatong, including Masteries and Runes, Hatong's at 40% CDR already with those Lucidity Boots and the Morellonomicon. So that ultimate, the Glacial Tomb, is going to be up all the time.
And so much consistent CC coming out in a fight between the Q and the W there for Lissandra. Yeah. Those equalize. He's level 11 already. He has his double magic penetration working on that Zhonya's. That carry equalizer could be impressive.
Yeah, and you have to think that if that Frozen Tomb does come down, Carry has the easiest equalizer of his life. To just layer on top of that, there's going to be so much CC, but they need to find the right moment to do it.
See World Elite trying to defend their wards where they can. 1 minute till Dragon's up. Carry, again, will not have his teleport up right here. So he's actually been struggling to have teleport up for these big objectives. World Elite looking at position very aggressively.
Yeah, Tong coming through. Spirit actually gets locked up here. There's an equalizer, but not exactly the one that they want. And Carry's going to go down immediately. Empress Divide to come through. That's a nice gnaw from Aluka here as well. As Tong's taking a lot of damage. Martyr as well. He puts down the boss decently here. And SDYZ solo, Ninja also solo. It's a nice barrier. Hatong gets caught out, and that is a double kill for Ninja.
Yeah, decisive teamfight win for World Elite. They could have even been more. If you watch that fight, SDYZ took the 3 to 4 seconds to channel up that ace in the hole to secure a kill, but was actually bunched on top of Ninja. They almost both perished right there, so some questionable positioning, but you can't argue with the kills. That's a big win, but they need to get in position for this Dragon right now, as it's only 20 seconds to its roll. So we see the replay right here. Spirits is positioning so aggressively right here, and this is the one time that Hatong's really misfired on this ultimate. It was much tankier than he expected with Spirit right now. I thought when the equalizer came down, they'd be in trouble, but the Emperor's dividing. The Gnar is massive on both Dandy and Hatong right here. SDYZ's free hitting, and VG are kind of in disarray once Vasily eats this binding, the Dark Binding, and instantly gets DPS down. Hatong gets focus fired from 3 to 4 people right here. They all survive, so World Elite do win that fight, but they need to try and translate that into this Dragon.
Yeah, 4-for-1 trade in the end there, going in favor of World Elite, who now have a decent, a mentionable gold lead. Is STYZ going to pick up this red buff as long as it doesn't reset on him too much?
And we should focus on Ninja once again here. 3-0-2, he's gone for that Abyssal Scepter build. But Ninja's Azir, this is one champion where he's finally looking like he can translate his very safe and capable laning phase into teamfight impact.
Yeah, it may actually be in contention for a ban here to come through on the side of Ninja, so very respectable play coming through from this Azir. And this Dragon going down very, very low. Could be a 50-50, but Spirit's going to be able to take it here. The Claw of Doom not going to be acted upon here by Hatong, and the Equalizer just zoning out the team, but no follow-up.
The communication between Hatong and Carry, the two Chinese solo laners of VG, needs to be on point this game. An Equalizer without any lockdown coming down from Hatong is going to be a fairly wasted cooldown. They don't have any other control CC unless Marta is already initiated right there. So they need to be very decisive on their calls here to Vici. Otherwise, this impressive Equalizer that Carry's farmed up, 139 CS, 24 CS ahead of Na, is going to be not useful.
Oh, Spirit going in aggressively. Carry going to flash out of the way of that one. Spirit's going to die because Dandy see the Emperor's Divide to come in. Hatong, he ultimates himself in such beautiful fashion and gets nard for it right into the wall as World Elite now try and disengage this fight. Carry to come in, look, overheating with that Flame Spitter. Aluka is getting burnt to the ground. Vasily free hitting in the backline. STYZ, all of your friends are dead. You have to go back to base, and VG turn it around.
We mentioned communication for VG. It was the same story right there. You saw shades of that first Rengar game when Spirit went in aggressively. No one was looking to follow him whatsoever into that cove next to the enemy blue buff right there. He was freely DPS down, and then World Elite was just target practice for Marta. They fell down there. Very poor communication from both sides. They need to regroup quickly, recognize their powerful points. For example, how strong Ninja's AoE space control is going to be on this Azir right now so early in the game. But World Elite, very questionable engage.
Yeah, but Hatong using that Frozen Tomb on himself to avoid the ultimate coming through from Azir was so beautiful to watch. Incredibly perfectly timed from the mid laner for VG. So you have to hand it to them. They managed to turn that fight around exactly how they wanted to with fantastic play as well. And
we're going to see the Zhonya's out very soon from Hatong here. Of course, 5 seconds of invulnerability coming out for that frontline Lissandra to complement the 40% CDR. I do love this build just because with so much CDR, a lot of those cooldowns are actually going to be up the moment you're out of 5 seconds of stasis. Yeah. So it's a very nice little combo right there. A few more levels in Glacial Path, and she'll even have an escape tool once she's out of that stasis. So very nice synergy between those two items. Very standard items, of course, on Lissandra, whereas Azir has been playing very smartly, but Ninja cannot really go into melee or aggressive form in this match just because he doesn't have the Zhonya. Zhonya's been the key item in all our winning Azir games right here. He's opted for the Abyssal, which means he has fantastic teamfight damage, but he does not have that invulnerability, that reset button in a teamfight.
And as we just saw there, Hatong's Q is almost as fast as her auto attack would have been level 1. So looking pretty good as far as being able to layer those skills, layer that slow as we get through into this one. Danny going to clear out the bottom side of the map, and World Elite just looking to reconsolidate and sort of find out what they can do to get themselves into this game. Because, of course, their late game going to be fantastic, but they've got to try and avoid fighting VG while they're so strong. Of course, Trinity Force being finished, you can see both of those Zhonya's Hourglasses are also completed. Smarter just going to sidestep the Dark Binding there.
I mean, it's very difficult to communicate just how much item power spike has been completed on VG Gaming right here. The double Zhonyas, the Trinity Force into Sorcerer's Shoes. The mid game is on, and this is the strongest point for Vici for the whole match right here. It will only get weaker as the minutes pile on. And very importantly here, World Elite are doing just fine. They're actually going to rotate to the top lane here. If they take down this turret, they're actually going to have a gold lead against a mid-game team right here. So the rotations from World Elite have been very on point right here. And if they can get over this mid-game hump afforded by the so powerful mid-game comp Vici's picked right here, World Elite in good stead for the late game.
Yeah, World Elite actually sort of free reign of this top inner turret as well. And that Equalizer not going to deter them. Able to take that one down, but Vici Gaming, they want to trade that for an inner turret in the mid lane and an outer turret in the bottom lane as well. You have to think getting a couple of towers here. Going to go the way of Vici, and the backs to come through now from World Elite. You've got Carry trying to stop them, but he's not going to be able to, and that trade definitely working out in favor of Vici.
Whenever a team looks like they're getting an unanswered turret or an unanswered rotation in high-level play, you just need to look to the minimap to see what they're paying for it. And it was a steep price for World Elite, losing so many creeps to the turret here, losing 2 structures, and 2 very important structures in the mid lane opens up so much potential Baron control and aggressive wards coming out from Vici right here. They're really throwing their hand over to Vici and saying, all right, you guys have the initiative. You're going to have the aggressive wards. You've got the mid-game comp. What can you make of it? And it's on Vici to show that they are a top team rather than just one of the middle of the pack teams struggling to get into playoffs.
See whether they can prove themselves as we get into this mid-game for real here. Exactly the time when Vici Gaming needs to make their move. Blade of the Ruined King going to be the next option here for Vasily. So, sort of the Chinese special as far as the Corki build is concerned, and you know that he wants to be able to get away from Spirit and DeLuca, so having that extra ability to kite with that movement speed after using that activatable is definitely going to help him out in that situation.
Definitely when we consider the 3 popular Corki builds, them being Trinity Force into Bloodthirster, Trinity Force into Blade of the Ruined King, and Trinity Force into Last Whisper. It's definitely not the worst of the 3, at least in my eyes. I think the Last Whisper build is a bit questionable given the amount of mixed damage that Corki puts out. I just love the Bloodthirster build just because it gives him so much poke. He has 80 scaling on basically all his abilities other than Valkyrie. And they seem to give him, the defensive option as well. But Blade of the Ruined King is an excellent situational choice for that self-peel. And against Narjav, and I can't really argue.
Yep, working out well. But Dandy does find himself a Dark Binding as he tries to clear out this ward. He wants that ward so much, but the pink ward, it's going to die. World Elite win the vision battle.
Okay, watch World Elite here. They cannot afford to clump onto a hook, onto the box, onto the Rumble Equalizer right here. If they can avoid that skill shot, if they can avoid that line of death, they have a very good shot of picking up this Dragon in this team fight.
Yeah, it could be a 50-50 though, because Spirit is very, very close, and this Dragon's going down low. Spirit actually lands the Cataclysm here, and here's the layering of that CC. It's a nice equalizer this time. Hatong comes in. There's all of the invulnerability. The Dragon hasn't been taken yet even, as Aluka falls down. A Sun Turret's going to fall in amongst it as well, and that's 3 dead already for World Elite. Only Dandy going to die, the hero himself, as STYZ and Ninja limp away from this one.
The power of that Lissandra pick was on full display right there. She plays like a frontliner despite being built like an AP carry. So much zone from the Lissandra ultimate into the stasis right there. Ninja and STYZ, the 2 carries for it, are at full health, but they could not get any auto attacks or spells in. Such was the zoning power of the Equalizer and Hatong stasis. Lissandra's so strong. Yeah. We're going to see the replay right here. The engage is fine. They try and lock down carry. The equalizer is very good, but look at how much space control Hatong's ultimate. And you see Ninja and STYZ in the background. How much damage they got off in that last 5-6 seconds of the fight? 100, 500 damage maybe? But the really smart team fighting and grouping from VG completely negates the fed carries on Team World Elite.
Yeah, definitely working out for them. And these are the kind of fights that Vici want to be taking. And, of course, they know that they can get them when these neutral objectives are up. But can they do it underneath a turret when they're sieging down? Because we saw World Elite answered with that inner turret in the mid lane. 1 more inner turret is available. They've taken 5 on this map with a late-game comp. It could actually be a bad sign here for Vici Gaming because World Elite, they're nipping at their heels. It's 500 gold. There's nothing in this.
Yeah, I'm just counting the turrets because, of course, we do have to deal with the Azir factor here when
true.
It comes to turrets being taken. I believe it might be 5 all. I am willing to be mistaken. I'll let you do a cursory church as we look at the action right
4
here.
4 to 5, actually.
4 to 5.
Taken a few Sun turrets.
So very, very close is that turret race right here. And we see VG positioning so aggressive. They have those 2 mid turrets down, and they basically say, all right, this blue buff and this Baron control is completely ours.
Yeah, Luca does have his teleport available, though, but they're pinging out that inner turret in the bottom side of the map. They're thinking that a trade might actually work out in their favor to World Elite, as Dandy going to use that safeguard to get him to safety after Ninja does put down one of his soldiers.
We have to watch Aluka's rage here to kind of get a window into World Elite and what their play calling is right here. So much rage, he's ready to teleport and have that Gnar available. If he pushes on any further, if any more auto attacks, of course, he will activate that Gnar. And the rage management has kind of been the difference between the top level Gnars in competitive play and those that have kind of tried to bandwagon what is undeniably a strong champion, but who has that really unique setup mechanic that, of course, Gnar only has.
And he's wandered away from this top side of the map. I think he was wanting to teleport in with a full Rage Bard, but it's dissipated now as he heads back down again. And the siege is still on here on the top side, but STYZ able to clear out these minions quite effectively, especially considering the items that he's picked up. Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, and of course the Last Whisper. So this Caitlyn is getting past that mid-game slump, and you have to think that Vici Gaming, they're on a timer.
I do, however, if you're going to compare where the split push was on there was got so much pressure coming towards the inner top turret for World Elite compared to the inner bottom turret for Vici. And that's definitely in Vici's advantage just because when they back off, they're backing off towards a Baron they know they have basically exclusive vision on.
Yeah.
Whereas, of course, Na was just pushing on to an outer objective and I guess blue buff technically, but not realistically a second objective. So if you can have a fail-safe of picking up an uncontested Baron, it's a wonderful spot to be in if you're Vici Gaming.
And, of course, Hatong doesn't care too much about those blue buffs as well. Has his passive to help him with that mana, and, of course, already has 40% cooldown reduction.
Absolutely. So. It's very unlikely to see him go out of mana in a team fight, even without the blue buff right there. He has the 40%, so I guess the blue buff's going on to Corki. He's the only real mana-based champion left in this game, and Corki with blue buff, scary thing.
Yep, feels good. You can definitely rocket people pretty quickly as Hatong and Dandy going to continue stealing away World Elite's jungle. And not too much action actually happening here across the map. You have to say working out in World Elite's favor, but Vici can't find their way in. They can't crack World Elite's base.
And even though they have the compositional advantage in the late game, so much is going to be split-second decisions. So much is going to be team play calling, areas that we've seen World Elite struggle with immensely, even in this game, let alone in their previous 10 losses. So there is still a lot on World Elite. It's not just a case of, all right, it's 50 minutes, we got this game. They're still going to have to make the really decisive team fight calls, and I think it's on Spirit to really make the most of that.
Well, Luca may have been caught out, but he's going to bounce his way back to the forward brush. Vici Gaming now looking to try the other side of the map. See whether they can get something down, but it's been a while since World Elite has really had control of their jungle camps, and you can see there's just so much vision coming through from Vici Gaming on this bottom side and the top side as well. And there's just no wards at all inside Vici's base because they know that they've got all the control.
But it's been World Elite playing on the back foot all game. Even at 6 minutes, we saw the aggressive wards coming down from Dandy's invades and posturing towards the World Elite blue buff. But it hasn't translated into a massive objective snowball. It hasn't translated into a gold lead. 500 gold is basically an afterthought at this point in the game. World Elite have lost the minimum so far, so they are in with a really big chance when this next dragon comes up.
Not to mention the fact that Ninja's got a Rabbidan's death cap now as well.
Yeah, the damage is crazy on this Azir, but I really don't like the fact that he's completely foregoing the stasis, the Zhonya's here. It's those Azirs that have been able to get into those team fights. Wow, so Carry takes so much damage there. But those Azirs that can position aggressively get out so much more damage that it kind of negates the AP difference between the two items to me. The ability to really play aggressively is so much more important to me than just sheerly having better AP ratios.
Speaking about playing aggressively, got a few hits on that inhibitor turret in the mid lane as well, did SDYZ, utilizing this Caitlyn and her ability to just relentlessly push these turrets. As the Dragon now getting started off here by World Elite, and we'll see whether Vici Gaming want to try and contest this one. Carry is around, but it's going down incredibly low. Marta's going to land the death sentence. Spirit's going to get caught up by that one. Azir takes the Dragon, but look at the kills coming through from Vici Gaming. The Emperor's Divide isn't bad, but Dandy's found him here. Does get the shield from the E, but I don't know whether it's going to help him because here comes the cavalry. The last harpoon's going to land. Dandy takes a lot of damage, but it's not enough. And Aluka, the only one alive because he wasn't even there.
The only way to describe that situation there, Atlas, is a bluff. It feels like World Elite were bluffed into thinking they could freely DPS down and get out of that fight. But of course they paid for it. There's so much AoE, CC, and Engage coming out from Hatong. The ultimate came out, the equalizer came out for VG. They cleaned up that fight, and now they have position on Baron, no wards whatsoever, and only a Na to contest this objective.
Yeah, Aluka does have full rage here, so he could potentially come through and try and get some work done, but you can see he's feeling pretty sheepish as Marta just breaking the Banshee's Veil and trying to keep this Na out of here as this Baron is down so low. The ultimate to come through, actually, from Hatong, and Aluka just... You're tanky, mate, but you're not really going to do much about this Baron.
There's no impetus whatsoever to aggress onto Aluka right here. It will take far too long to kill him. We see quite a big minion wave crashing onto the inner bot lane turret for Vici, so that's not optimal. But of course, picking up a Baron just for a bit of inner turret damage, not the bad trade at all.
Not too bad at all. And Carry actually had his teleport, and without much neutral objective on the map at this stage, probably could have used that to get there a little bit quicker, but not going to lose that inner turret. And Hatong going to be able to easily clear that one out. Stretching his CS lead there in the mid lane to over 50 here as well. And 4 items now completed for Hatong on this Lissandra. That is very, very scary. That death cap coming through on top of the Zhonya's now as well. And look at Carry. All of the magic penetration that he could want apart from the Abyssal Scepter has been completed.
And you have to feel like Ninja's pigeonholed himself into this role in team fights. There was no pun intended there, Atlas. I know you're ready to pull the trigger on that one, but the reason why I say it again, it's that choice of the early death cap right here. He's not going to get the consistent damage we've seen from Rookie, that we've seen from Pawn on Azir. He's really struggling to have teamfight relevancy, and Tong's going in.
He's gone in so deep, already ultimated himself, takes out the Lantern as well, already has the Zhonya's, but look at Carry as well, in amongst it, turns golden, and Vasily takes down the bird as well, and Vici have just pulled the trigger and decimated World Elite. Aluka and STYZ the only ones available in the first inhibitor. The base gets broken now of World Elite.
The front line just explodes for World Elite right here from the sheer damage coming out from the double AP, let alone the hybrid damage coming out from Vasily right here. They have no answer for the front line damage, and this mid-game comp is turned to a late-game comp. And unfortunately, STYZ, he can't free hit on that Caitlyn because his tanks are just dying too damn quick.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, when you've got a mid-game comp like this, you need to get this kind of lead by the mid-game in order to storm through in the late game. And they finally managed to get it. Of course, World Elite kept up with them for so long throughout this game, but it's only been recently that Vici have really pulled the trigger. And you have to think that World Elite, they were so close.
Yeah, the Baron buffs really tipped in their favor. It afforded that really easy turret dive coming out right there. Although Corki, a very strong turret taker, they don't have the most range on this VG side. Only really Hatong and Vasily able to range auto attack down a turret. So why not diving with Hatong? And that's why we see so many Lissandra bans coming down. Anyone who can build and do the damage of an AP carry, but also have the pseudo tankiness that 5 seconds of stasis provides. That's why Lissandra's the pick ban champion we see so far.
Yeah, such a regular statement in that ban list as well. So really working out here for Hatong, and I love the fact that it's a flex pick as well, allowing Carry to pick up the much contested Rumble pick there for the top lane, and it's been working out to great effect. But you have to think that Dandy's pressure in the early game has really been what's helped Vici secure this victory. He's been brilliant on this Lee Sin.
It's been a very consistent strangulation of World Elite, and I feel like when World Elite watches the replay right here, they'll notice the difference in vision from 5-6 minutes into the game up to this 36-minute part. There was never really a point in the game where their vision suggested to me, all right, we're in this game, we're going to be aggressive, we're going to be assertive, we're going to really go and take what's ours. Instead, they've always been reactive and said, all right, let's lose the minimum. All right, they have those wards, but they're not getting any kills, they're not getting any extra objectives. But when you strangle someone for so long, or strangle a team for so long, you're eventually, inevitably going to pick up the big advantages. And that's what the Baron has proved to be this game.
Oh yeah, and of course, when you're World Elite as well, you've had such a rough run. You don't make the aggressive plays as confidently as well when you come into these matches. And you could see with World Elite backing away from engages early and things like this, it's obvious that they're feeling the pressure of those losses.
You definitely do. It's one of those mindset situations where you want to lose, minimize the losses, minimize the embarrassment. But in playing safely, you just give extra resources for the enemy to play with. That extra psychological edge to play aggressively and know that your first instinct's not going to be to counter aggression with aggression, but to counter aggression with this defense that we've seen from World Elite.
Yeah, and you can see Vici now. They don't have the strongest siege. They're not quite able to get too much damage on these turrets, so they're trying their best to split push around, make sure that World Elite are dealing with super creeps at every turn. And this top wave is actually pushing out now for World Elite, so Vici on a little bit of a timer here because they will have to deal with that eventually as it lands on their inhibitor turret in the next little while.
I feel like
they do have some time.
There we go,
they pulled the trigger. There's the equalizer in the backline as well. Hushe actually almost dying from that one as Carry. He's going to turn himself golden as Aluka got a decent Nara in here as well. Carry's going to flash out of this one. Dandy's super low. Ninja almost fell down as well, but Vasily blocking it out. The hero that everyone needed, and Morgana the only one to fall.
And that's where we start to see the shift towards World Elite winning these fights. It's so much more difficult if they can't get a decisive pick on a front line. If they can pick Ninja, if they can pick Spirit, it's very easy for VJ to just run over this World Elite team. In this case, it was only UJ falling. Very high health on both Aluka and Spirit during that fight, and so much harder for VG to break the turtle that World Elite have put in right here. Caitlyn under a turret, such a safe champion, so much wave clear. It could be very difficult for them to close out this game. Maybe they'll just wait for this next Baron. Only 1 minute 30 till it spawns.
Yeah, you have to think that with an inhibitor down as well, it's going to be easy pickings for Vici Gaming, and we'll see whether World Elite can make the decisive move in order to pick that one up, because they definitely do not want to have to deal with Vici Gaming with another Baron.
Yeah, it's one of those things where this Abyssal, while the immediate power jump is nice, he's now pigeonholed himself into getting that Zhonya's. He's still 1,000 gold away from that item. It's going to be so late in the game until he has the percentage magic penetration you want from the Void stuff. And it's kind of why we see Infinity Edge, PD, Last Whisper builds, why we see these common meta builds is they maximize your damage, but Carry's in trouble.
Yeah, Carry's been caught here on the top side. The equalizer comes down, but it's just an afterthought. Nice scrap shield's going to come through, and they do manage to trade 1-for-1 because Ninja just gets obliterated in the back line.
Yeah, mid for top trade is excellent for Vici. They have the teleport up on Carry when he's back. If they can keep this pressure on.
Dandy's going in. He's continuing. Tong is right in there. He's got that Zhonya's and held himself up, and that's a double kill already for Vasily. Spirit now is going to go down. Hatong's back again. And that is only STYZ alive, and that fight was messy, but exactly what Vici needed.
Vici fighting like a team there. Although it was the pick on Carry, they had the rotational play to answer with an instant kill right there. And you saw STYZ once again could not get any autos in the backline. He's completely zoned because his team is not playing for him. His team is not playing around him. And Vici, I think they're going to finish it off here.
Yeah, and they're easily going to be able to take down these Nexus turrets, and a little bit disappointing here for World Elite because they looked like they were in there in the mid-game, but then just fell apart as Vici made the decisive plays, the plays of a team with momentum behind them to get them these victories.
And we can't excuse World Elite for being a new team because, of course, Vici is perhaps the newest lineup of any of the teams in LPL, having so many imports with facility to complement the Korean duo that they brought in. It was just a late-game capitulation for World Elite, but once again, they probably weren't expecting to win this game, and they did take a lot out of some very smart play in the early games. They negated what was a compositional advantage from Vici by playing very smart around that really strong mid-game combo right there. So credit to World Elite. Again, the second game in a row now, some things to take away there, but also some questions and some reflection to be done to really move to the next level, to really finally get that first big win. So let's see if we have a replay maybe to illustrate some of the things we saw this game. It's actually a fairly early fight here at 20 minutes. We'll roll the tape. So WE, they were trying to get this second inner turret right here. Spirit goes in very early, and look, there's no Rage Bar on Aluka. There's no real way to cap on that. Spirit dies for free. And when that first frontliner goes down, Vasily's able to free hit in the back line. Aluka does manage to get a nice nail there to get an answering kill. But the difference between a World Elite team that's engaging smartly with Spirit and difference when Spirit goes in a bit too early is that unfortunately all their targets just dissipate right here. STYZ has to flash away, and that was the recurring story for STYZ right there. He got those big 80 carry items on Caitlyn. That's his trademark champion. We've seen Caitlyn pentakills coming out from STYZ back in his LGD days, but that's not what we were seeing right here. He never had that front tanky line that he needed to be able to carry.
Yeah, and he was often seen as STYZ sort of on his own at the end of these fights, wondering where his team's gone. Of course, you need that front line in order to hard carry, and this is a thing that we did mention at the beginning of the match, and hopefully World Elite, they can turn it around in Game 2 because it is going to be coming up, ladies and gentlemen, very, very soon for our almost last game of the night. Of course, one more series to go after this one, but World Elite with Game 2 against Vici Gaming. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL, and we're here for Game 2 between World Elite and Vici Gaming. Vici Gaming coming out strong in their first victory here tonight against World Elite, but World Elite actually showing some signs of life in that matchup.
Absolutely. They had a lot of momentum, did Vici, coming into this game. I thought it might have been a real bloodbath, but World Elite, to their credit, made some smart strategic adaptations. They played the early game very well, which is something where they've kind of built themselves a hole in their previous series that they could never wrestle their way out of. They need to start setting up that early game, cement that this series, and then just have something, kind of a foundation to build upon as we move into more achievable wins for them later in the LPL.
Yeah, we've seen it's dangerous to pick for these late game comps, and again, hasn't really managed to work out here for World Elite. We'll see whether they change up their strategy as we hop into Champion Select here. Siva and Rumble being taken off the board by Vici Gaming, and Rek'Sai and Janna a little bit more of a standard banning phase so far for World Elite.
Yeah, we saw some really interesting bans coming out last time that led to a lot of strong picks coming out even during the 4th rotation in the previous game. So there's quite a lot of flavorful picks out there. The Xerath ban comes out here again to ban that away from Ninja. I liked Azir in the previous game, but I'm going to keep saying it out there. I know I'm beating a dead horse, but you just can't afford to stack that damage on AP champions these days. You need that zonage. You need the flexibility to go into the middle of a fight, have an impact, split it with the Emperor's Divide without just dying to focus fire.
Yeah, and is the Lissandra going to be banned away here by World Elite? Because, of course, was fantastically powerful coming through from Hatong, and they can put it on carry there in the top lane as well. A decent flex pick here, but is going to be banned away here from World Elite. Intelligent ban to come through, and we'll see what they decide to lock away. Of course, the Jarvan available, the Lee Sin as well for Dandy. He was brilliant on that one last game. Many options are open here.
It could even be the Tristana.
Yeah. Oh, the other one that escaped the ban list, ladies and gentlemen, the Kassadin. It's being hovered here by Carry, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was locked in.
And the last time we saw Vici playing that Kassadin, it was actually Hatong in the mid lane who had a very strong game on Kassadin. Another of the string of impressive Kassadin performances we've seen so far.
Oh, yeah.
If you have Kassadin presented to yourself, almost without fail, we've seen it locked in, but the Narvan combo looks like it's going to be the answer.
Yep, back again, but didn't work out for them in the first game. They did manage to pick that one up, but wanting to try that one again and see whether they can make it different this time around. Of course, with that Rumble being banned away, it does give them some more options here because they may not necessarily get smacked in that mid game.
Absolutely, and there's not really a stronger duo of picks right now in this draft than these two, and if they gave them away and we saw Kassadin, Gnar and Jarvan available, that might be the game over, just how much the power of those 3 champions are. So smart picks coming out here from World Elite. Even if they couldn't take it to their full potential in the first game, that just throws the gauntlet on them that, okay, you've had a chance to get your eye in. This is the time we can see that Narvan wombo combo.
Yep, Hatong looking to pick up the Thresh, and the bottom lane is being considered here. And even though the Tristana left up here, not banned away this game, not being considered so far, and the lock-ins are actually going to come in. So Dandy's going to take away the Corki again for Vasily, and Hatong locking away that Thresh for Mata. And I like it. I very much do, because they now have a little bit more late-game insurance with this Kassadin in the lineup.
And I can understand to have a bit of mid-game coming out from Corki right here to complement Kassadin, who usually starts to hit his peak once he gets that Rod of Ages to 10 stacks, once he starts to get the Zhonyas coming straight after that. They're mulling over an Ezreal pick right here. Of course, Ezreal is synonymous with the history of World Elite. Wei Zhao's Ezreal was one of the most famous champion and player combinations in the history of League of Legends. It's a difficult one to pick it into a Corki. I'd probably expect a lane swap here just because it's so hard to control the wave, having no AoE till level 6 as Ezreal, but it's just, there's something special about seeing that WE logo and the Ezreal locked in.
Yeah, and I'm very much excited to see some Braum play here as well. Usually they're going to have a lot of tankiness there in that bottom lane and see whether he can really be the shield here for STYZ, and they can put some pressure on in the early stages. But Aurelia has snuck through the draft as well. Dandy looking back at that Lee Sin, and this lineup is looking terrifying coming out of Vici.
You might be surprised to see the Braum here just because it's not that obvious disengaged target, right? It's not the linear like Skarner kind of initiate where Braum's really would be the difference. But why it's so strong here to me is that when you have a Thresh Corki against Ezreal, then you're going to want to scrap because you're confident in your 2v2. Having such a strong 2v2 laner like Braum, having access to so much mobility, the disengage that he can provide, is a bit of insurance to what could be a very painful laning phase for Ezreal. So it's almost an insurance for Ezreal to say, all right, We know you're going to take a lot of pain in this lane. Let's go for a really scrappy support, like similar flavor to Alistair, similar flavor to what we probably would have seen if it was Conan instead of UJ in this line. It probably would have been a Leona there, just because he's such a great Leona player. Maybe Braum is UJ's flavor when it comes to those engage and disengage supports.
Yeah, we'll see whether the Cassiopeia hover is going to come through here. Ninja thinking about his other options, of course, does have that Azir available if he wants to, but the time has run out, and Cassiopeia looks to be the lock-in here for World Elite, and Ninja going to pick that one up against Tongs Cassidy.
Cassiopeia has seen so much play in these 2 weeks of LPL, the second 2 weeks right there.
Yeah.
We saw a Wayless bringing out against a Cassin, did fantastically well in lane, but eventually fell down to that Cassin in the later game there. But it's such a strong laning matchup right here. Being a melee champion, eating that poison, eating the consistent damage of the Twin Fangs, it's so hard to deal with. And of course, there's also the Aurelia factor here. They've got some linear engage now, this VG side. Suddenly, the Petrifying Gaze and Braum's ultimate actually looks like a very potent way to deal with the Aurelia diving into their team.
Yeah, and we'll see whether they can make it work. Of course, having that combination with the Narvin, as you were mentioning, I mean, didn't quite work out in the game before, but the lineup very different coming through from Vici Gaming. You have to say that Carrie's Rumble was what really put them over the edge on the side of Vici in order to help them get through that situation, because they had so much AoE damage. Lysandra also really helping out, so unable to have that available,
there's so
really
much,
could help
there's
out.
so much potential for Wombo here. The one that I'm kind of thinking about in my head and kind of like glorifying as the gold standard right here would be a Gnar ultimate into the Petrifying Gaze. That would be... Whoa. Could you imagine some of the crazy ones? You know, Flash Gnar ultimate, pushing everyone into the Petrifying Gaze.
Right? You've got the Gnar ultimate, and then the Petrifying Gaze turns them to stone, and they all just crumble.
Well, I mean, I think they would crumble, whether that was actually the damage impact of just those AoEs or just the follow-up, because so much CC, so much burst, so much potential from this WE comp. And even if they can't perfect it, I hope it's something that we see workshopped among all the teams in the LPL, because just with that Gnar, with his ability to scoop up the enemies and move them in Mega Gnar form, some really fun wombos coming out from these teams.
Scoop is the perfect word to describe the Gnar ultimate.
Well, I mean, it makes a lot of sense when they're scooping and smashing you against the walls, but sometimes it's just like, alley-oop, here you go.
And it's sort of like the animation looks a little bit like a, you know, like a tractor or something.
Whenever
like
it misses, like when it doesn't hit hard terrain, it just looks hilarious. Just looks like they've been kind of alley-ooped away.
Like, see ya. Yep. Please get away from my team. This is working out quite nicely. But the reason we've got a slight delay, ladies and gentlemen, is because our Chinese teams have had to remake the lobby. So just going to be getting back into Champion Select relatively soon. We'll see whether we can get this game to you. And we should have picks and bans coming up again very, very shortly. But just having a little bit of trouble connecting back to this game.
Obviously not the mystery factor next time we see the picks and bans. But I'm just really excited to load into this one because WE, they've got an intriguing comp. Whether it would actually work out, whether they can really make their laning phase work is going to be hard to say. I think a lot relies on Ninja here. I do like the fact that Ninja kind of has the unknown in this game, just because Cassio, if she gets ahead, is an oppressive champion. If she's ever able to chase people down, she's ever able to keep that poison up in Twin Fang. I mean, you get to the late game, you tab over the damage dealt, and it's just through the roof. There's the damage potential with that Twin Fang instantly recharging its refresh rate and having basically a 0.1, 0.2 second cooldown. Cassio's passive, of course, has all those interesting flavors. Starts off with the first buff, giving her that lane sustain, adding on to the extra cooldown reduction, and then finally basically being a death cap, which, you know, once you start adding up, you're probably going to see a fairly tanky build coming out here. We've seen Wayless like to do the tier Rod of Ages build, you know, finishing that Service Embrace. Cool actually prefer just to go for the tier straight into the Zhonya's. So it's the tanky flavor and, you know, just adding up that flat mana and getting a bit of implied tankiness there. So different flavors of World Elite's Cassiopeia play right here. It's been very effective in some series. It's struggled in others. I do like it in this situation just because Aurelia is one of those kind of linear champions. You know what Aurelia is looking to do in a team fight, just coming for the front and going in.
Yep.
Petrifying Gaze could be really important there.
It certainly could, but coupled with STYZ's Ezreal here as well, if he decides to go for that Iceborne Gauntlet, that blue build Ezreal, they're going to have so much kite potential and chase potential as well, with the slows and the consistent damage coming through so quickly.
It's just going to be insane. Of course, up the top lane, we have what has become a very standard matchup in 2015, the Gnar versus Aurelia matchup. We've seen this lane swapped. We've seen it in a 1v1 setting. It's very even. We've seen both champions come out ahead in the laning matchup. And you've got so much jungle pressure between Dandy's Lee Sin and the Jarvan from Spirit. There's a lot of equal jungle pressure out there, a lot of equal lanes, and I guess the only downside for Cassiopeia, we've praised her ability, we've talked about how she's a lane bully, easy champion to gank before 6.
Yeah, very
and
true.
It's Dandy's Lee Sin here, so they can coordinate some pressure, baby Cassidy through those kind of mana formulation, Rod of Ages formulation stages. If we can just jump to an even game with a fully stacked Rod of Ages for her tongue, it's going to be a different story.
Yeah, and you have to think as well that Cassidy going to do okay in that matchup. Does have that spell shield or the magic damage shield that he gets when he does throw out that null sphere in order to get a bit of damage down onto Cassiopeia as well. So going to be able to soak up a little bit of a harass, but probably won't work.
I mean, a little bit, right? She gets that little magic damage shield.
That was going on in my head, and then I'm like, hang on, she can just Twin Fang forever, and he'll probably die.
I mean, maybe the first Twin Fang will get fizzled out by that magic damage shield, but after that, man, the next 3 are going to be very painful. I guess the one interesting flavor, the one adaptation that I'm unsure about, but I'm kind of interested in for her tongue here is we've seen a lot of Cassidans. They start with the points in the queue, and they transition into maxing E when they don't feel like they can trade anymore. He's never realistically going to be able to stand up and trade with that Cassiopeia. So do you just trade on the fact that Ninja's going to be putting out so many spells and just max E for wave clear? It makes you really teamfight ready, but it is a risk to have just the 1 point in Q because you could just get DPS down in an instant.
Yeah, that's true. You do sort of need to have that shield as tanky as possible, but let's get onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. And we are onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, with Game 2 between Vici Gaming and World Elite. And Vici taking a considerable victory in the first match, but World Elite definitely showing signs of life, and we'll see whether they can pick up their first victory here in this last opportunity that they have this week.
They've clumped around their own red buff here, have World Elite, so they've got in defensive positions here. They do expect the invasion for wards that's been so common from the top teams like OMG right here. They're clumped and ready to fight, but for once, VG look like they're fanning out very defensively.
Yeah, World Elite deciding to move forward here. And Spirit would have noticed whether there are any wards put down, but Dandy's going to see this one. And does just let Spirit know that he's been spotted. They're not going to let up here, though. Invading aggressively. Nice standard to the back of Dandy's head. You'd think that, you know, a sword coming straight through your skull would probably kill you, but only does a small amount of damage to Dandy here on the Rift. And WE just going to have a bit of an excursion and move on.
Yeah, they've got down the aggressive wards they're looking for right here. They're looking for a specific lane matchup. You have to think they want to opt out of a 2v2 to Ezreal and Braum right here. But finally we see Marta answering that early aggression with a deep ward of his own.
Yeah, and Dandy moving all the way through over to the enemy blue buff here as well.
Marta doesn't even want a ward. He's just trying to be a human ward right here, spotting for those lane matchups.
Marta always about that vision to the point where he himself has become a ward.
He won't let mere cooldown stop him from that vision grabbing.
Of course not. They are going to be able to start up this blue here. So Dandy beginning the steal again. As we're going to have the Krug start from Spirit here on the top side of the map. Heading over to that blue and see whether they do get discovered. They are pinged out. So Dandy is going to be discovered doing that blue buff.
Carries very late to lane here, which does confirm that Vici were looking for this 2v2. They've been successful in their early lane rotations. They even had that very aggressive ward down in the bottom lane to spot out the Ezreal and Braum coming to lane quick and trying to avoid any wards. So Vici get the wards, the lanes they want. Maybe that'll set them up for an early lane win.
Yeah, and as it looks, of course, the vertical jungling going to come through yet again. Standard lanes seem to be going okay here for World Elite this time around, as Hatong has had that mid lane shoved right in by Ninja.
You can see how many points into utility Hatong has gone to just ensure this laning phase here. Of course, it's gone for the biscuit rather than potentially the blue buff duration, just because he's like, all right, my first goal is to get to that catalyst. Hopefully the Rod of Ages, because it's going to be a world of pain against this Cassiopeia.
Yeah, we'll see whether it pays off there in the mid lane, as he has managed to pick up most of those creeps that were underneath the tower. Of course, Pro Cassidon's very, very good at clearing out these creeps under the turret, as Descent's going to land here on the bottom side, but Marta not going to go forward onto that one. Of course, turret range is a thing that you have to deal with at level 2.
And to give the viewers an idea, I'd say the par for Cassidon this lane is probably 30 CS down, just how one-sided this matchup might be. 20 CS at a push, I guess, at the top level competitive play, but it's a super hard lane matchup for Cassidon, especially pre-6. and with a ganking jungler like Spirit's Jarvan.
Yeah, has managed to make it to level 3, so kudos for that one. Only down 3 CS at this stage. But you have to think, as this wave piles up and as Atong has to move further away from his turret, he's going to be missing more and more. You can already see he does not want to approach those creeps.
And the lane snowball will start when the wave pushes out back towards Ninja's turret, and Cassiopeia is able to open up space in that lane and really zone with her poison. She has to Ninja has to be very smart in positioning and grouping this wave right here to ensure that he's able to use the poison for trading and just have the wave exactly where he wants. About here in the lane is where her tongue's like, all right, I really can't go anywhere near this wave.
Oh yeah. Dandy though, heading up to this top side. Potentially for a counter gank on Spirit. Has been spotted out, putting that ward down. It's been pinged, and Spirit is going to approach unnoticed towards this top side. Is Carry going to come in? Lands an Equilibrium Strike, but the last Hyper Proc not going to go off as Luca takes a lot of damage from these creeps.
Ping does come down from Carry, so he's aware that Jarvan's here, so it will be wasted time for Spirit.
Ooh, actually misses a cannon creep due to that jungler zoning there as well. Does get the caster minion, and Spirit is going to head back to base.
I'm not actually sure if he got vision of that brush with that ward, but the effect's the same. Is able to position aggressively, and Dandy goes to another lane.
Yeah, Ninja, with that CS advantage, decides to go back as soon as he can afford that tier. Make sure that he's stacking towards that Seraph's Embrace as quickly as possible. Of course, when you're not last hitting with that Twin Fang, you are really going to be running through your mana very, very quickly.
Absolutely. We saw different flavors of Max on Cassiopeia back in the day. We did see Q Max just to have that extra movement speed and have that guaranteed dot damage and then control the wave a little bit better. Obviously, you have a bit of AoE with that ability. Then we saw the Twin Fang Max just to have that consistent single target damage. Recently, it has been the consensus after the rework of the Twin Fang Max, just because once you hit that first poison, my goodness, the burst damage that comes out.
Oh, yeah. Spirit now trying to set up for a gank, but Hatong heading back to base at this stage. Once he gets some mana back, pick up maybe towards that Catalyst. Hasn't actually given anything away just yet. Yes, can actually afford the Catalyst. 10 CS down in this mid lane, but almost has escaped the really terrifying time of Cassidon's life, which is pre-6.
Absolutely. He's never really going to be able to play too aggressively just because, you know, if he Rift walks in, he's going to eat a Petrifying Gaze, right, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Those cooldowns going to come up about the same time right there, but he's actually played quite well here. Only 15 CS down, so that's a very good par for the Cassidon right here. And again, he's getting baby through the lane as much as possible. Cassiopeia, she might be on a roam.
Yeah, looking to maybe put some pressure down on this top side of the map. They knew that Dandy was around. Carry just going to clear out this wave with his ultimate. Hatong going to avoid some poison there.
I mean, we compare the matchups that are unfavorable, right, which is the Cassidon into Cassiopeia, so that's from a VG side, and then over on the red side, the Ezreal into Corki matchup. You'd have to actually say the Ezreal is actually pulling ahead a little bit here in terms of just that sheer unfavorable matchup. Only 10 CS down, going to get some CS at turret right here. SDYZ's done very well despite the lack of lane push available for the Ezreal.
It hasn't actually been back to base, though, and you can see Vasily has got the makings of that Phage already in his back pocket. A much larger health pool. And SDYZ probably wants to be able to pick up that tier as quickly as possible if that's the direction that he is going to be going, but might just be going for the standard Triforce of old on the Ezreal here as well. We'll see what kind of flavor of Ezreal he wants to go for. As Dandy miss a Sonic Wave there.
I mean, interestingly, when we have seen the Trinity Force Ezreal, it has still been the Mana Moon Ezreal. So that has been the consistent pickup right here. And now they know that this Ezreal is underpowered in terms of items, and they're looking to contest this blue.
Yeah, Dandy coming in very aggressively here as well. Hatong's coming through. Petrifying Gaze lands on the carry. After that one comes through, the steal on the blue does come down. But look at this. Ninja getting taken down so low. Yuge also falling down, but no one dying as of yet.
The rotational play from Vici is finally starting to step up in this third week of the LPL right there. The communication that STYZ and UJ, they hadn't shopped. They weren't in any position to contest the second blue buff was masterful. That's why we saw the teleport come in. It allows them to steal away the blue. It guarantees them this first dragon. Fantastic rotational play coming out from Vici Gaming.
Yeah, beautifully done. Don't manage to pick up any kills, but do get that first 6% damaging stats, and Hatong able to push out this wave, almost equaled up this CS2 on this Cassidon, and we've seen what Hatong can do on that champion as well. I mean, he's down 50 gold. I mean, that's nothing. I mean, Ninja can pick up some CS under this turret now as well, but you can see that this Kassadin has been fine so far in the laning phase.
Absolutely, and that's a scary thing if you're a World Elite right here. Of course, much the same flavor in the bottom lane coming out from STYZ, and we could see a trade here.
Yeah, Ninja actually doesn't have that Petrifying Gaze back off cooldown just yet, and Hatong knows it. He's doing his best to pressure this Cassiopeia while he can. Yeah,
the little windows are what separate the good players from the great players right here. Being able to take advantage of those cooldowns is so important for Hatong. But he's winning this lane straight up just from how he's able to stay competitive in CS.
Oh, yeah. Dandy going to be starting off this blue buff. You have to think that that's going to go to Hatong here as well. He's being pinged out, wants to clear out this farm here, make sure that he stays as relevant as possible. Dandy probably going to hold on to that one as Blade Surge just so satisfying. Eating through these creeps.
Just checking the skill order right here. Hatong has 3 points in the Q, but crucially has already put that second point in E from level 7 onwards. So I will keep tabs on whether we do see this E max coming out before the Q finishes.
Vasily now just hanging out on his own. Marta's going to come around now. And STYZ going to clear out these creeps as well. So it's actually come ahead now in farm, is STYZ.
Of course, it is a second shop versus just a single shop coming out from STYZ, as you noted in the first situation. So World Elite don't have a window to take advantage of any neutrals with this item advantage or item disadvantage. So just very standard laning right now. No first blood in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, very slow game this time around. And you have to think that it might just be because Vici Gaming know that, yeah, we don't necessarily have the early game comp that we had last time. We can just play this one out slowly.
But anytime a Kassadin can come into a fight or into a mid-game team fight without his team in a hole, just from the lack of pressure that an early game Kassadin can provide in the mid lane, have to hand it to the Kassadin team right there.
Oh, yeah. But we'll see where the carry can get going here on this Aurelius Spirits. Waiting in the wings, trying to get some sort of gank attempt down. Not going to be able to kill that ward off. And does get spotted here. Vasily taking a lantern here to safety, and STYZ going to avoid the death sentence.
Surprisingly even matchups in both the mid lane and the bottom lane. So it should be an over-tuned Ezreal just in comparison to the lane matchup he was given. And this Kassadin, the Rod of Age, is going to come out at a very good power time. Tabbing over, he's about 500 gold away from that. So it should be about 13 to 40 minutes. So delayed as you'd expect in a counter matchup, but a very respectable power time for that Rod of Ages.
Yeah, not doing too badly at all. And STYZ going to be able to head back and pick up that Manamune as well. And he's done fine. Picking up a tier normally means in the bottom lane that you're just not going to be competitive, but has managed to get through it. Now has a CS advantage here as well as the Phage gets finished off here by Vasily. So STYZ definitely having a good game this time around.
I don't actually like the completed Sheen right here, although it does have some good poking advantages. The fact that you're completing this Manamune so late, you don't have that completed tier, so that completed Manamune to be able to get the mana charging on tier. So it will set back his Mirror Mana transformation even further, complementing the fact that he didn't go back for that early tier. He stayed in lane a lot longer. So if we move on to the tier right here, it's only at 132 right now. So it's probably going to be 25 minutes or later for that Mirror Mana transfer to come out.
Dandy actually coming in, but Yuje's here to try and stop the engage. That Unbreakable's a little bit breakable when it's a Tong throwing a Force Pulse into your face, but they are going to be able to back away from this one. Nice rotational play by Hatong on this Kassadin.
Still
not going to find any kills.
It's still not clear what Ninja's going for as a second item right here. He's got the blasting one, so maybe just going to rush down the Archangels to ensure he has the defensive Seraph's Embrace finished very quickly. Obviously, Cassiopeia basically using spells on cooldown when it comes to charging tier. We've seen very, very early Seraph's Embrace transfers coming out from Cool, for example, who had that item at about, I believe, 18, 19 minutes. And Hatong, he finally eats a burst of damage, and that's basically 70% of his life from one QE combo.
Oh, there's the Death Sentence actually onto UJ there, but Braum very tanky here as he takes a Missile Barrage. And Vasily wants to make something happen. You can see the Dragon going to be up again in a minute and a half. Hatong again taking a burst in the mid lane.
The World Elite Ezreal buff is coming through here, though. That champion, synonymous with success. STYZ has so far had a massive success in the bottom lane. He actually has a CS advantage, which is almost unfathomable in this matchup.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. We were talking about this before. And considering his build path as well, that you were saying was, you know, quite unfavorable, you might say, in that bottom lane as far as maximizing your damage potential at all stages of the game. So definite credit going to STYZ here in this matchup.
He's definitely going to go to the usual Iceborne Gauntlet Muramana transformation. It's going to be a later Muramana, but just with that extra gold, if he can fit in some extra items to complement that late Mana Moon, he'll be doing just fine.
Oh, yeah. And that tier is also still stacking, of course. It's just not going to be stacking on auto attack like it would if you had have built up that Mana Moon. But 300 gold is the lead here for World Elite.
Yeah, it's a nice little lead just from laning. So we noted the 500 to 700 gold lead that Vici consistently had in the previous game from laning, from CS fellows, but this time it's World Elite. So credit to them. They've picked up some of those fundamentals and playing smart League of Legends. And here comes Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit coming into the top lane, gets the flag and drag carry completely out of mana here, and you have to think this could be first blood. Aluka picking that one up in the top side, and Spirit with a perfect gank.
Very nice rotation, but committing 2 to the top at this point may open up Dragon. But they do have teleport available on Aluka. He's in Mega Gnar form right now, so he won't have the transform. He's coming in.
He's coming in, and that Petrifying Gaze is definitely scary. There's the Glacial Fissure to come through from UJ, and Marta getting aggressed on heavily here on the bottom side. The box comes down, but STYZ uses that Sheen to get that Mystic Shot kill. Very nicely done.
Spirit is chased away from this jungle, so they don't have a smite available, and here comes Dandy. Will it be the Prince of Thieves? No, he's kept away. First Dragon to World Elite.
Yep, World Elite answer back. So that's 1 Dragon apiece for both of these teams, and World Elite pulling ahead here, and Vici Gaming sort of not knowing what to do in this game as much as they did in the last one.
It really does excite me to see assertive, smart rotations coming out of this World Elite team who've had no success. They're 0-11 at this point, but they're standing up to a Vici Gaming lineup, a hyped Vici Gaming lineup with so many great players on that lineup. So it's a big thing for World Elite, but they did capably in the first game in terms of the early game, then fell away late. Now they're actually ahead in the early game, and it's on them to translate that into a game win.
You can see now STYZ has finished up that Mana Moon. Now has a 10 CS advantage here on the bottom side. Picked himself up a kill as well, so he's going to be ahead in that gold. And now without the Dragon separating these teams from attacking stats, it's looking fantastic on the bottom side for World Elite. As Vasily takes a lot of damage from that Mystic Shot.
Rod of Ages finally finished at about 15 minutes. Here's to 25 minutes. We'll start to see Hatong really getting going as this Kassadin. Going to be a late Zhonya's too, of course. Item timing is going to be delayed in this counter matchup in the mid.
Yeah, we'll see when Hatong can switch on this Kassadin because, of course, he is the late game here for Vici. And they need him to be relevant when that time comes. Of course, so far not really too harassed. This mid side of the map going to be able to pick up this blue buff. And then maybe attempt to put some pressure on elsewhere as Aluka looks to be the focus.
Yeah, they've communicated there's no defensive wards down here for Aluka whatsoever. No, there is one. I tell a lie. It's spotted out by Dandy. Aluka's gone for the early Sunfight. Not a big fan of this build just because the Randuin's has that teamfight impact, and the AoE magic damage, of course, at level 11 is only minimal. Not even the 40 that we used to see back before that item had level scaling right there. So it does apply a little bit of pressure, but doesn't have the big impact of a Randuin's in a team fight.
And everyone's sort of positioning around this Baron pit, looking to try and get something going on here. No one really committing too much, as we do have players re-entering the lanes.
Here's something I did not expect in this game. The first turret actually goes down for the Ezreal lane right here. Their turret's actually quite healthy as World Elites right here. They take the bottom turret, tabbing over to the gold. 1,600 golds are probably going to be a completed Iceborne Gauntlet going when Ezreal goes back right here. This blue Ezreal is going to be rocking in the mid game.
Yeah, he's really going to be hitting his stride at exactly when he wants to be. Ninja now may get aggressed on here in the mid lane as Hatong's waiting in the wings, but nice ward going to spot him out from Spirit. He's going to keep walking around, maybe collect some more jungle camps. You can see nice vision to come through from Vici Gaming yet again this game in the enemy red buff area.
Look at the wards here. That's the one thing that World Elite haven't been able to turn on. They haven't been able to realize, all right, we're ahead. They must at least feel from the item builds that they're ahead a little bit. They're, of course, ahead 2,000 gold here. But their warding wouldn't show it. If you look at this mini-map here, the enemy half of the map is still completely unknown to them. And they really need to be... They still have the double sidestone. Realistically, they should be able to get those aggressive wards down. But I want to see World Elite moving that vision up aggressively because they've afforded themselves that right by having such an impressive early game.
And they do need to capitalize it in that warding because, of course, you do need to translate to picks around this game if they want to grab someone out and maybe really capitalize, pick up some towers as well. Because it seems to me Vici Gaming more than happy just to sit back, farm this one out, suffer the losses that they have already, but as long as they don't suffer too much, they are still going to be relevant come late game when Hatong really gets going and when Carry becomes that monster here on this Aurelia. Already finished off that Trinity Force. They've got 2 now that have been completed. Vici Gaming hitting a bit of a spike here as we come into the 20-minute mark.
I mean, being ahead is only relevant if you're able to take objectives from that advantage. It's just like if you get a pick, you need to take an objective from that kill that you pick up. Otherwise, it just ends up being negated. And it's the more assertive teams that will win out over the long haul.
Yeah, not going to quite be the case here as Dandy's going to back in that top side. Going to head potentially towards where Marta's warding out. Of course, they do want to get some vision there on the bottom side.
A completely bizarre item pickup, but interesting flavor coming to it. The Alacrity enchantment on Ninja right here. The amount of movement speed this Cassiopeia will have on hitting the first Q here is insane. And I guess if that extra 15 flat movement speed gives them access to an extra Twin Fang or 2, it could be the difference between securing a kill or not. So I like it. It's very unconventional to see, you know, the boots enchant so early in the game before 20 minutes, but a lot of interesting flavor to that on Cassiopeia. Her chasing power here, her movement speed is going to be insane in a team fight.
And the Archangel's already finished up here as well, so Ninja wanting to scale that one up. Oh, as the Force Pulse to come over here, the kick to come in, but not quite managing to make it. Yuge trying to get away from this one as Ninja gets caught down here. Petrifying Gaze still threatening here at this stage.
See the Twin Fang damage coming onto Carry, chucking him to about half right there. So the teleport does not net any advantage, but only 50 seconds till the Dragon comes out here. You see that Aluka's going to get a chance to freely shop right here. We'll see what he picks up. Finishes the Spectre's Cowl, so he has a bit of magic resist himself. Now Aluka and World Elite have the advantage in terms of rotations. They have the teleport advantage right here, but they need to get these wards down because their wards are being swept around Dragon very quickly.
Yeah, and meanwhile in the bottom side of the map, Vasily pressuring this bottom outer turret. So World Elite being forced into a difficult situation here, whether they really want to assert dominance as far as vision is concerned around this Dragon or whether they want to defend that, but they've decided to give up on this bottom turret completely, and World Elite looking to make some power plays here in the mid. And look at Hatong already starting to do massive damage with that needlessly large rod now on top of that Rod of Ages.
Been out-rotated here pretty severely, have World Elite. They basically surrendered the bot turret for no gain. Even though mid turret's at fairly low life, they weren't able to freely DPS it down. So they've given away position on Dragon right here. They still have the teleport advantage, though, and we might see a fight.
Yeah, Carry's coming in here as well. Hatong getting a decent amount of damage. Ninja has that Seraph's Embrace available as well, so with that barrier has a lot of shield potential, but no one really wanted to pull the trigger. Aluka about to transform into Mega Gnar. There he is. Gets tagged by a Sonic Wave, but Marta gets walloped here. The one-person Gnar, and Marta gets eliminated immediately, and VG really wanting to get out of this one. The wallop not going to land on a Dandy as well, but he does get picked up by the True Shot Barrage. Nicely done here. And VG, they just have to get out. And World Elite, they're going to be able to take this Dragon if they want it.
Aluka had so much zoning potential, coming in with just the right amount of rage. Very good Gnar mechanics right there, building that up and teleporting at the right time right there. And you saw how much space control and how much implied teamfight control Ninja has on that Cassiopeia right there. There was no chance whatsoever for VG to come back into the fight because they knew the Petrifying Gaze was coming and the damage potential of those Twin Fangs. Very smart play from World Elite. They pick up a second Dragon. This is the position they were at in that previous series against LGD, but they did not have the gold lead to complement that. 2,500 gold lead for World Elite here.
And actually, I think Hatong wanting to try and put some pressure down onto the backing members after they took that Dragon, but unable to really make it there. Ninja going to head back to base here as well, and getting the outer turret in the mid lane as well. World Elite really just outplaying Vici around this map.
Yeah, the rotations from World Elite, a team that's been traditionally poor on the communication side, is excellent to see as we see Aluka and Marta having a bit of fun on the top lane.
Yeah, Flay not going to quite connect to Aluka here as well. Is Carry going to come round, but it's now getting pretty tanky. It takes quite a while, quite a time investment in order to kill that guy.
It's important to note that Hatong does have the CS here. It's 20 CS behind Cassiopeia, but that's just fine in terms of pars. He's going to get his back off just right there as Ninja sees the prey that he was trying to play with around that corner. He's very close to his Zhonya's right now. He's about 1,600 gold away from finishing his Zhonya's. That will change the flavor of this team fights a bit just because he can rift walk in aggressively and because of those short cooldowns. Going to have a second rotation of spells after the Zhonya's comes through. But SDYZ is so strong in this game right now. He's working towards his Blade of the Ruin King to complement his Iceborne Golem and Muramana. Has those CDR boots already. The amount of mobility in these team fights for this Ezreal already very high.
Oh, yeah, and he's going to have that Arcane Shift up off cooldown quite quickly as well, as 25% is going to be his flat cooldown reduction so far without any runes or masteries adding to that one. And Blazer and King going to be the next option, of course. Hasn't noted too much armor on the enemy team, but that's going to be changed when this Frozen Heart gets completed by Carry in this top side of the map. Lots of pings going down. Rift walking away is Hatong. Ninja very speedy on this Cassiopeia.
We'll check in on the stat.
Wow, Petrifying Gaze actually going to be thrown out here by Ninja and going to miss Dandy completely.
Yeah, checking on these stacking items right now, very close to Mirror Man here. I tabbed over about 700 charges, so very close to the 750 transformation is Ezreal. The Seraph Embrace already completed on Cassiopeia, and then 25 minutes is when we noted that the Rod of Ages will be stacked up for Hatong. So we'll finally see the first big fight, probably at Second Dragon, when these early investments, when these investment banker choices are really starting to pay off.
And Hatong now just split pushing here on the bottom side of the map. We saw it working out very well for Starhorn Royal Club when they were utilizing this Kassadin in the hands of Cola in the split push maneuver. Winter's Bite not going to find its mark onto Dandy, and Hatong continuing to push as Carry's trying to fend off this Gnar on the top side.
Yeah, big item pickups across the board. Looks like it's going to be the Zhonya's second for Ninja. I'm going to speculate. I guess it could be DFG coming through for Ninja, but it's probably going to be that Zhonya's just for that extra implied tankiness and ability to frontline. It's good to see from Ninja. Of course, has favored those sheer AP items, but Spirits actually used the Cataclysm here.
Yeah, Winter's Bite to come through as well. The Blade Surge, in order to get him out of that Cataclysm, doesn't get stunned up and gets knocked out of the way here as well. Unfortunate. I'm not entirely sure what knocked him back.
Was the roller coaster ride coming from Marta's Dark Passage right there, rather than a sheer knockback?
Just didn't see him.
Just didn't see him off the map, off our screens, but definitely still in our hearts, as Marta always.
Of course. Was this outer turret is going to be aggressed on here in the mid lane and taken here. Vasily managing to get the last little auto attack to push that one over the line, and World Elite unable to find their pick and lose the objective.
Tab over so much gold on Aluka right here. It's good that he's going back to buy 2,300 gold. Probably going to finish, I would imagine, the Banshee Veil. There it is, just to have another way to stop any sort of initiation. No kills on the board for Vici Gaming at 25 minutes. It's been a very low kill game, but the few kills go to the advantage of World Elite. The structure advantage goes to World Elite, and they have 2 Dragon. This for 25 minutes, this is the best World Elite have played ever since some preseason tournaments where they were showing some promise with this lineup. It's been a struggle for them so far in the LPL, but finally the whole team has got it together. 25 minutes on the Rift in this game.
And you have to say as well, I mean, World Elite has had a tough run through the LPL so far. Invictus Gaming, Snake, M3, OMG, and LGD have been their matchups so far. Definitely higher tier teams with the exception maybe of M3. But VG feeling some pressure here from World Elite, and you have to think that they're probably getting put on the back foot.
But what would a win do for World Elite here? To pick up one here, proud organization with so many supporters, to finally get a win on the board going into some of those easier matches. Of course, they must inevitably play the likes of Gamti and NG Pacemaker and some of those lower half teams much sooner. A win over a big hype team like Vici Gaming right here would be a massive thing, but let's not put that one in the record books just yet. They're only 3,500 gold ahead, and this is Kassadin we're talking about. We haven't seen too many Kassadin losses in the LPL so far this season.
Especially not in the hands of Hatong as well, who's definitely proven himself a seasoned Kassadin player as Dandy takes down this Grump, and Carry finds his way back into this lane yet again. Even CS for these top laners. Aluka definitely having a better series than we've seen him on so far. I mean, some of his Nars in the last game were definitely noteworthy. We'll see whether he can make something happen as Carry tries to get to that tanky Aurelia mark where he can just be a menace in the back line.
Tong is backing right now. He has gold for the Zhonya's. That will be the pickup right here, but he's going to have to really rift quickly to get back to this Dragon in time. With the World Elite, they are in position right here. They have teleport on Aluka. For once, Carry does have teleport available when Dragon's up, so he can go answer this Gnar split push. And it's important to note, he actually is in Mega Gnar form right here. So Aluka needs World Elite to buy time for him to get that rage up, because right now he's not in a position to have an impactful teleport.
And you can see as well they were pinging out onto Aluka on this Gnar, who's now moving down through the jungle of Vici Gaming. And the standoff continues here around the Dragon. So much vision, though, for World Elite.
Would be disastrous for them to initiate a fight here just because of the lack.
Ooh, the teleport from Carry.
He's going to come in with no rage. It's going to be difficult for World Elite to get the fight they want.
Yeah, Luca trying to build that one up, but Carry gets immediately taken down to almost no health. Yuji, though, going down so low, and Ninja manages to take down Carry here with a nice Petrifying Gaze. You can see the health bars are so low on the side of Vici Gaming, and SCYZ trying to kite through that Iceborne Gauntlet doing so much work. Martyrs almost dead. Vasily trying to turn this one around. Spirit going down so low. He picks up the kill, but Aluka's here as well. Finally got that Mega Knife form. SCYZ though, Dandy for the hero play. Picks up the kill at SCYZ. And the two last men standing. Aluka though has that hyper. You have to think, yes, it is going to be Dandy falling down for an ace for World Elite.
Such a close fight coming out from World Elite right there. If Aluka had the Mega Gnar available, it would have been one-sided, but it went so long right there before they got the Gnar ultimate for the Wombo, and we finally saw the disadvantage of picking up that Cassiopeia right there. She died very quickly under Focus Fire, and this has been the Ninja thing. He always goes for that death cap right there. He doesn't have the stasis, and there's not that much tankiness coming out if he spends any of his mana before the fight starts.
Yeah, and he popped both his barrier and his Seraph's Embrace in that fight, and it just wasn't quite enough.
So we see the replay here. Both top laners come in. Aluka doesn't have the Rage come up, but does come up quickly. There's a lot of Wombo coming in, but unfortunately the Ezreal ultimate misses everyone, and instantly dying right there as UJ. So they lose that tankiness, the ability to apply that passive onto multiple members. SDYZ is healthy through the majority of these fights, but he's not doing the same damage that Vasily is. There's a wonderful flash coming out from Vasily. He lives a long time here, and Cassian and Corki are fighting members, but we go back to live here. They are able to take the third dragon, so the objective snowball continues, but we saw a little bit encapsulated in that fight just how much damage Hatong and Vasily were able to do when they were able to use their mobility and get around a fight.
Yeah, and Dandy unable to secure that dragon as well, so it's another one being picked up here by World Elite. Is Dandy going to battle for these Raptors as well, wanting to make sure he puts on as much pressure as possible. You can see Vici Gaming with a lot of pressure here on the top side of the map from Carry, and Dandy going to try and steal away this red buff as well.
World Elite are actually putting a lot into the rotations right here. You see the distortion boots come out on Aluka right there, partially for the Flash Gnar ultimates, which could be very powerful, but it also will ensure that he has teleport up a bit more often. So it won't just be the dragons they can contest. They will have that teleport on a far shorter cooldown than carries Aurelia.
Yep, Dandy going to be kicking some chickens here as well in World Elite's side of the map. Possibly going to secure this blue buff as well for Hatong, who's actually heading down to the bottom side of the map. So they need to clear that one out, and you can see Ninja, he's got his eyes on it, got his own one already, but it's not enough. He wants as many blue buffs as possible.
They're not sending anyone to answer this split push. They need to make a decisive objective play right here. Baron is possible just because Cassiopeia's Baron damage is insane. Of all the AP mid laners, there'd be no one better than Cassiopeia to burst down a neutral objective.
Oh, yeah.
But Kasten's all on his own. Doesn't have teleport, but he does have respectable turret pushing damage. And World Elite, they need to make assertive moves, but look at this. They're so indecisive. They walk towards Baron, they clear the ward, they walk back to top, they walk back to mid lane. They're just considering going to top right now. They're achieving nothing. And this Kassadin split push, he's not a Zed, it's just a Kassadin, is actually quite successful.
Yeah, and he's doing a lot of damage to these turrets as well. You can see managing to take down more than half of the health of this inner turret before Aluka manages to get there and stave him off. Definitely
you might be wondering, why do we see kind of the meandering coming out from World Elite here? We keep coming back to this mini-map situation, Atlas. It's still fairly barren for them. They don't have any aggressive or even defensive wards around that Kassadin. They couldn't make the aggressive rotation through their blue buff area to try and get to that Kassadin because they don't have any wards there. They can't make aggressive moves because they don't have any wards around either the red or the blue buffs. And part of that is the smart pinks coming around their own blue buff, but a lot of that is a double Sightstone comp, just not putting their wards down effectively. The efficiency of the ward placing from World Elite is a really big problem.
Yeah, and you can see the 1-3-1 split push coming through as well, and Carry's more than happy just to back away when he needs to. He can see when anyone from World Elite's coming around, and that's the difference between having that warding and not. And Hatong, he doesn't even mind because he's Kassadin, he just Rift walks away.
Absolutely, very, very safe, even with the nerfs to Rift Walk. We'll still happily get 3 to 4 Rift Walks in and has the flash available as well, so very, very safe right there. And he's happy to answer. Happy to have Aluka answering a split push, just because Aluka doesn't have realistically the damage to be able to stop that Kassadin.
Yeah, it's going to take him too long. Of course, neither of them really going to die there. Bit of a stalemate. You can see Vici now positioning themselves around this Baron. Have got a little bit of extra vision around there as well. Both teams now able to see what's going on around that Baron.
World Elite do get a bit of position on mid lane here, but have to back away. The team is split on what they want to do. They don't want to necessarily rush down the mid lane, but they're not trying to DPS down Baron. They bought time for Carry to get up his teleport right here. Of course, there was a distortion boots available on Aluka, so he already had that teleport available. And now Aurelia is successfully split pushing top, and World Elite need to make this push felt.
Yeah, and you can see SDYZ already pressuring Vasily off this turret, and they've got so much damage. Easily take down that inner turret in the mid lane. as Carrie's going to try and trade that one for the inner in the top lane as well, and World Elite not wanting to pressure this one any further. You can see Aluka doing some work, pushing up towards this inner turret. Of course, Hatong unable to really answer for that one, and World Elite, they rotate around. Smart moves, and they're going to trade one inner turret for two.
Well, they're going to get the second one there, but where are they going to go from here? Looks like Aurelia's going to back off. Probably going to be difficult to do any sort of dive or get any realistic damage on this inhibitor turret just because Spirit's at half health or just slightly above already. 2-for-1's a good trade. Teleports aren't necessarily wasted. They haven't used any extra summoners, so a 1 rotation from World Elite right here. 3,000 gold, still a minimal gold lead at this point, but we see 1 minute 40 to the next dragon. The 4th dragon is so important, not necessarily for the buff it gives, but of course it really puts on that implied timer, because once a team's narrowing in on a 5th dragon, it doesn't matter what comp you have to fight for it.
Yeah, and you have to think that everyone on World Elite going back here as well is going to be giving up a fair bit of vision opportunities here and some opportunities for Vici to really clear out the wards around this Baron, but see whether World Elite can reassert their dominance over that area of the map as Vici has vacated. And they can see Vici definitely feeling the pressure this game. They are behind, but not by too much. You can imagine they may feel like they're behind further as well because the pressure is on them in this matchup.
Yeah, we see that some aggressive wards have finally come out for World Elite at the 33, 34-minute mark of the game, but they don't actually have wards on the discrete buffs here. They don't have a red buff timer necessarily or a blue buff timer necessarily. Tong's looking aggressive. There might be a fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, Tong going very aggressive there. Carry not quite being able to make it into that back line, but you can see this poke damage doing a lot of work from Vici. Vasili's rockets starting to smack down pretty hard. Almost has that Infinity Edge completed. And I like that, ignoring that last Whisper because, of course, does so much mixed damage. It's not as useful on this champion. You can start utilizing the extra crit that he gets from that Trinity Force as well. But Vici, 25 seconds now on this dragon, heading down there, maybe wanting to pick up their second dragon buff of the game.
They definitely have position on this dragon. They were able to take that blue buff because of their great ward coverage around the dragon. Luca eats the Q. Will we see the initiation?
Yeah, he's going to safeguard his way back out again. Spirit gets hooked up there. Nice box to be zoning them out here as well. But there's the Gnar. Perfect transform timing. And Ninja has so much DPS here in the backside. Dandy takes down Spirit, but Ninja is all we want to talk about at this stage as Carry's going to fall down as well. That's 3 dead for Vici Gaming, and World Elite have Baron on their minds, or is it the inhibitor?
Wonderful Gnar coming out from Aluka right there. We've criticized him rightly so. He's really struggled to have an impact in the first 10 games, but the Gnar won them the fight. The petrifying gaze Gnar wombo that we speculated about pre-game was a sight to see right there. And they're just going to free DPS down this inhibitor turret. They don't care they don't have minions.
They don't, and they... Vici Gaming just a little bit upset that they may not have, I guess, respected this Gnar Jarvan combo, and Aluka on this Gnar especially because he's been fantastic this game, and you have to think as well, considering the fact that Ninja just has so much consistent DPS with all of that CC as well, it is so hard to teamfight this team, and whenever Vici try, they haven't managed to make it work.
It's a modification you have to play against a Cassiopeia comp, just because Cassiopeia is actually a higher consistent damage person than the Ezreal. For once, you don't want to actually aim that 80 carry. You want to blow up Cassiopeia at any chance, because if she keeps that poison going, she will be easily out-damaging the tanky
could she be
Ezreal.
caught? No, immediately flashing over there as well as Ninja's going to get eliminated straight away. Carry going to teleport in. Aluka's here as well. Hatong able to be wherever he wants to with that Rift Walk. The flash is in here as well. Is World Elite going to pay for their last brilliant team fighters? Aluka's now back alive. Has the Gnar, but doesn't pick up any stuns apart from on Dandy there, and the chase is on here from Vici Gaming. They've got a giant creep wave as well. With 2 dead, they might be able to put some pressure on, but True Shot Barrage, they're not going to be able to, but Vici Gaming answering back so strongly. They're not out of this one.
Look at the minion wave in the bottom lane as well. There's about 5 minion waves pushing in. There's so many things that World Elite need to do right now. They need to absolutely kill this minion wave bound bot, but you saw that the Ezreal Ultimate's already come out here, and it looks like they're trying to contest the Baron, but it might be to their doom.
Yeah, the Death Sentence to come through here as well. The box just to try and zone World Elite away from this Baron. You can see that Vici Gaming have it down to about 2,000 health here as well. Hatong's going to die to Spirit, but they do secure the Baron. It's in fact going to be the incredible damage of Marta to get that one down as Aluka finally transforms. We are going to have a short pause, and you can imagine that there is going to be a lot of chatter in these booths because, of course, you can over in China, and they're going to be really working out what they want to be doing.
And those minion waves are pushing like crazy into the bottom lane right there. It's so nice when you pick a good fight, you get the pick you're looking for, and the 6th man, that minion wave, is really complement what you're doing and pushing in so aggressively. I can't tell right now exactly how much damage it's done to the inhibitor turret, but it's smashed through the inner turret right there. They pick up the round for just 1 member, so of course Satong unfortunately will not have that buff. But we've seen the power of picking up those Baron buffs in games where you're behind. It buys you those 3 to 4 minutes of Baron buff where you can reset. There's no realistic way to outpush a Baron buff team just because those minions become crazily strong. So now World Elite, the one thing you can say about World Elite's comp is does get outscaled by Vicis right here. You don't often say that when you're against a Corki comp, but I mean, Cassidy just has more reliability in a team fight. He has the rift walk to always have the positioning he's looking for, can get that burst damage done, and go into stasis. Whereas Cassiopeia, if she ever lets that poison drop, it's kind of like when Draven drops an X, specifically if it's Crystal's Draven, where you don't go for the attack speed. If you're focusing completely on catching your axes, you drop the axe, you lose 40% of your damage. When Cassiopeia's Twin Fang goes on its true cooldown rather than its shorter internal cooldown when it's poisoned, the amount of damage you lose is insane. So the reliability of Cassidy definitely outscales, and the reliability and the maneuverability of Cassidy definitely outscales the Cassiopeia. And Blue Ezreal gets to that item advantage very quickly because, of course, his 6-item power spike is much cheaper than a traditional AD carry. Doesn't need a Trinity Force, doesn't need an Infinity Edge, doesn't need those 3,500 gold plus purchases. Corki right here will have a more expensive build, will be doing more damage in the late game, and Blue Ezreal still has its strengths, but in the late game, I think VG are going to really take this one.
We'll see whether they can, of course, as we are going to hopefully come back into this game, but we've got to replay quickly. No, we're not. Just going to hop straight back in here as Ninja going to clear out that creep wave that you mentioned there on the bottom side, and World Elite going to clear out the Dragon here as well. So trading a Dragon for a Baron, and that's going to be actually, I think, up to 4 here on the side for World Elite.
It does look like the 4th Dragon coming out there, so World Elite looking very good. The 4th Dragon, of course, does give Vici a bit of a timer right here. They'll light the Baron buff. That'll buy them time. But that Baron buff is going to time out before Dragon respawns. And that's when this game's going to get really exciting because we're finally going to see that late game team fight. These two teams with big items crashing together and see just which comp comes out ahead.
Or that late game decision to take Dragon for the 5th time or that Baron as well that WE are going to be able to force here on the side of Vici Gaming.
And that's mostly coming to a head. The biggest situation that's come to a head was the OMG versus LGD game, I believe it was, where OMG traded a 5th Dragon buff for a Baron buff, came to the Baron after it was already claimed and aced them with those huge stat increases that you get from that 5th Dragon. Of course, 12% AD and AP by the time you get that 5th buff, not to mention the 40 true damage on auto attacks and single target spells. So many stats from that 5th Dragon, but it makes sense. It's the culmination of what, 30 minutes of control over an objective?
Yeah, well, exactly. And World Elite have actually pinged down this mid lane. Of course, that inhibitor turret had been taken down here. And Vici wanting to push this bottom lane with Vasily here, and they may get out-rotated potentially as this Corki being forced to back does, of course, have a little bit of a quicker back considering that Baron buff.
See, why he's actually gone for the Guardian Angel here, so he's adopting for the extra tankiness. He's not someone you want to assassinate in a fight, but I said this before, it's Cassiopeia who's the main damage coming out from this World Elite lineup. That's the person they're looking for. Still very tanky as Cassiopeia, has the Seraph's Embrace, health pool, shield to complement the Rylays and the magic resist from the Spectre's Cowl, but Cassiopeia is the definite target in a team fight for VG.
Oh yeah, and without that Zhonya's Hourglass as well, can't make herself untargetable in these fights. So you're going to have to make use of that extended health pool with the barrier as well as that Seraph's Embrace, as you mentioned.
I mean, the amount of health we're talking about there between the two shields and that health purchase she's already picked up is massive, but it's not stasis, right? It is not the ability to innately draw aggro to other members of the team. It's just an item that Ninja hasn't been tending towards. And on those champions like Xerath, where his long range means that if he needs to go into stasis, he's probably made a mistake. Okay, I understand it. But to really not go for it on a more medium and short range champion like Cassiopeia, it's just a bit questionable to me.
Yeah, very true. But we'll see whether it is going to work out. This pickup of the Rylays, of course, has a lot of health. And 6 items now have been completed by STYZ on this Ezreal. Has that Guardian Angel now to complement the rest of his blue items. The Spirit's gone aggressive. Not going to find any targets, though, as Satong and Marta are around the side. Carry has almost got that teleport available as he moves around from this top side as well. So World Elite putting pressure here with 5 members. And Aluka going to lose the Banshee's Veil. Is Dandy going to hit him with a Sonic Wave?
Minion Wave definitely in the advantage for VG in the bottom lane right here. It's about even, maybe slightly in the advantage of World Elite in the top lane here. So mostly it's not a concern right here. I guess that the exciting thing is hopefully when we get to this 5th Dragon, which is the next guaranteed fight, you'd have to say, the next guaranteed contest coming out from VG, we should see a really decisive fight, and that should be the winner, the team that's able to take advantage of that buff.
Oh yeah, and that ward going down. One of the most exciting things that's happened in the last 3 minutes, most definitely, getting a sweet zoom in. And, oh, Spirit going to miss the flag and drag. Very unfortunate. Ooh, Descent's going to go wide as well.
I need to be careful here. These 2 members are really split off from the team. Dandy hits a Q, doesn't want to initiate. They're too tanky, Spirit and UJ on the World Elite side. Very, very tense of these trades right here as we wait for this decisive team fight.
Yeah, and still 3,000 is the gold lead. That's nothing at this stage of the game. Descent's going to land onto Aluka here. He doesn't have his teleport yet. He's going to get obliterated, and that is a gigantic force in the potential team fight ensuing after this one as VG try to chase down World Elite, and that is awful. Hatong manages to get over, but a beautiful zone is going to stop him from getting CC'd. Manages to flash over the wall. Carry's in here as well now. Hatong, you can imagine, is about to come back in as Dandy's trying to get the work down. Carry does fall. Spirit's incredibly low. Dandy going to die as well. The team on Vici just unable to follow up here as Marta's going to get Vasily out of trouble, but that's 4 members chasing them down. Vasily's going to get stunned up. Ninja has so much chase potential, and they turn it around.
Massive moves from Blue Ezreal right there as we do see the assassination by Cassidy on the Braum. It's not a big deal though. STYZ is basically full health, still has the Guardian Angel up right here. So tanky and so maneuverable, these WE carries, that they're even able to win a fairly unfavorable fight. That was a 4v5 fight, of course, as Aluka was hopelessly split away from his carries right there. Very poor positioning and rotation from World Elite, allowed the free kill coming in. Hatong, he's on a split push mission. And Spirit, look, he can clear waves, but he certainly can't take this Cassidy.
Yeah, and I think Hatong maybe rift walking a little bit too aggressively. It was a nice Zhonya's, but then flashed out immediately while baiting the rest of his team to come in, and Vasily just wasn't able to get there in time to get any consistent damage down. So a little bit unfortunate. And when you've got a Cassiopeia who can just do so much guaranteed damage with those Twin Fangs, just becomes very scary in these drawn-out fights.
And one of the interesting things about the Cassiopeia here we have highlighted, he's up to 760 AP because he just hit the 3rd evolution of that passive just before the fight. He was sitting on 480 stacks, moved up to 500 stacks, of course, gains the extra, I believe, maybe even 20% AP, at least 10% AP, was at the 30% that caps out at. 750 AP. Still has, and he even has a defensive item. He hasn't even gone for the sheer most AP he can go for.
Yeah.
This Cassiopeia is doing massive damage in a fight.
Most definitely. And what's very, very important at this stage, as was highlighted by the cameraman, is the fact that Dragon is just about to be up, and it's imperative that Vici manage to get this one. They, at the moment, do have some vision control, but World Elite are grouping, and they are going to be able to take this one if they want to. Of course, everyone trying to collapse on the side of Vici Gaming, and this could spell one of the last team fights that we're going to see here, depending on how this goes, because the 5th Dragon is so scary, and Dandy's waiting in the wings.
You have to know there's going to be a contest right here. Marta goes in.
Oh, the Flash Descents onto Ninja of all people as well. Hatong trying to get some work done, but look at the beautiful Gnar combo with the Petrifying Gaze as well. Dandy's going to go down solo. Hatong's dead already as well. STYZ has so much damage. Carry's going to fall down, and World Elite tear Vici apart.
This is the STYZ we've been waiting for all LPL split. It's the one that was on display on LGD. It's the one that was on display in the preseason. But Blue Ezreal, and it's always Ezreal for World Elite. It's always the champion that really propels them to a win. And they might be able to finish the game right here. They're 4 members strong.
Oh my
Vasily
gosh.
gets exploded. 10-1-11 is this Ezreal right here. 402 CS. 4 members pushing to the mid. It's finally come. It's taken 12 games for World Elite, but they're going to get on the board.
And this was one of their most difficult matchups here as well. A deserved win from World Elite and a crushing defeat for Vici Gaming. And the spirit of Wei Zhao is alive in STYZ at this stage, winning on his signature champion for World Elite. What a beautiful thing to see.
I mean, they've been mulling over that Ezreal pick for so long. You've seen them consider it, move over to the Corki, consider it, move over to the Caitlyn. And he's a wonderful Caitlyn player, but Ezreal just synonymous with Team World Elite. the flavor of Weizhou, the spirit of Weizhou. He's still alive, let's talk about,
Yeah,
but no longer on the team and no longer the really strong carry for that Water Elite team. But SDYZ finally stepping up. He's warmed up. He finally warmed up so far, but he finally got to that point. 10-1-11, dominating performance. He laned well as Ezreal in an unfavorable matchup, and his team fights. He had a Guardian Angel, but it never looked like he even took a lick of damage.
Yeah, exactly. And let's have a look at this next replay. It's actually going to be when Vici engage onto World Elite here, and we'll just see how the counter engage works.
But watch those words. Engage onto World Elite, and you never want to engage onto a Cassiopeia. We'll see that here. So we'll roll the tape right here. This is, of course, the fight for the 5th dragon right here. So it's already a very tense thing. Aluka dies instantly. And that's the big issue here for Water Elite. He's very split from his team. It was very poor movement around this banana bush here for Water Elite. And so understandably, Vici feel that's the go button. They're going to go in right here. Tong goes in, has the stasis, so of course can buy so much time right here. The Petrifying Gaze misses right here, so we see this extended fight. SCYZ in the back. He's a 6-item blue Ezreal. Okay, in the late game, he won't have the damage, but in the late game, he's very damage ready. And the amount of control coming out from that Ezreal, SCYZ can team fight in the front and in the back at will because of the low cooldown on his ability. Flashes in to get that kill on Vasily, and that was the beginning of the end for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, you saw Tong come in there for a last sort of, I guess, sort of semi-kill. It's going to help him, of course. My brain melting.
He padded
just
his stats
a little bit.
Yeah,
They're padding his stats, but not really helping them as far as the team fight is concerned. And just beautiful to see from World Elite. They're finally on the board. 1-11 may have done it, but definitely getting a win is going to make them feel very good. But this isn't our last matchup. We still have one more for you today in the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're back for our final game of the day very soon.
And welcome back everyone to the English coverage, of the Chinese LPL. We've got our last series of the day here as M3 take on OMG. I'm Julian Page. Joining me is Jake Spawn Tiberi. And this should be quite an interesting series, Spawn.
Yeah, I can't wait for this one to get overway. So many hype matchups coming head-to-head. If it's in the top lane, in the mid lane, even in the jungle, this is going to be pretty fun to watch.
And it's kind of interesting to see maybe in the mid lane what's going on here. That's probably the coolest middle match. We've actually got a cute little piece of trivia as well. Cool versus Dada. We wondered if they'd ever played together, and of course, against each other in the Group C of the 2014 World Championships. And Dada destroyed Cool in those matchups.
Yeah, he certainly did. If I recall correctly, he took the Yasuo into an Ahri the first time around, came out ahead. His team performed very well in that match, so maybe not all on Dada, but if there was any doubt the next time around, he took the... as Cool picked up the Yasuo, he took Orianna and absolutely tore him apart.
Yeah, so a little bit of history between these two teams. Dade so far has gotten the better of them, but they've never played in the LPL until today. So really awesome mid lane matchup going in. Everyone from OMG has been playing well, not just Cool. Their team looks unstoppable at this point.
Yeah, but Cool is leading the charge. If a little bit bring it forward to the present day, Cool sitting on a 4.27 KDA to the 1 of Dade at the moment. So that just gives a little bit of League of Legends, how it comes full circle sometime, and Cool definitely going to look to take it to him.
Oh, for sure. I think M3, it's going to be difficult for them because it almost feels like they're just playing OMG's game plan, but with maybe weaker laners across the board. OMG look fantastic. When that team's winning, it's 3 or even 4 carries with Loveling from the jungle as well, all going in and just beasting it. And M3 kind of have the same thing, want to snowball their solo laners with Ro, and Dade and Lupa just not quite the same impact.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that if you look at where the immediate upgrades, at the moment, it is in the mid lane, and it is definitely in that AD carry position. Uzi's been playing terrifically. Candy, take nothing away from his play, has started to try and step up, but just hasn't had the support there that he needs.
And I think, again, even though it's kind of a lower place match, at least for M3, who are pretty far down on the standings in 7th, I believe, this is significant for both these teams. M3 obviously would love to get some more points, and I believe with a 2-0 they get to 5th, but OMG, they're currently sitting in tied for first place without having played this series. They're 13 points tied with LGD.
Yeah, exactly right. That means if they take the 2-0, and that's what they're hoping for, they move 3 points clear and just sit by themselves up the top of the table. Of course, they haven't lost a series yet. They've tied that one that was yesterday, which was very, very close, but otherwise, they've looked in command throughout.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, we thought they might go through a lot of the LPL without dropping a game, and finally did so to Snake yesterday, like you mentioned. Snake definitely looking like a good team there, but OMG in that second game when they won just steamrolled through them. It just looks like nothing could stop them. And again, when everything's going well, it goes fantastic.
Yeah, and it looks like in-game they're pretty much on point. They had a questionable pick ban. They actually let Xerath go through, and I know that we had a long chat about that. I think that's the last time Snake will see Xerath for probably the rest of the season. They just play around the champion so well. So going in today, hopefully they've tied down their pick ban phase because, as we said, in-game, they just look like they're playing terrifically.
Yeah, and there's a lot of depth here as well. One of the things that makes OMG such a sweet team to watch is that they've got so much depth in every role. Everyone's been playing amazing. Going as a beast in the top lane. Cool's champion pool feels like you could cover almost every lane. And Uzi, of course, happy to play everything, but loves playing those hyper carries. But he's even playing Sivir. Uzi, the hyper carry god, is playing Sivir.
Yeah, and kind of turning Sivir sometimes into a split push champion as well, so just disregarding the ult completely. You have to say on the other side, M3 definitely started extremely slow. Coming in, there was a lot of hype around Dade Lupa particularly, and of course their jungler who was I guess, praised for getting these solo laners ahead, but haven't been able to really pull it off. They've looked better in more recent performances, but I think that if any time the top half of the map needs to perform, it's against the top half of the map you just rattled off of OMG.
Yeah, and it's just strength across the board for OMG. Again, when they're winning, it's their 3 carries just charging forward to the enemy team, and if Loveling's winning as well, just forget about it. You're not going anywhere near a victory in that game, but we'll see what M3 can do. They need some points here. Of course, they'd love to 2-0 OMG. That'll be a massive upset. We're into Champ Select here. M3 on the blue side here for our first game. They'll ban out Kasten as their first one, and OMG over on the red side, they'll ban out Rek'Sai.
Yeah, not surprised to see Rek'Sai being taken away, just time after time showing how strong that jungle is. Kasten, that's targeted at 2 people, of course, Cool and Gogo and can both play that. So I like getting it off the board. Just has such a high potency at this point.
Yeah, Lissandra banned up there as well for M3. Azir going to go there into the ban pool for OMG. And one of the interesting things about OMG recently is that they're playing a lot of double AP. So a lot of mages getting targeted here.
Yeah, certainly have. And I guess the Azir ban is the interesting one because Dade's had mixed success. Pulled it out the first time. I wasn't impressed. And then next time came through and absolutely wrecked house with it. So I guess having mixed results, want to get it off the board. And wow, a lot of respect being given away to the mages. LeBlanc off the board as well.
Yeah, when we talked about the matchup being Dade Cool is probably the one to watch here. LeBlanc bans the last one and Java in the last there for OMG. So lots of bans pointed at Cool. I guess a couple go going as well. But that mid lane is looking pretty interesting right now for picks. And there's a first pick Jana for M3.
Wow, so completely ambiguous with this draft. Just getting some strong disengage, a very good lane support, can also roam okay. Not the best roaming support, but have seen it used to effect. So M3 looking to take this, I guess, very, very slow and try and build a team comp to what OMG are putting together.
And that's maybe for both these teams, one of their weaker points in general has been their drafting. We mentioned OMG in-game, they look great, but their drafts sometimes are a little bit questionable. M3 as well haven't quite got everything together. And for a lot of teams that are still getting that synergy going, that really translates in a lot of drafting.
Yeah, certainly. And wow, a Tristana as well as a Rumble locked in. So some good early game pressure coming out of the Rumble around these Dragon Fights and a very good late game insurance policy. Uzi plays a terrific Tristan.
Yeah, we've seen Snake do this a lot. They love giving Flange Rumble and giving Crystal Tristana. So playing, kind of using Rumble to bridge the mid game for Tristana's power trough and then going off when Trist gets farm. I think this is actually the first time Uzi's ever played Trist in this season of the LPL. So that'll be fun to watch. Of course, M3 got some picks to make now as well. We'll see what they want to go with.
Yeah, of course, Uzi did play Tristana so much at Worlds when it was extremely popular. Would be surprised if the response was a Civic. It just can't go head-to-head. And wow, the Vi surprises the heck out of me. That's nearly a solo queue pickup.
Yeah, it's something very different here. Ro probably taking the Vi into the jungle. Sivir there for Candy as well. So picking into that Triss, which as you mentioned, can be a bit awkward when it comes to farming because Triss has a relatively easy time against Sivir.
Yeah, definitely. And wow, I'm just looking at OMG's draft. This is looking much better. Pick up the Morgana to get rid of that the Assault and Battery that can come through from Vi. Grab Loveland, the Rengar as well for some pick potential in this mid game. They look like they're really counted exactly what M3 want to do so far. They've got good poke, good long range, and then some good engage coming through with that Rengar. So it's going to be interesting to see what they respond with on M3 side. Looks like it's going to be potentially...
That would be pretty cool, but we'll see what happens here. Looper is definitely throwing us for a loop every now and then, playing some pretty curious champions in the top lane, but going to keep it standard. Actually, really big champions for both the M3 solo laners. It is Zed for Dade and Maokai for Looper.
Yeah, and now I'm really questioning where the damage is coming through on this lineup. Sivir, not known for insane late game damage. Even Dade Zed, not known for great late game damage. Like, once you start picking up these items like Zhonya's, like the Mikhails and the... QSS that are going to come through. He's just not going to have a target to assassinate. On the side of OMG, however, you've got the persistent damage that's going to come out from Rumble, some good mid-game spike that comes out of Lulu, and then just the late-game beast at Tristana. OMG have put together a terrific draft.
Yeah, let's hold on a little bit. Last pick, Lulu for Cool. I mean, we talk about his champion pool being deep. It really is, but this is a very different style of comp from OMG. We've seen, again, the tri-carry style from OMG where they just go in with all of their strong laners and just win team fights outright. But this is very much a protect the Uzi comp.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they can use the Lulu in a couple of different ways. Speed up the Rengar to get him into the fight, look for that pick, maybe even pop people up if it's favorable, or otherwise just chuck all the shields onto Uzi and let him do work late game. So I like the way that that's come through. If you're going to play Razor Puppy comp, why not with the original Puppy, like get through and get him going. But yeah, it definitely is back to something that we haven't seen out of OMG yet.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if this is something that OMG do more of or simply have as a weapon in their arsenal. OMG as a team kind of came onto the scene way back when they first started playing in China and won so many matches by, the freight train. They just used a bunch of ultis, went in massive AoE, and that's all they did for maybe a season or two. Then they started developing more elements to their play. Lots of stuff happened, like Jungle Yorick was around and all this sort of thing. So OMG kind of started again with the tri-carry style in this new lineup and now moving to something a little bit different as well.
Yeah, and if this is just a card they can pull out every now and again, what an impressive card it would be, because it takes a lot of coordination to get one carry that far ahead that he can do enough work to make up for a whole team. But if anyone can do it, I definitely think that it would be cool.
Yeah, and I just like the draft in general. Lulu is actually a pick we might see more of, especially with all these assassins running around.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the Lulu pickup. It's just one of those things that shuts down Zed in so many different ways, has a lot of polymorph, and has the ability to, as with the wild growth.
All right, with that, let's get into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our last game of the day as we are on to the Rift for the first game between M3 and OMG. This will be quite an interesting series to close out our second day of week 3 here of the LPL coverage. And we see Loveling and Ro just hanging out. Looks like OMG is going to set up and check their entrances to start things off. So very passive.
Yeah, it looks like actually they've grouped up a little bit on the side of M3 looking for a way in, but Loveling just having a little bit of a dance, not going to let anyone into his jungle.
Yeah, and OMG playing very safe here. Just kind of moving out and defending all of their entrances. Again, it's kind of interesting to see if OMG want to opt in for a lane swap. They've got plenty of options there as well. But I think Uzi, like he almost always does with any lane, is more than happy to 2v2.
Oh, yeah, they definitely wouldn't mind the 2v2 this time around. He can just farm quite safely. Will be shoved in repetitively, which Tristana just loves. Can see us under turret, quite fun. And, of course, with that Black Shear going to come through, going to be difficult to gank.
Yeah, it looks like Blue Star might be the course here for M3's jungler Ro. And on the other side, Loveling's going to be going red by the looks of things. So a bit of a difference here. Both junglers will start on the same side, so they'll end up in towards the bottom half of the map when they do finish their initial clears, although OMG might be setting up for a late invade as well.
Yeah, it looks like they are setting up for that late invade, and they've sent Uzi up there to freeze by himself. So they're waiting for this ward to die, and then they'll go as fast as possible to try and cut them off at the blue. Actually, didn't even wait for the ward to die, so that's been scoped out. They know exactly what's going on. Immediately, the bottom lane of M3 have moved up to get the freeze.
Yeah, so smart response. They know what they have to do. Ro and Loop will actually just take the wolf camp away and move in towards the other side of the jungle. Low actually going to find them out. Going to harass them a little bit. Maybe steal the wolf. He does get it actually with the dark blinding, but not a bad study. They should just trade double buffs.
Yeah, we'll be able to just, once again, look at exactly where Love CD is over there on Janna. Setting up a perfect, I guess, little bit of vision just to make sure the blue stays unharassed. Also gives some solo experience over to Candy on Sivir. So that's a nice way to start it off. And really nothing surprising coming out here.
No, I mean, I think OMG are happy with the lane swap again. It's a lot safer this way to get Uzi's initial farm going, and they're going to take over the top half of the map because that's what they need to, keep Uzi safe for the first 10-15 minutes of the laning phase.
Yeah, and when you're only running like one big late game threat like Tristana, whilst you could take it into a duo lane, why not just make sure that he has that safety of being up in the top lane by himself, able to free farm, get as much CS as possible, and wow, an early dragon actually being started
Now, this is a response we don't see very much of at all here. M3 are actually going to start the dragon off very early at 3 minutes. And last time we saw a 3-minute dragon, it was Energy Pacemaker cheesing it up with Sion Lee Sin. But this is a really solid 3-man dragon, and OMG is going to not even know this is done.
Yeah, the reason they can do this is because of how good Vi's W is of taking neutral objectives. Able to get a lot of that percentage damage in, gets it chunked down, and the shields that came through from Janna and Vi just made it a little bit even easier.
And OMG just seed the bottom half of the map. They don't want it at all. M3 are even going to get the blue buff after the dragon, which is absolutely insane when it comes to buff control. So OMG, looking good getting their first lane swap, but M3 way ahead now on the jungle.
Yeah, certainly. And that extra Duran's Blade worth of damage for Dade as well as Sivir just means so much more in these early fights. Means they might actually be able to go even in what are very negative lanes.
Yeah, other than that, though, just being able to say, hey, we know when the next dragon timer is. It's going to be around the normal timer of an early first dragon that we see in most of these games. So a really good strategic edge. Low is going to get the bad news, it seems like, as he wanders down. But OMG really don't have an accurate timer for this dragon.
Yeah, definitely not. I guess the interesting thing now is if M3 can get ahead, that 5th dragon is accelerated so much just by how early that first one was taken in. Uzi needs to be careful that his wave doesn't hit that turret and reverse extremely quickly into the favor of Looper, who now is going back into this top lane.
Gogoing going to join here is also Candy. He's going to try and keep the wave here as well. Wants to maintain the freeze if he can, but Gogoing's going to make that a little problematic for him.
Yeah, pressure on the jungles now to get into their respective lanes and force the freeze to stop. Loveling is the first person to make the move. He's going down there to help out.
Yep, going to see what he can get done here on Rengar. Actually waiting in the bush right now. Maybe even thinking about a dive here into Candy. Be a little bit tricky to get a Sivir with both summoners and a spell shield ready, but they might give it a go.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they are going to give it a go. I agree that this is going to be difficult, but there it is.
Yeah, Candy pops the heel low, the exhaust down as well. Loveling right on top of him, maybe not that hard. Loveling does get the first kill with the bowler, does flash out as well, and that's real easy for OMG.
Yeah, that is a horrible misplay coming out of Looper there. Completely whiffed the Q. Loveling just able to flash away. That's a wasted teleport. First blood, and Uzi just soaking so much farm.
And I was going to mention that I really liked, again, a lot of what M3 did. The other reason was because Uzi's Power Trough doesn't really line up well to contest mid-game Dragons, and M3 can get even further ahead after taking the first one so early, but that little misplay will start to cost them.
Yeah, it certainly will, and it just gets Siva nearly 10 CS behind, which, when you look at it, is a big deal. Now rotating Siva into the top lane. This might play even further into OMG's hands because they can just match the lane swap again if they so choose because they've got a perfect back timer and a potential BF sword.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what happens out here. Kind of interesting starts for both these teams, really. Pretty even, I guess, as the gold breaks out. OMG are 600 gold ahead with their first blood, but the first dragon up for M3 is nice as well. Uzi now has broken his freeze. Candy's actually joining him here in the top lane, and we might have a 2v2 in the top now. Looks like both supports going to roam in as well.
Yeah, so it looks like they are happy to do that. Of course, the teleport is up on Go-Going, so if the swap comes back in reverse, he will be able to get there much quicker. But I think Go-Going is happy in the Looper matchup. Of course, Rumble does extremely well against the tree, able to burn him down repetitively. And whilst Looper's passive is good, won't be able to stand up to all that consistent damage.
No, it's Loveling actually quite low. Forced the ultimate out there by Cool. Looks like Dade went in for the all-in on that level 4 jungler, but Cool did manage to save him. And this is why we love seeing Lulu into Zed, and that's exactly why Cool picked the matchup.
Yeah, exactly right. It just counters so much of what Zed wants to do through the early and mid-game. Means that the items don't even have to come through for it to be able to be countered. And Ruo looking for his first gank now.
They're going to go in, Go-Going in trouble there. Twisted Advance comes in. The Vault Breaker missed, though, I think, but Go-Going does flash out anyway. Maybe going to turn around. Could pop the Flame Shooter overheats, going back in onto Row. He's going to force his flash up, but Looper coming back in with the damage. Go-Going overheated. Does hit him in the face, and they'll reset. Good trade there, though, by Go-Going.
Yeah, Go-Going does not know what going backwards even means. He just is like a absolute wrecking ball in that top lane, but now bottom lane when he gets going. And you're exactly right. That Vault Breaker miss, if you max it, it just is so much of your damage and not able to get a successful gank off.
Yeah, and back in the top lane. Tristana actually up 10 CS after the early level 1 action, so a nice little lead there for Uzi as well, who'll be very happy with that edge on his Tristana. Cool now in the mid as well. Bullying a little bit, but not massively ahead on CS. Dade going back, has his Bilgewater Cutlass done, so he'll return to his mid lane and start to power up.
Yeah, the only problem with this Tristana lane now is that Uzi has waited an extremely long time to shop. He has about 2,000 gold in his inventory, but with how hard Siva is going to shove, they might just be able to keep this exactly where they want it, repetitively shove into the turret with that shield coming through from Janna and take it down nice and early.
Yeah, we'll see. Row here going to start the blue buff up as well. That looks like it's going over to Dade. Going level 6 now in the bottom lane as well. Bullying Looper back and forth. Does have a very minor CS lead, but nothing major. And Lowe's joined as well. Loveling towards the top. Doesn't quite go in for a gank and Love CD. Just going to ward up here again. It's very important to keep your wards vigilant when you do swap the lanes around.
Yeah, and I like the original ward that came out as well, as we have a little bit of a skirmish.
Going actually going to go in. Pops the ulti. Looper could be in trouble. Takes a lot of damage and just pressured there from Rumble. Doesn't need anything more.
Yeah, exactly right. Surprised Going didn't go a little bit more deeper than that. Recognized the passive was up, though, and it could have been a bit of a bait. So forcing him out of lane, that's good enough. He's going to get even more CS ahead.
Yep, no flash for Going, and flash was up for Looper, so just wanted to be safe there. Realized that, you know what, my ult's not really needed right now. The next dragon is up, actually up quite soon, but they think they can delay it for, 90 seconds or whatever it is, and it's going to get him ahead. Again, not a massive lead. Rumble not the best at pushing out creeps, but he'll take it.
Yeah, and if we can just point out something on the map quite quickly, there's a very deep pink ward in the top side of OMG's jungle, scouting out exactly one of the paths that Loveling would like to tank when he's ganking. What they're trying to do is just scout out the lane gank that comes through. They recognize that they've got Uzi exactly where they want him. He's now trying to back, but they will continue to shove in. So they're just making sure that Loveling can't get up there and affect that lane.
Yeah, moves going in towards the top lane actually now as well, which is probably the safest way to back her Tristana. Also with the dragon back now, so OMG have a good sense, despite not getting the exact time of when that's going to be coming back up. So they're actually going to swap the duo down. Cool get blue buff as well. And they're going to reset a little bit.
Yeah, Loveling needs to be careful here. Very, very low. And they've actually sent all 5 members from M3 down into this bottom side of the map to try and take the next dragon. So if they can do this extremely quickly, they do have a numbers advantage.
Well, we'll have to see what happens. Loveling, as you noted, is all the way back in base, but M3 not quite going in for it yet. They had the exact timer, of course, taking a very early dragon around the 3.5-minute mark. But Uzi down towards the bottom, collecting even more free farm now on Tristana.
Yeah, so now they've made their move. They're going for it right now. Equalizer is just up now, teleport available, so this could be the first real scrap we see.
Yep, go going, wandering down as well. Candy going to take a bit of harass there from low, but M3 will group up together. They're going to look for a pick here. The ulters get popped by Candy, and they kill a ward. Not quite what we expect from the Sivir ultimate.
Yeah, definitely is not, especially when you have an Assault and Battery available. You would expect them to try and fly in on someone. They did have them split off with Cool stuck in that mid lane if they had have gone over the wall, but not able to get what they wanted. So looks like they'll just reset, send the top laners back to the respective top side of the map.
Yeah, go going, and Looper just going to walk back again. Go going, pops the ulti. Looper pops his now as well, but the rumble damage is immense right now. Going through all that damage reduction, go going. Still going to run in. The overheat does come through. Flame Spitter back as well, and Looper going to get forced completely out of the lane.
Yeah, and once again, go going, just going extremely aggressive, ensuring that he continues this bully. It's going to deny even more CS and might even give his team the first dragon for them.
Yeah, and this will be a really hard dragon for M3 to lose, especially after taking the first one so aggressively in that rotation. Looper gets his back counted as well, and they are going to fight in. Dade maybe going to go in. That was very close there. Loveling slightly missmited, but Cool does pick up the first dragon now for OMG, and Love City getting chased up by Uzi as well. There's the first kill. Candy could be in trouble as Lowe's going to look in to go for the dive, but it's a little too much damage from that
Teleport
turret.
coming in.
Yeah, actually Dade going to dive in onto Cool, but he already popped the ulti. Loveling gets that kill. Ro does Assault and Battery onto Luna, but go going is now down as well. Just turns it onto Ro. Now Looper moving in as well, going to go onto Loveling. He's going to go down to Looper, but OMG get the dragon, and 3 for 1.
Yeah, what a fight. There's just so much coordination. I thought the teleport coming out of Looper in the back was going to be enough to maybe catch up Uzi, but he gets away with the heal and the rocket jump. And overall, a terrific team fight coming through for OMG. Really good target prioritization underneath that turret, making sure they didn't go too far, understanding their limits.
And that's exactly what we've seen from OMG all throughout the early stages of this LPL. They have looked so on point. Their team planning's immaculate. Their target selection's immaculate. And honestly, M3 giving up that first dragon, given that they had the exact timer and the Assault and Battery ready to go, little bit awkward.
Yeah, exactly right. And wow, go going, even without an ultimate, was able to teleport in as a Rumble and have more impact than what Looper's Maokai is at this stage. Just absolutely decimating Looper. And when you get ahead as a Rumble, we say that Rumble doesn't really need items. But there's a reason for that. If he gets items, gosh, does he do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, you have to get in the melee range. It's a little bit awkward because you're kind of squishy still, unless you have Azonias. But yeah, when you get in range with the Flame Sphere to heat it up, you just tear through people. Looper's already feeling that in lane, and that teleport really felt it for M3 as well. Uzi, by the way, looks like he's gone for a straight Infinity Edge of the game. That is very bold.
Yeah, has just picked up the Zerka's Grief to get himself a little bit of attack speed, but after that, yeah, straight into the Infinity Edge, looking to get himself going as soon as possible. It looks like, once again, this time M3 are dodging the Uzi lane now that he's picked himself up a kill, sending Candy into the top lane.
Yeah, already maxing the rapid fire as well. These towers are going to start to melt pretty quickly here. Love City is going to come down with the Giant Shield and try and deter the push for a little while longer, but it's not going to last particularly long.
Yeah, it definitely isn't. And in the meanwhile, they've timed this perfectly because the blue is up for M3, so they know exactly where the mid and the jungle is. So they know that they're 3 versus 2 now. They take the turret, force Looper and Love CD to back off. Really nicely played.
And again, Uzi's just gotten so much farm early on, and the first kill as well. One of the 4 kills, I should say here. You see that gold did almost 1,000 gold up. Versus Candy Sivir here early on. OMG, going to rotate in and try and take out Dade. Does dodge the bullet there from the Dark Binding, but that could be a second tower very quickly.
Yeah, and we talk about Dade's headspace probably more than any other player because we know he is such that a passionate, emotional player. And having 4 people run into your lane and immediately push it down is one of the most frustrating feelings in League of Legends.
Yep, and OMG with a great rotation, take an early tower. We've seen a lot of Uzi back in the day when he was on Royal Club, did a lot of fast pushing with the Caitlyn, but the OMG are changing it up. They're going to do fast pushing with the Triss now.
Yeah, they certainly look like they're going to go that way. I wouldn't be surprised if they leave the top lane alone just to get even more farm onto Rumble. No one can go with him at the moment, so let him continue to bully whoever comes up there, farm up as much as possible. If he gets an early, I guess even a Void Staff after this, he's just going to absolutely melt people.
Yeah, level 10 for Rumble there as well, so good going. Almost at level 11 for the level 2 ulti. Dade does return now. Looking up towards the top lane now. Has a Brutalizer pickaxe plus the Bilgewater Cutlass. So getting going, but just components there for Dade. And actually, it's pretty early in this game. No major items yet, but OMG with a few thousand gold ahead, looking good.
Yeah, they certainly are looking good. And wow, Candy falls straight away.
Yeah, Love City could be in trouble. Great ball there from Loveling. Low going to come in as well, but they don't need it. Loveling gets that first kill. Dade going to dive in there as well, but he gets exhausted almost immediately. He got going just alive there, and Dade forces his way back to the tower.
Yeah. wasn't able to get that last auto attack off that he was looking for with the Z passive. So going able to survive. Dade trying to get anything going for his team, but wow, OMG just steamrolling through this one already.
Yeah, realizing that he can't kill Cool, goes to another lane to try and make a difference, but not even that works then. OMG just in the right place at the right time for the first 15 minutes of this game. The next Dragon's coming up in a minute 45 as well, and now Cool's roaming up towards the top lane.
Yeah, and not going for the kill. He could have gone for the flank, just choosing to go for the turret. Scrap that. Gets a little bit bloodthirsty in the end.
It is Cool after all. I'm not super surprised here, but OMG will take their third tower in about as many minutes it has to feel like here. M3 will defend their Looper coming in. Love City with the shield will protect it, but OMG are patient, and Uzi the whole time still getting farm. He's 30 CS ahead of Candy.
Yeah, and this guy is relentless in his love for killing minions. He just sits there and is happy to farm all day. If you don't keep a check on him, he gets ahead so quickly in lanes, and just absolutely farming up a Storm. Highest CS in the game. He's right on that 10 per minute nearly, and that's with the lane swap and all the early fighting that's happened. So, yeah, props to Uzi. He really is getting ahead of Candy here.
And, you know, Uzi maybe in his last team felt like he had to do a lot of the heavy lifting himself. OMG completely enabling him to do this. They're buying all this time. They're using Uzi's early item spikes to push down towers where it's relevant, but when it's not, distract them on the top of the map, give you all the space in the bottom lane to farm.
Yeah, exactly right. And look at Dade. He is just out of options now. He's roaming from lane to lane, just looking for anyone he can kill. He's like, I'm an assassin. Please let me do my job. But every single time, OMG have the read. They're just backing away.
Well, Righteous Glory has been completed for Looper, so can have a few more options for the next engagement, but that's kind of a macro item we see when he's not having the best of times. Rod of Ages, bit more preferable, bit more mid-game power as well, but not an option there right now for Looper instead. Other than that, no real major items. Uzi going to back with a metric ton of gold. I think his eye is done.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's 17 minutes in the game, and he's got tier 2 boots. Just let that sink in for a little bit.
It's pretty good.
That's a pretty good start to a game for any AD carry, let alone a Tristana, who's supposed to be a weak at this point in the game. And they get control over the Scuttle Crab. Dragon is back up, so with a level, I think, he's a level 11 Rumble as well at this point in the game. This team fight is over before it began. If you are M3, you do not go through OMG at this part of the point of the game.
Yeah, Candy, I think just going to take the farm if he can get OMG, going to start the Dragon up, and it will die very, very quickly there. Ro tried to go for the Smart Seal, actually like that play, does use his flash, but if you get the seal, it's worth it. But OMG getting their second uncontested Dragon, and M3 falling further and further behind. 4,000 gold now in the hole.
Yeah, and it's getting pretty bad pretty early. A needlessly large rod is coming out from Going as they look to maybe get a pick.
Going in, actually, Dade jumping in onto Lovely. Has to be careful. Rengar is dead there as Dade gets his first kill of the match. Going there with a good ultimate there, almost trying to block off Ro. He's going to go back, and that's a great knock up there for Cool. Uzi round the side, flanking on Trist. Ro now could be in trouble. Dade diving in onto Going, but Uzi will chase in. Dade low there does go down to Cool. Low did go down there as Morgana does fall, but now Looper in trouble. Candy joining in as well. Uzi gets exhausted, but still fighting 1v2. Gets the next kill, looking for the reset now. Gets the kill into Looper. No, gets the assist instead. Jumping forward in for Candy. Ro is very low. Candy will likely survive under his turret, but a 3-for-1 trade there for OMG.
Yeah, overall a 3-for-2, I think, with Lovely getting picked off at the very start of that fight. But wow, this Rumble's 3-0-3. Going absolutely nuts. Uzi now 2-0-1. Sees that the blue buff's off. He'll be able to grab that for himself. Maybe give it over to his jungle mid laner and go grab that top lane turret. But once again, just great understanding of exactly what they needed to do in this fight. And it looks like Candy is just going for a static shiv first up, trying to push some waves out. They just all out of shape, M3.
Yeah, and just again, draft was fine. I mean, the vibe maybe a little different. Ro didn't really use his early ultimate when he could have around that second dragon, especially after such a brilliant dragon. M3, again, kind of had a plan and fell off towards now the 15 to 20 minute mark.
Yeah, it's the little things in the games that you start noticing retrospectively, and it's like that first time when they had Vi with the silver ultimate up and they used it and got a ward. Like, things like that really do start to tick down as Dade
doesn't face check. I think he wants to. He's like, I really want these minions, but I don't want to get killed by Low, Uzi, and Loving, who he may suspect are waiting in this bush. Ro actually might be got on the bad air, but does find them. Uzi going to get dove on here. Low with a great binding, actually still catches Dade. He really wants to kill, but Loving will get it. Uzi so low with the ignite ticking down, and he does go down. So a key kill there for Dade. He'll take it.
Yeah, he certainly will. Great use of that death mark to be able to get in on top of Uzi even during that jump. Follows him through, and able to put down a lot of burst damage. Picks his team up a turret, actually, so really nicely played for the mid laner.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is Loveling going to look in, maybe trying for a bowler. Pops his old Black Shield on top as well. Looper going to go in, going now, porting up towards the top side as well. And he's going to try and cut them off here. Love City and Row could be in trouble. Looper tied up with the Morgana ultimate there as Cool's going in for the damage as well. That's a good ulti there from going. Row does punch him in the face. Love CD in a whole host of trouble. Smite down there into Row as well. OMG are trying to get every single kill. That's cool for the first one. There's the second onto Love City and Row. Looks to be short to follow. Could go with an early Zonies. Just goes in, but Loveling may be in a bit of trouble. Dade going to rejoin as well. Does get in for that kill. Good flash from Loveling. Maybe able to get him out here, but the Black Shield popping down as well. And now Cool will come in. He does have his ulti. Baits Dade in there with a wild growth. And OMG are running over M3.
Wow, that persistence from Dade ends up baiting another team member into a kill. Candy now in trouble, has to ult away.
Cool, trying to complete the ace. Can he do it? No, not quite, even with the blue buff. But OMG, we talk about it. When they fire, everybody fires.
Yeah, and wow, what a terrifying display from a League of Legends team. There is not a weak link on this side. As you said, they've got the 4 carries, and they've got a fantastic support as well. 0, 1, and 8 on Morgana. Absolutely doing fair share of heavy lifting, and M3 just don't have a response.
Yeah, Low might get lost actually in the dialogue for a lot of talk about when we think about OMG, because they've got so many star players, and you know the supports, especially with a laner like Uzi, maybe never going to get that much attention, but he has played awesome in the first 2 weeks of the LPL. Now moving into this third week as well, still looking good.
Yeah, he certainly is, and picking up a couple of diverse supports coming through with the Morg, with the counter pick for the Vi. As I said, OMG looked fantastic when they came out of draft. They picked extremely well, but being able to perform with the team comp once it's been put together is a completely another thing, and they've definitely shown that they can do that.
And you know what? I may have caught it. Oh, Uzi actually ulted in by Dade. Exhaust again there from Low. Perfect timing. Uzi going to jump back in. He ults him and they trade. Buster Shot gets traded for Deathmark.
Yeah, well, Dade will take that trade, but Uzi at the end of the day now looks like he's having a little bit of fun. He's picked up that pickaxe as well as a dagger, probably going for that Zeal next time round, but yeah, just diving in there, getting a lot of damage down, and they don't even, well, Loveland's ulted.
Yeah, he's just going to go into the bottom lane here. Going to sneak past that. Well, Candy knows what's up. He doesn't like it at all. Love CD going to move in. The smite comes through. Teleport down as well now for Looper. Reset there on the monster. Going to be attempted. Cool gets exhausted as Black Shield comes down as well. The biting nails Candy in the face, and M3 will disengage.
Yeah, successful disengage. After a use of a couple of ultimates there, Loveland not able to get one, but they'll all be up probably by next Dragon, so nothing major coming from that one. And once again, OMG just trying to, I guess, exert their dominance over every facet of this map.
And we just think about that last team fight, how coordinated that was. Everyone knowing what to do. A beautifully executed tower dive. Cool coming in as well to clean things up and bait Dade in. I mean, it's just ridiculous how well this team plays together.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think the early Zonyas really threw M3 there because they were like, wow, this guy at 22 minutes has a Haunting Guys and a completed Zonyas.
I mean, spawn it through me for a loop, and I can see all the items as Dade in a whole host of trouble there. Loveling looks for the bowler, does find it going in on top as Looper trying to block him off, but there's just way too much damage here, and Uzi is still way behind. Looper now getting jumped on as well. Dade off to the side, trying to find a flank. Loveling is so tanky. Uzi jumping in there as well to clean things up, and Dade, he wants it so bad, but he's not going to get it this time. Row going to get him, and Uzi does get the kill. Candy, though, will go down as well, but he's going to get chased out as well. The binding just wide there, unfortunately, with the slows. There are so many of them. They're going to look for the dive. Flash out there for Candy. 2 for 1 OMG.
All right, one thing's for sure. Dade might know he's going to lose this game, but the other thing that's also pretty obvious is he's going to try and kill Uzi at every possible scenario. Once again, diving through the whole team to try and get on that AD carry, but was it enough? Going is just as big a threat, 6-0-5, and they'll pick up a second dragon for themselves.
And that's the biggest thing with OMG. It's not just Uzi that's capable of carrying almost everyone from this team, especially their 3-star players. Going Cool and Uzi are more than capable just on their own by carrying a game. And when OMG carry, they seem to carry together.
Yeah, it certainly does. Beg your pardon. That was actually the third dragon as we go into this replay. So really good equalizer comes across and Dade gets chunked out. He goes around the side to look for a flank. And at this point, M3 are trying to disengage their hardest. Going is so strong, however, and he's just chasing them down, putting out so much damage. And Uzi jumps over the back lane. And then Dade just flies in, uses both of his shadows. They throw everything they can at Uzi, Candy able to pick up that one, but from there, it's already a lost team fight. It's too little too late.
Yeah, now Candy getting it dumped up by Loveland, looking to solo out the AD carry. Binding Lance as well for Low and Cool, who will pick up that next kill. Love City looking for the reset, but he's chunked to half already. Rowe coming in, the Equalizer will cut them off as well. Love City going down for the double there for Cool, and now Rowe getting chased out as well. Loveland going to move in and scratch the back of his neck off. Now Looper moving through. Dante jumping in onto Cool this time. He's found a new target, but he's going to get eaten alive by the Lulu. That's a triple there for Cool. Might make it a quadra. No, Morgana gets that kill, but that's a full 5 kills. OMG is just going to... This is it. We're done.
Yeah, pack up the shop. They're going over to Baron now. Probably going to take that one away at 25 minutes. If you have a 10,000 gold lead and 2 dragons at this patch, it is pretty much good night. And wow, every single member, even Loveling is getting in on that party now. He's 5-2-11 as well. Just a good team performance.
Yeah, we talked about Rengars in the LPL maybe not having that much success. The one player that's been playing it incredibly pretty much since he picked it up is Loveling. And you can see why prioritized that Lee Sin was available here, but he wanted this guy instead.
Yeah, it definitely did. Gave him that mid-game focus that they were looking for, able to get the picks off. They've used his ultimate actually to very good effect. Only unsuccessful ultimate was in the bottom lane, and he got a Janna ultimate, the Sivir ultimate, and a couple of flashes for it.
Yeah, so M3 going to try and fight back here, and certainly hate to call the game before it's over, because M3 are still fighting here to their credit, but this is about as over as a game gets without a Nexus exploding. OMG are unbelievably far ahead.
Yeah, and they just look so well coordinated. When you have a lead like this, you can use your gold to force fights that you don't necessarily have to, but they still target prioritization, dropping their ultimates in the right place. Going is nearly killing people with the Equalizer before he's even close to them.
Yeah, now going, looking very threatening, almost level 16 on that Rumble at 26.5 minutes. Lovely, gonna jump in onto Candy, goes in 1v4, an amazing amount of AoE damage goes in, and Lowe's gonna follow through. A good ult there from Cool, gonna knock up Candy, and Loveling's gonna take that 80 carry out. Now Rowe gonna get chased down as well, bowled in place by Loveling, and there's 2 for Cool.
And wow, Loveling just so tanky at this point. Dade getting soloed out as well.
Oh my god, their Harpoon did so much damage, and there's 3 clean kills for OMG to 0 of M3.
Yeah, and another great team fight initiated from Loveling's Rengar coming through and just able to clean that one up. And it looks like this time around with the Baron minions going to be able to push into the base, potentially pick up the first inhibitor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go for it. I can't even see Uzi on my map. But you know what? Master 3, they're not even going to wait for the inhibitor to get pushed down. Tap the mat and surrender 27 minutes in.
And that's an absolute League of Legends clinic. If you want to go watch how you close out a game and how you bully a lead, just isolate that. Going especially on that Rumble, had his way with everyone on the side of M3.
I'm going to have to reconsider my opinions of OMG here. I originally wanted to call their 3 carries the Triforce, but Loveling put on another great performance as well. So I don't know what these guys are, but I guess they're just amazing.
Yeah, exactly right. They've nearly got the 5th member as well. 1-1-16 for their support player. Over the map, they just did it so well, and we'll check out a replay to see exactly how they went through it. So this is the baited turret dive. So if we roll the clip, Going gets a good teleport before this and drops an okay Equalizer and just chases through. This is 20 minutes in the game, and check out his items. He dives the turret, flashes for a kill, and they're like, all right, we got him. Zhonya's comes through, however. That is so early. They're able to get a lot of damage, and Dade comes in here, actually misses his Q, otherwise it would have been a kill, but continues to push. Dade maybe a little bit tilted at this point of the game, gets baited in, also baits in his jungle, gets them another 2 kills. People had already died at the top of the map, and from there, it was just really downhill.
I mean, just everything in that, from flashing away from the Shuriken at the last second, Zhonya's for the tower over there chasing out after killing a turret and diving through for a proxy, Cool roaming in and getting the ultimate at the perfect time. Like, team is way too good, is the best way to put it, and I don't know if M3 have an answer.
Yeah, I definitely am looking forward to finding out, though.
Well, we'll have to see, guys. Game 2 between OMG and Mature is coming up after a quick break. And welcome back, everyone, to the last game of the day here for day 2 of week 3 of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I am Paige Stram. This is Spawn, and it's been a great first game here in our last series. OMG just looked incredible in that first game.
Yeah, that's what we like to call a slaughter. They just came onto the Rift and absolutely decimated everyone on the M3 lineup. Had flashes of brilliance out of maybe Dade Z, but apart from that, not really much to write home about for M3.
And M3 just been struggling early on in the LPL. And again, there's plenty of games they've got points. They're in 7th right now. They'd stay in 7th, I believe, even with the 2 losses here. So, still looking good in contention for playoffs in the early stages, but they need to pick up points. Although against OMG, that's a pretty tough ask. The most important thing, though, is that OMG would love the 3 points.
Yeah, they certainly would. If they get the 3 points, they go 3 points clear of anyone. Having that extra winning series as a buffer is just so important. But we're straight into Champions League.
We are indeed. OMG on the blue side this time around. They'll ban at Lee Sin, actually, as the first ban there. Looks like Lissandra going to go the ban for M3. And Lee Sin dropped through the draft last game. The first ban here for OMG. Azir going to follow through as well.
Yeah, I think that they're thinking that Roar wants to get his solo lanes ahead, and when he plays Lee Sin, he does that quite well. So they're looking to get away from early map pressure that Lee Sin provides and really snowball and, I guess, try and stomp another game. Yeah,
I mean, the Jana band are here for M3 as well, and I think you're right. The Vi just didn't quite work there for her. It's not a snowball lane champion at all. It's more of a level 6, hard engage champion. They didn't really need that. They've got weapons like that. Dade and Lupa can both do that for the team.
Yeah, and I think picking it so early was a confusing thing for me. If you have a pocket pick, yeah, pull it out, but do it on red side when you have a 5th pick and they can't counter it. They got Morgana very early on and it just did nothing.
Yeah, Jarvan banned there as well for OMG, so quite a few junglers. In fact, the 3 main ones looking to get banned out here. Rek'Sai is still open, and I can't imagine you give that champion to Loveland.
Yeah, but then do you give going nah? Do you leave the Rumble up? There's just so many things that you have to hit against this OMG lineup. Maybe Rek'Sai, you leave it up and try and get 2 the next time around.
I mean, maybe they could go for a bit more of a targeted ban. Tristana wouldn't be bad. Siva would be okay as well. Like, not the super priority picks, but decent picks that we've seen. So M3 got a big decision to make here, and they go with Rumble as their last ban.
Okay, so now they have to decide whether they want to go for the Nara or the Rek'Sai. It looks like the decision's made.
Yep, it's done. They're going to go for Rek'Sai and M3. Lupa has to pick up Nahi, you feel. Going played a fantastic game in Rumble. I do understand the ban there, but he is a terror on Nan. Looks like M3 are going to hover it. They know to give it to Lupa.
Yeah, they certainly should take it away right here. I think that the logical thing is also for Rook to grab that Rengar, maybe try and put some early map pressure on with it, try and follow this Rek'Sai around and counter gank. But yeah, they really need to... Oh, that's 2 pretty good picks to grab in response.
Yeah, I'd say so. Cassid and Na, the first 2 picks for M3. We see a lot of strong red side drafts in game 1 and 3, of course, down a game here, looking to take it even at 1-1, which would be a tragedy for OMG at this point, given their standings.
Yeah, it certainly would be. And now I want to see what Cool's response is to the Kassadin in the mid lane, because we know he plays a fantastic Orianna. Orianna is legacy given the Kassadin issues in the mid lane, but has he got something else that he wants to take up there? Looks like they'll go for the Aurelia. We see this matchup so often now. Aurelia picked into Nar just does extremely well. Potentially when you get the boots too, you can even out-trade.
Yeah, I like the Thresh here for low as well. So everything going according to plan for OMG. Another solid start for actually both these teams for their drafts as well. M3 might run into trouble pigeonholing their solo laners a little bit because it's very obvious where they're going, but they have really strong picks in this draft. And you mentioned Aurelia. Aurelia just feels so safe whenever you pick her.
Yeah, Aurelia is like that jack of all trades, master of none top lane. Does everything well. Team fights well, has a lot of mixed damage, split pushes when she needs to. So just a very safe comfort pick that you can take up there.
Yeah, M3 going to consider their next 2 picks here as well. We'll see what they want to go for. They are going to take away the Morgana, and I love the comfort pick of Corki for Candy.
Yeah, I like that pickup as well. Gives the shield will also stop a lot of the knockups that come through. So far, there's not much magic damage on the lineup of OMG to break through that black shield. So we'll be able to stop a lot of the CC. If Uzi locks in Vayne, I will nearly go nuts.
I mean, it's a kind of an interesting matchup. I think classically it was Corki favored, but with the Corki changes, the Phosphor Storm being a lot slower, be a bit different if that was the matchup we went for. And Uzi, he hovered Caitlyn, he could have gone for that. But if he goes full-on hypercarry here into this lane, that shows me a lot.
Yeah, and if they stay with the Cassiopeia as well and go 2 hypercarries, no, they're going to go with Caitlyn. So that's a smarter pickup, able to really bully around the Corki early. One of the last ADs that can do that, does go extremely well in the lane. And Cool going to look to bully Dade around even further with that Cassiopeia into the Cassidy match.
Yeah, and this is a very volatile mid lane, you have to feel like. There's a lot that can go wrong. Cassidy can get on top of Cassiopeia once he hits level 6, but Cass is such good landing early on, and going to go back to the Vi here for Ro. That's his jungler, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that's what he wants to run into what OMG are trying to do. I like it more this time round because he can get onto the Cassio. And if you can get onto Cassio, do enough damage that Dade can wipe her off the map, that is a lot of the damage that are coming through from OMG. Although, when you've got a Rek'Sai, Aurelia, and a Caitlyn, there is a lot more in the back line, but the consistent threat that comes out of Cool will be shut down by that Joy if it goes well.
Yeah, and again, just an embarrassment of threats on the OMG lineup as far as star power is concerned. I almost feel like the Vi is just to kill Uzi, because a lot of teams would identify that Uzi is one of the strongest, if not the strongest aspect of that team, but didn't work out last game because, again, just Go Going was the one getting ahead. Uzi died a couple times, but Go Going was more than happy to do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, and I think that if you credit a lot, like, definitely big credit to Uzi. He's an amazing AD carry, but if you think that he is the strongest threat on this lineup, I don't think you've really consistently watched how OMG are playing, because they don't have a single threat. That's why they're winning games, because every single person on the map is doing exactly what they need to, time in, time out.
And the scariest thing is, it's not just 3 carry players carrying individually, it's 3 carry players carrying together.
Yeah, exactly right. And you throw the jungle and the support in there, and wow, you feel spoiled every single time you get to watch these guys step out onto the Rift.
Yeah, be pretty curious to see what happens here as well. OMG, again, they would love a win here. They need to try and get their points up, but we're going to be going straight to the game. Let's go through for game 2. And we are on to the Rift for our last game of the day here. The LPL Day 2 Week 3 English coverage continues, or concludes today, I suppose, with the last game here. OMG are upper gaming what was one hell of a 27-minute game in M3, fighting here to basically steal points away from OMG.
Yeah, certainly, and maybe grab a little bit of pride back. You don't want to lose in that fashion in a 27-minute game, especially when they had the start they did. They got the early drag and were able to pull off a very good early game strat, but just came undone extremely quickly. So looking to, as I said, maybe get a little bit back for this one.
Yeah, big stack here for M3 as well. Loveling, again, doing his dancey thing off towards the entrance of the jungle. And Ro will hang out here. M3 might be looking for a late invade of their own this time around. OMG with a really fancy level 1, but M3 answered beautifully with their early rotations.
Yeah, sorry, I was just checking out Rek'Sai's breakdancing. I actually didn't know that was a dance that came out of that Void creature, so busting a move is lovely.
Loveling will teach us many great things about the jungle as well as their dance moves. And it looks like OMG just going to defend off their lanes. We actually already have Uzi and Low down towards the bottom, just checking the lane out, actually. Maybe looking for something a little sneaky.
Yeah, maybe potentially looking to see if there is anyone going to roam through that brush and get a good level 1. Thresher's level 1, as far as damage of supports go, is extremely high. So if he can get anything done down there, would put him in good stead. But it looks like it'll be pretty standard with jungle starts.
Yeah, and OMG have to be very happy with standard lanes here. And standard jungle start's going to be fine as well. They're going to both go Gromp into blue. Candy and Love City will help out Ro. And the top laner there, Going, will help out Loveling over on their side of the jungle.
Yeah, so Ro electing to go for a W start. That is an extremely quick start, but it does mean you take a little bit more damage. If you start the E, you can use your passive, get a little bit more shield.
Yep, here we go. The cheese here as Low and Uzi come out of the bush. They're going in level 1 here with the minion wave already arrived. And seems like Candy actually won that trade. Thresh taking a little bit more damage.
Yeah, smart move there to walk away from the brush so Uzi couldn't get the double passive off at level 1 because of how many autos he was throwing down. So really nicely done by the M3 lane, but they will be pushed back early. This is a Caitlyn lane. Going to be very difficult as the lane goes on.
And it's not just any Caitlyn lane, it's an Uzi Caitlyn lane. This guy already makes you contest CS on Vayne, let alone Caitlyn. If there's one way to characterize Uzi's play, is Low again going to take a trade. It is that he makes you fight for every single CS you want.
Yeah, he's not happy just winning lane. He looks to push every tiny little bit of an advantage he can. And you see, even with his movements, moving out to the left of the lane, not picking up turret aggro and continuing to shove in, put pressure down every single time.
Yeah, and I mentioned the fast push Caitlyn strat from the old Royal Club days of Uzi's play. Going to maybe bring a little bit of that flavor back here to OMG. And this is, I think, for the first time in a while in today, just in general, that we've seen standard lanes. And Uzi going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, definitely. If you take a champion like Caitlyn, you are expecting to really push an advantage early on. She does have a little bit of a dip due to items, as unfortunately Lou actually misses that cannon creep, I believe. But when she gets going, her poke just becomes so potent out of that Q, can really shove a lane hard.
And you can see with the early CS lead, doubling Corki's early lead so far there. That's cool in the mid now against Dade. Trying to bully this Cassidy a couple CS ahead. Corki actually forced out of lane already by the Uzi Caitlyn.
Yeah, and actually pops a heal to stay in the wave. Wow, that is just such bad news. We'll be able to shove out. Oh, got the hook.
That's so good there onto Uzi Candy. Will not take too much damage, so good body blocking there from Love CD, but that's going to force him out of this lane. Uzi going to cancel one recall. Candy will get to go home, but going from bad to worse in the bottom lane in just 4 minutes.
Yeah, and the important thing about CS is you look at it as a percentage. So never look at just like a 10 CS gap. It's how much percent are you ahead at that point in the game. So Uzi is 100% ahead of his opposition laner and will be able to go back and therefore buy twice a good item and push this advantage even further.
Yep, they're going to go back early. Just a couple of potions and some wards. It seems like, oh no, Uzi going full aggression. Double Doran's Blade early on.
Yeah, also able to pick up some more pots in there as well. Did have 280 gold, so yeah, was just short of that pickaxe, so wasn't able to pick that one up. He does love to get an early pickaxe and really bully the lane around.
I've noticed in general, actually, Uzi just seems to want to spend his gold whenever he has it. He does have very strict back timers. He's a great laner and a great CS, so he almost always gets the early BF sword, but one thing he does do is that we saw it in last game when he just had a random pickaxe in his inventory after his first major item. He just goes back and he wants to be as gold efficient as possible.
Yeah, he certainly did. I remember watching Worlds and he was very often going back and grabbing a pickaxe and then he would go back and grab a crit cloak before dragon fights just because he's like, I want to eke out every little bit of damage I can do. And if it's that one crit that wins us the dragon fight, then it pays itself off. And yeah, you're definitely right. He has very, very strict timers on what he wants to buy, but he also likes to match his lane and ensure that he's always ahead. That's why I was so surprised he stayed for so long in that Tristana game.
Yeah, and I mean, we've also seen Uzi sometimes be very greedy with his CS. We've noted that he loves to pick up minions wherever he can. I think there was that one Vayne game where he bought a Blade of the Ruined King straight out after his first pack. So does have a bit of a mix and matching there. Again, a very greedy, very proud player. But the bottom line we could probably talk about forever in this match because it's just going so well for OMG.
Yeah, it certainly is. And if you duck around the map really quickly, there are other things going well for OMG as well. Cassiopeia is definitely ahead by about 11 CS as well. Picked up an early tier that we saw and was able to really bully Dade around in lane. Cassiopeia will do that to melee champions. In the top lane even, Go-Going is doing perfectly fine against Nara as well.
Yeah, a bit of a lead, but nothing major there. Kind of a farm lane there in the top lane. Kind of expect it to just go about as about as regular as it is. If they're both farming, they're both happy. Kind of there to be the big bruiser engaged style for their team.
Yeah, certainly maybe a little bit more of a split push advantage to the Aurelia, but definitely a team fight advantage over to that Nah.
Candy is so afraid, by the way. Just instantly Valkyries the moment he gets back to lane. Hits level 4, so the Rockets will help Candy once he gets to level 6, but Uzi is going to make that last as long as possible here and just continuing to zone Corki off these creeps.
Yeah, just once again, that wave is pushing in OMG's favor, so it's going to make sure that Candy is zoned even further off. Uzi now has begun to trim the wave, looking to shove it back into that turret. And I wouldn't be surprised if this was a fast push coming through.
Yeah. I mean, Uzi's playing it like that here. Low playing aggressively forward as well. So we'll see what happens. But again, Uzi's Caitlyn, it is terrifying to have to land against. And Candy's really feeling it on the short range Corki here. We'll check it with the junglers a bit though as well. Low does miss the play. They're looking for the hook. Does not land. Good black shield there by Love City as well to keep them safe. But they'll keep going. Uzi hits a binding. Good lands and immediately out by Low. And that will keep Uzi safe. We'll ride it over and continue farming the lane.
Yeah, certainly. So if we take a look at this mid lane, Dade has actually only put 1 point in his queue and already started maxing out that E. And that is such an aggressive, really brave build coming out of Dade because being able to trade against Cassiopeia already hard, let alone if you hamstring yourself from the only defensive spell you have.
Yeah, I mean, you can trade reasonably efficiently once you hit the later levels, maybe 9 to 12 or so when you have points in queue. But I'm very surprised there is Zorb and M3 going to go for another early dragon here, 6 minute 30. But this time OMG look like they might be in for a response.
Yeah, it looks like they are going down to scout that one out straight away, recognizing what is going on potentially. No, they don't have any idea once again, and they're going to be able to pick this one up.
You can actually see there are 2 blue wards just on either side of the dragon pit and 1 near the blue, but none directly on the dragon. So M3 steal another dragon. That's a really nice early jungle pattern.
Yeah, they're going to know exactly what happened there because they did walk over the water and the dragon would have gone off. So they will know when the next one's up, but 7 minutes, that's an awkward dragon timing, about 13. That might give Corki enough time to maybe grab the Sheen, but wow, he's once again 100% CS still behind.
I mean, they have to buy time for Candy's Trinity Force here as well, so I don't blame them at all. I mean, even Dada needs to power up depending on which build he goes for, especially. Loveling, though, is coming down to the bottom lane just to make matters worse. He walk over a ward, but now Loveling's going to pressure the one lane that's really getting their teeth kicked in.
Yeah, they really are getting bullied around by Uzi, and that turret will eventually fall. It is about half health already, and Candy so low, so this is definitely dive range as well for Loveland.
Candy does not want anything to do with this lane anymore. He doesn't like it very much. Cool, going to go back with about 1,200 gold. Does have a tier early up already. I think we saw an Archangel's Rod of Ages build from Cool last time we played Cassiopeia, so going to go for something pretty similar, have that tanky sort of AP build going.
Yeah, and it's more the frontline Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia is that mid to short range mage, wants to be able to chase, and because of that, we'll eat some skill shots. So going for anything that does have a little bit defensive is a good option. Of course, gets all that added AP from her passive, so won't miss out on much.
And maybe the key difference between someone like Lissandra, who's another short-range mage, is that there's a lot of burst on this and a lot of consistent damage from Cass.
Ro is coming in.
Yeah, Ro is going to duck down as well. Uzi actually going very aggressively forward, does get the Lantern. Teleport coming down as well, but the Binding does land in. Looper down here as well. Uzi's trying to fight. He's going to flash forward. Gets first blood. I don't think he's going to get out of this. He's going to maybe try and get some damage on the tower. Does walk into it and going to walk away. Love CD, interestingly, is going to get the kill.
Yeah, and Lupin not able to pick up an assist for it, so a wasted teleport. Overall, probably a trade and fade still of OMG.
Yeah, I mean, Uzi gets the kill. He keeps his lead in this lane. BF sword now to pick up for him with just some really messy-looking components for Candy of that Trinity Force. I mean, he doesn't have either a Phage or a Sheen. He's just got a couple of bits of all of them.
Yeah, exactly right. You just can't get anything going in his favor at this point in the game. He's down 28, nearly 30, 28 CS at this point. And there's not really much going right on the map. OMG, even going because of that teleport, is now shot ahead in CS, and it's 1,000 gold lead just from CS.
Loveling is invading as well. Will not get the red buff. Looper will jump over. Loveling will tunnel away on the Rek'Sai and throw a W out just to annoy them here. Kind of curiously up towards the top as well. Going with an early Zeal instead of maybe a quick Phage or Sheen.
Yeah, so yeah, that's a really curious pickup. Maybe had the two components and then had a second back as Loveling uses his ultimate to get down there.
Loveling, I think, is really just wanting to pick on Candy here. Uzi, you know, he's having a really dominant early start to his lane. Candy is basically scared to do anything here, and Loveling maybe just did that for a bit of pressure.
Yeah, so, oh, look at the damage coming through. I'm surprised Uzi didn't ult just to force him off the turret completely, but he has to go back anyway, and yeah, just they're continuing to pick on this bottom lane.
Yeah, and you can see the CS growing 81 to 47 now. Not quite 100% up for Uzi, but it's stayed around that point for quite a while. It's probably 80 plus for the entirety of this lane phase, which is just incredible. Cool now as well. Really far ahead of Dade. Actually didn't notice until I looked down, but Dade's greedy skill build might be costing him a bit here.
Yeah, it definitely is hurting his ability to be able to trade. As we have going, just picking up every CS and getting 2 auto attacks down onto that Nara at the same time. And I think this is really showing what kind of a team M3 is. They're definitely a good team. They're a good middle-of-the-pack team, but they kind of are the poor man's OMG in this series, and the biggest discrepancy we are seeing is in that bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, in the last lane, it was arguably the top lane there with going, just going nuts as well. So, again, we talk about OMG. They have so many threats. Uzi now free-hitting the turret, using the Lantern, actually takes it out. That's really creative stuff, and Low playing the perfect partner here to Uzi, it seems.
Yeah, he certainly is, and Uzi now still up by that 40-plus CS, around that 70% mark, and another gank coming through.
Yeah, Low actually going to get dunked. Loveling kills Looper in the top lane, though, and Low is real dead there. Candy actually gets the kill, which is a really nice start for him. Loveling was in the top lane, though, did gank up with going, getting that his second kill, or the second kill for LMG, and his first kill on the top.
Yeah, so able to trade 1-for-1 there. That's good. Picking something up onto Candy will give him a little bit of a reprieve here. If he can pick up this next wave for free, will be also in his favor. So, yeah, they're trying to get some attention down in that bottom lane, help their AD carry out, but with how far ahead Uzi is, that kill probably isn't going to change the story much for now.
Yeah, and the gold lead already 2,000 gold ahead with just a tower down there for OMG. So looking good already. CS pretty much winning in all 3 lanes here. Loveland will team up for even more gold by taking out the top turret as well. And Candy does actually get the kill into Uzi. That's good 2v1 play there by M3's bottom lane.
Yeah, but extremely greedy play out of Uzi to stick around in a 2v1 lane when your support is that close. He could have just let that hit the turret, cleaned up the CS, instead chooses to walk up and pays for it with his life.
And if Uzi has a major weakness, it is definitely that pride and that greed. He really loves, especially when he's feeling confident, just get aggressive and take risks like that. And that was a risk that he just didn't need to take and paid for it dearly with his life.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, only about 500 gold up in his lane. So he'd been bullying for so long, doing such a good job. Gives 2 kills over to the AD carry, and Fade Sheen picked up now just to a BF Sword pickaxe.
Yeah, not going to have the Trinity Force done very early on for that next Dragon fight, but if N3 can buy a bit more time, they might be able to get that done as well. Yeah, Rexian towards the top, flies in past Looper. He knows what's up now. Good slow there as well with the smite. Great Nara ultimate, though, to keep him safe. We're going to try and re-engage here for the chase as well. Looper will bounce out, though, and he should be safe. But that was another great bit of Rek'Sai pressure from Loveling.
Yeah, a really cool interaction there between the Gnar and the tunnel as well. Able to stop it halfway through. This might mean that M3 are able to pick up their second dragon, though. We've mentioned already how quickly Vi does push through that. Nope, they have to back off.
Yeah, a little too scary there. Rek'Sai is already back down towards the middle of the map with all that tunnels going pretty much all the way from the mid lane to the top lane there.
And we've talked about bottom for so long, then we hit on mid, but all of a sudden, Rek'Sai has a Tiamat on this map, and that's just going to be crazy amount of damage coming through.
Yeah, we don't normally see the damage Rek'Sai's coming out. Just love to go tanky. He has pretty good base damages already, but Loveling going to go in onto Dade, knocks him up. Cool going to move in there as well, but an easy riff walk keeps Dade safe for now, but that might be enough pressure for OMG to do the Dragon.
Yeah, it looks like they definitely are looking to get in position to do it.
Good Pro Seeker. Black Shield actually keep the slow off. That's quite important, but cool. Still the movement speed buff does get bound up. Oh, Pinkwood actually going to get protected by Lupin. Now Cool Cloud, that's actually a good start here. Can he use the ultimate? No, he can't. Rogue gets a free kill there. And now the Dragon going to get aggressed on by M3. That was a really clutch teleport from Lupa.
Yeah, and finally we're seeing the purpose of this Vi. It's just to generate picks and pick up quick objectives as Dade goes aggressive onto Uzi, but really nice play to get the teleport and just fly in there with Vi. Covers so much ground.
And that was honestly what M3 didn't do in the last game when they had that next Dragon fight come up. They had the Vi up, they could have just gone for the pick, but they could never make it work in that game. But here, Ro running it back in this game, despite, again, the one-sided game OMG had here, really strong for this to go, you know what, we know this works, let's play it again.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can understand the thought process behind it, especially when you play it with something like a Kassadin and a Corki that has a lot of upfront burst. Just able to get in there, wipe someone off, and rotate around the map. So if they can get more of that going, particularly on the 2 really big carries, I guess, the Cassiopeia and the Caitlyn, will put them in a better position for this mid game.
And importantly, Uzi is going to start to approach his power trough pretty quickly here. He's got his 2 components of his eye, but he hasn't finished it yet. He's actually very aggressively again. 1v2 right now. Gets hit by a binding, but Low is here this time. We'll keep him safe. Loveling and go going in the meantime up towards the top side of the map near the red buff of M3. We'll look to take that away here. Looper in for defense. Cool, they're going to roll around as well. I think M3 are going to have to give up this buff.
Yeah, they certainly will. It looks like Looper wants to try and get a steal away. Oh, the smite came out.
Loveling took it.
Able to secure it. So really nice play from OMG, not losing sight of exactly how they need to force people off objectives. Still pushing in this bottom lane, however.
Of course they are. Uzi, again, getting aggressive, leaving the maximum Lantern time. In fact, ignoring it completely and just shooting Love City in the face. Low's like, hey, man, I want to get you back. And Uzi's like, no, never retreat. There's Dade actually down in here as well. That could cause some problems, but they are going to back off now while OMG's bottom lane. And again, with the power trap hitting for Caitlyn, the next thing for M3 might be find the next Dragon fight, find the next pick. Because if Going and Cool can't get him through that mid-game power trough, that is a good opening for Master 3.
Yeah, I definitely agree it is, especially because Candy was able to catch up. Sure, he's behind 35 CS, and he's definitely not equal at this point in the game, but just has a much better 2-item curve than what a Caitlyn is ever going to be able to accomplish with those Sork Boots as well as the Trinity Force. You throw in the fact that Dade, whilst being about 20 CS behind, will take that as a pretty good lead for a Kassadin into a Cassiopeia. This is potentially building up to a point where M3 will be stronger for a bit in the mid game.
Yeah, Loveland going to good knock up onto Love CD, going, taking a bit of damage. Low will grab Row up there now, does pop the assault and battery. Cool around the side, who gets that kill. And there's Morgana going down to Thresh as well. Now Dada going to get locked up, does get stunned actually off to the side by Equilibrium Strike, but will get out with the Riftwalk. OMG though, 2 quick kills for nothing.
Yeah, and Looper just looks a little bit out of sorts in this series so far. Wasn't able to rotate down and impact that. Now doesn't even get in position to be able to defend the turret, so they might even be able to lose that one. And being outperformed pretty comprehensively by Going.
Yeah, and Going, I mean, we talk about how good a player he is. That Trinity Force getting completed up made a big difference in that last skirmish. And OMG are really starting to turn the heat up on this game as well. 3,000, make it almost 4,000 gold ahead for them. Uzi's still farming up with his Infinity Edge now, trying to get their way through the power trough. And I love that as soon as Uzi knows he needs to farm, OMG are back making space for him.
Yeah, exactly right. And they've just got good, I guess, deep ward coverage on that side. They're able to see with that one ward on it. Oh, so actually, sorry, I was looking at the red ward. So not actually great wards if he pushes up any further than what he is currently, but I guess the tunnels with the Rek'Sai ultimate up does give him a little bit of that insurance policy with a teleport and a Rek'Sai being able to fly in.
And credit to M3's blue side defensive warding as well. It's a great pink to spot out a lot of different people pushing through and keep Uzi more contained here. Ro actually going to get grabbed out. Logan to ride him all the way in though. Cool. We'll chase in the Lantern actually coming in. Petrifying Gaze just for the slow, and Ro gets basically 2 men very cleanly there by Cool and Low. Dade going to come in. Love City gets grabbed after Dade rift walks out, and Cool gets the double kill.
Yeah, and what I just don't understand what they're trying to accomplish by forcing that hard in the mid lane. Really good play as Dade gets caught out as well. Great play from OMG to capitalize on what M3 are doing, because they're greedily trying to clear wards with a support and a jungler against a pretty fed Cassiopeia, which is going to be suicide 9 times out of 10.
Yep, low down here as well. Uzi going to come in. Candy has to be careful, just getting harassed out of lane again here by Uzi. This Caitlyn still unrelenting in the aggression. Cool going to steal away the blue buff for himself now as well. The Seraphs has also been completed. So that power spike for Cassiopeia has come pretty quickly.
Yeah, it certainly has. Nice and early. Looper going in.
Candy, that's a sick hook there by Low, but Looper's going to go in, pops around to it's Cool, no ulti around the side. Low will be the first kill. Uzi's going to ride over with Ro, and Dade going to get the next one. Now Cool getting jumped on. Also, Loveling though has made his way through. Can he do it 1v4 with the teammate? He's going to get aggressed on now as well. M3 will dive in for that next one. Going coming in, and Cool round the side as well for the first time in forever. OMG actually filtering in a little too late here. Rogue, he's going to get that Vault Breaker chase down as well. Dade maybe looking for the next kill. Going actually trying to get the solo. Doesn't get it though as Looper gets out. And that's 4 clean kills for 1 for M3.
And finally, Looper showing what he was famous for in Korea. Really good teleport play, not even a teleport, really good roam into the bottom lane, coming down, able to affect a team fight before his counterpart in Going was there. Picks up 4 kills for his team, much needed, and get Candy back in a position where he's, once again, not quite equal. We'll see the replay. So a really good roam down by Looper, and they try and fight here OMG for a little bit longer than they should. In the end, they're just able to fly over the wall with Roar, and he does a lot of damage in this fight at this point in the game. Lovely. Little bit confusing. Don't know what he was trying to accomplish by going that deep. Gets deleted, and then they just chase Going down. Cool. Tried to zone out as best as he could on Cassiopeia. Didn't have the ult available, so wasn't able to do that much.
Yeah, and Going here down is going to get chased down, and Looper again in Mega Knife Bomb really helping the team there. Couldn't even get the kill, unfortunately, on Thoreau, who was blinking red towards the end of that fight. Dragon is back up though, and OMG going to look to take this one. It'll be their first actually of the game.
Yeah, so this time it looks like the teleport is available for Looper, although he has just turned mini now, so maybe not going to look to fight this one.
We'll have to see. Could teleport down and try and poke them off it, but Dragon is well and truly dead. They're cool, going to get credit for that particular buff, and that's the first one there for OMG. They'll be happy to pick that up for themselves and push themselves a little bit further with their mid-game power.
Yeah, it certainly will be, but I think that M3 will also take the fact that they're able to equalize gold a little bit at this point and get some much-needed pressure around the map with that top going down.
Yeah, Dade getting aggressive again, trying to poke out Uzi with his spells. Cool also now level 12 with a needlessly large rod done as well. As Looper will return home now. See what he wants to go. Actually, already has a Randy one's done nice and quickly. Definitely helping that last team fight out quite well.
Yeah, so he is nice and tanky. He's 1-1-4, able to, I guess, with that last team fight that came through, able to affect it much better. Still has a teleport available, so we'll be able to match the split push nicely. The discrepancies in the bottom lane and the mid, however, are starting to really tell. Dade's actually gone for a tier build I think that's, once again, very questionable. I think he needs that Zhonya's to be able to jump into the middle, assassinate someone along with Rua, and then jump back out once his cooldowns come back on and continue that persistent damage. Cassiopeia, on the other hand, has now picked up that Zhonya's Hourglass, so going to be even harder to burst down.
And if anything, it's just greedy from Dada. We saw Flandre do it as well in their match today on his Kassadin. You know, that he had a bit more time, though. He just kind of felt like making an early game choice and being greedy. Dade is just being greedy for the sake of being Dade, almost, it feels like. And he might need it here. He does need to do a lot of work in this particular game if he wants to carry the team. But that might be just a bit too much confidence from the M3 mid laner.
Yeah, and I think it's a strange decision just because understanding where their team fight peaks, and it is definitely in the mid game. So he doesn't need to build for the super late game. That's when OMG's team comp is better. So they want to close this one out before it even gets there. So yeah, a little bit of a strange item pickup coming out of Dade.
We'll see here. Is Uzi going to be joined by Kassadin down in towards the bottom side of the map? 203 CSs. OMG are 3 manning the Baron. Think about it, though, as Lupa will spot them off with the ward. OMG definitely like to sneak in an early Baron, though.
Yeah, they certainly do. And not the Warrior enchant coming out of Loveland this time around. Has gone for that Juggernaut to pick up some extra health off his items, recognizing that maybe after that Tiamat, he does need to go a little bit tankier.
Yeah, it's going as well. Spectre's Calpos, the home guard into Tabai Dun, so he's actually pretty tanky to accompany that Trinity Force early on in this game. We mentioned Cool's 2-item power spike coming as well. Missed this, by the way. Saw it in the last team fight on the replay. Cleanse was actually the summoner spell there for Cool. A little bit different there on the Cassiopeia. I guess wants to keep the mobility going. If you can't get out of a stun as Cassiopeia, things go very badly for you.
Yeah, exactly right. And especially with the amount of lockdown single-person CC that comes out of both the support and top laner on M3 side. Nice pickup from there.
Yeah, I like it. It's just something different. I think Cassiopeia, in a lot of ways, is about using her mid and short range as effectively as possible and having good mobility. And Cleanse does afford you a very specific set of mobility.
Yeah, it certainly does. Dade still in this bottom lane. They've started up the Baron once again.
Yeah, Dade's hanging out in the bottom, so that's going to give OMG a power play here around this Baron. They're going to go in for it. Canro going with a smite. No, Loveling's already done, and that's a really confident Baron there for OMG. They're not that far ahead, but they're playing like they're about back up to 8,000 gold up.
Yeah, and a questionable, I guess, decision to not fight on the back of that from M3. There was a lot of very low members from OMG coming out of that Dragon Pit, but wow, Rek'Sai coming back in.
Yeah, Loveling immediately
Teleport
uses that
as well.
ultimate to come through. Yeah, it looks like Going is also coming in, charging down towards the mid. The ultimate comes through. That's a flash knock up there. Going, and it goes straight in there, but Lupa knocks him into the wall. Cool, though. Popping the ulti over the top. It gets hit by Binding. Uses the cleanse, and then the Zhonya's to make sure to get out of it. Now, Ro going to take so much damage here from Uzi, who gets that next kill. Loveling, though, being chased down. Cool being aggressed on by Dade as well. Cool will go down there to Candy. Loveling, though, as well, will fall to Lupa. And now Dade diving in, but Low is in there. There's the double kill for Uzi. Can he make it a triple? They're going on to Candy. Kiting back and forth. Oh, he dodges the last rocket, and that's a triple kill and a 4 for 3 for OMG.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, OMG are playing like they're so far ahead, and they've just blown the game wide open. Now they have the Baroned up minions going to be able to push up in this mid lane with a Caitlyn who is well and truly on her way through that power trough now, and what a good team fight.
And I got trolled. It's only the double kill there for Uzi, but he'll take it, taking out the tier 2 turret as well. And OMG rocket themselves ahead in the gold leader once again. 5,000 gold ahead, dragging up in a minute 30, gonna steal away the blue buff as well. And Uzi just looking so good.
Yeah, as we take a look at this team fight, it's all about the home guards that come in from Going, as he absolutely explodes Candy. Cool gets taken extremely low, but that Zhonya's Hourglass paying dividends just means he can get even more consistent damage out as he kites back. Is taken down eventually by Candy, but this time they've just gone way too deep. Uzi is just hitting people at will at the back and is going absolutely crazy. I think that he does get the quadra kill in there.
I got lied to. That was definitely a triple. Anyway, we'll see. The clan is trying to troll me, but hey, that was at least a triple there for Uzi, and he deserves it. That was an amazing array of just skill there from that team fight. Kiting back and forth, maximizing the damage. He has 3 damage items now, by the way. Forget that power trough.
Yeah, so that was definitely the triple actually coming through because Cool picked up the first kill, then Uzi the next 3, and they're not done yet. They're still looking for more people to hunt down.
Well, we have figured it out. The Texas spawn on the case figures out what happened there. And, you know, the easiest way to put it is OMG handily won that last fight. And they are charging down the mid lane now. 11 to 11 the kills, but OMG are much further ahead than that. The Baron buff ticking away as well. This tower gets melted by the 3-item Caitlyn.
And once again, Lupa just by himself in the top lane. Just taking a stroll. has absolutely no right to be there. It's so far away from the base. He doesn't need to split push at this point. And there's a Baron up Caitlyn running down, trying to siege your turrets. You need to be there to help your team in that dive situation.
And that's probably just the biggest thing from M3. Again, it's a team full of some really star players, mostly Dade and Lupa, their Korean imports, but we've never seen them really fire as a team yet, even in the games that they've won. And they've only won or lost 2-0, which is actually quite impressive. But just... even though they have moments of brilliance and their carries are good enough, like, credit to Dade for being so good that he can actually carry teams even when everyone's not really on the same page. But when you're playing against a team like OMG who are very clearly all playing together, you just can't afford to play like that.
Yeah, exactly right. The definition of a good team is where self doesn't come into it. And you feel that on the side of M3, Dade, especially at this point, is trying to jump around and do a lot of the things solo. But on the side of OMG, they're just a complete cohesive unit. We saw in that last team fight, both of the globals coming through, the teleport and the Rek'Sai ultimate, and just able to dive in there and take people out.
And you know what? I don't mind that if Dade wants to be the star of a team or a team wants to set things up for Dade, fine. Let Dade be the carry. He's a great mid lane player. They don't play like they're setting up for Dade's carry, though.
Yeah, exactly right. Especially when you have someone like Vi that can just sit mid lane and repetitively pick on Cassiopeia. If you decide that all your eggs are on this Cassinan basket, I'm exactly with you. Just sit Vi in his lane and make Cassio's life a living hell.
Yeah, we've seen teams in the LPL pretty much do that successfully. Snake, arguably a very Crystal-centric. Name back on Positive Energy was very Name-centric on that team. And even STYZ for Elite, maybe that's their key to getting ahead as well and really getting that carry up. And of course, Old Royal Club, who can forget? Uzi was that team as far as everyone protect the puppy and he'll kill everyone. But a lot of teams in the LPL, and this is, I think, the biggest trend we've seen, the teams that are losing are the ones that haven't quite found their synergy as a team yet. They don't know what they want to do. They don't have a specific style yet.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's why we gave a lot of credit to OMG first game, because they had shown us a style, which is what they're playing now, which is all the damage threats come through. And you're like, okay, who do we actually have to deal with? Then they swapped it to like a Raise the Puppy comp with a really fed Rumble in the top lane in the end. So maybe didn't work out the way they thought it would, getting that Tristana ahead. So they're using different things and tweaking their identity, showing different cards at this point. At the moment, it looks like M3 is still trying to get it together. And I guess the good news is there are so many games played in the LPL. They have a long time to do it, but you always have to keep in the back of the mind where you are sitting on those standings.
Yeah, and you know, you play a lot of games. You play every team twice in a best of two, but and, you know, maybe the first set of games against OMG here, M3 can relax a little bit. They're still sitting in a good spot in the standings at 7th, even if this is a loss as well. And that's fine for them. Top 8 make playoffs. That is a long way away, let's be serious. There's so many games to play before we get there, but they only really have to sit in the top 8 if that's what they want. But if they want more than that, they're going to need to push very hard, especially once the later end of the season. And for me, that's the real exciting part of the LPL.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And, you know, if we're looking at M3, if there is a time to make mistakes as a team, it's at the start of the season. They, as a Chinese team, have actually played the longest with their Korean imports, took them into the Demacia Cup and tournaments like that over our summer break, and we're able to watch them play. So they definitely have put a lot of work into trying to get them going. It just doesn't look like it's clicking on all cylinders yet.
Yeah, we'll have to see. There's a lot going on here. What M3 learns from their games, especially against a team like OMG, are very important for them as well. I guess also to as note, big win here for OMG if they manage to get it done. This is, again, will make them the clear first place once again here as we end the day out. There'll be 3 clear points ahead of LGD, sitting on 16 points with LGD back. Already played all the games for today, sitting just at 13.
Yeah, and once again, this match definitely isn't over. They've got a 6,000 gold lead. They're just broken into the base for the first time. But when you've got something like a Na that can jump in there and really turn a team fight, if they can keep stalling this one out, they've got good wave clear in the form of Candy and Na. So they can still stall. There's some things that they can do to play around it. It's just that OMG, once they do get a lead like this, are very methodical in shutting you out.
Yeah, and Uzi has just hit a ridiculous power spike as well. Got the Phantom Dancer, Infinity Edge, and the last Whisper on. That's not even the current live patch Phantom Dancer. He's just going for it because he wants all of the damage. So he does this build again. He'll, once the patch changes over, he'll be even stronger at this point.
Yeah, exactly right, with that extra percentage crit going onto Phantom Dancer. But yeah, over the board, they just look like they're in a very good position, and there's not really much you can do with the pick comp that they've set up from M3 to take out 4 different damage threats.
And maybe some missed opportunities as well. Candy, you mentioned, had a great 2-item power spike, or even 1.5, really, if you want to call Boots 2 not really a full item, but still a great item as well. He's ready to go, but now he's well and truly behind Uzi, probably roughly 1 million gold or so behind. That's not a real number, but yeah, as we look down, 3,000 gold behind.
Yeah, he's 2,000 gold behind at the moment. I guess the good thing is that Corki does a lot more without much because of his mixed damage, but even at this point, that's grasping at straws trying to find a positive.
Yeah, we'll have to see Ugo going in and diving onto Dade, the inhibitor getting under attack as well. Looks like Rexo's in the back actually just going in. Loveling zoning them out, and that will give OMG their first inhibitor of this game here. And the gold lead is growing up. It's about 5,000-6,000 ahead. 5-1 in touch for OMG. It looks like it's going to be 2-for-1, I believe, in Dragons.
Yeah, so they're able to rotate and pick one up. I think it's actually maybe 2-2 if they grab this one. Yeah, 2 Dragons have been picked up by M3 at this point. They were, of course, able to grab that extremely early Dragon with that Vi pickup. So nice pickup for the Dragon. They've already sent going back into that top lane. Looks like he's racing cool, wants that CS.
Yeah, that might be the other thing as well. With the Vi pick, M3 have done 2 early Dragons in both of this series here, and that's a good thing to do against a team like OMG. You need every edge you can get, and doing an early Dragons actually kept M3 quite competitive here despite the gold deficit. So we'll have to see what happens here, but Dade now off in split push duty, wants to collect all the farm for himself again. Seems to put a lot of burden on himself to carry this team. His build's getting going, but takes a while here with the very greedy roller tier build. Yeah,
it certainly was a questionable build as he is able to pick up the bottom lane turret. So is getting some gold back for his team. He's picked up that needlessly large rod. Will be going into his Zhonya's, but he's in a lot of trouble in the bottom lane.
Yeah, 3 item spikes coming out as well. Rek'Sai going to dive in. Loveling with a great tunnel there. Knocks up Dade, and Uzi going to clean out the gold there for that one. 6-3-0 on this Caitlyn.
Yeah, and once again, just being picked on, going down a little bit too deep by himself, getting greedy for that CS, and cool now. Fancies a 2v1.
Has to be careful going in. Going though is here for backup, and Candy just going to get eaten there. Going flashes forward as well with the blade surge there onto Love City. The knock up through for Rek'Sai, and Uzi. No, never mind. Aurelia gets the double.
Yeah, double kill coming through. So now going in on the party. 3-2-3. Don't have the Baron up minion, so we'll find it difficult to push in. Of course, only 28 minutes into the game. Death timers are still relatively short.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really have any other lanes pushing, so they can't go for anything else. But they'll pressure here, maybe get some damage onto a Nexus turret. Get some more picks if they're really lucky. The minion wave's coming in there. Uzi is very strong, so they're going to make it go at least his first turret. Dade looking around, maybe wants to dive in as well. They're going super aggressive there for. They'll get the first Nexus turret.
Yeah, really nicely played by OMG. They're not done.
No, the super minion is taking up so much damage as well. Ro actually keeps going. Lupin now transforming as well, but he eats a lot of damage early on there. Now Dade looking to dive in. Love City finds the first one. Low hooks Looper back in. Uzi just free hitting around the side, and Cool's going through. Looper there in the side dies almost immediately there to going, and Ro finds going himself, but is the next to go down. That might just be it. That's an amazing hook there. The double for Aurelia, making a triple there for going. And M3 is going to run back to the fountain. This might be the game.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's going to be that way. A little bit of a bad Nara ultimate coming through as Dade jumps in to just be killed. And yeah, that'll be a 2-0 sweep for OMG. So nicely played on that.
And again, 2 really fantastic games. Game 1 very one-sided. M3 looking a lot better here in this game, but OMG just proving why they are still the #1 team in the LPL. And that's not just in the standings. Right now, they look like the best team in China.
Yeah, they certainly do, if not the best team in the world. They've come through extremely strong at the start of this split, and yeah, they're just really fun to watch in a great 5-man squad.
Yeah, and they're a team. They are such a good team. They play together. Everyone is amazing. There's big plays going over. This whole team's basically a highlight reel by themselves, which is insane. And you know what? They'll take the 3 points against Master 3. They're expected to 2-0 here, and they did in really convincing fashion.
Yeah, and they just must be boosting their confidence because they're winning lane. They're rotating through team fights in the mid game well. They're getting shutouts where they're just starving people off resources. So they're doing everything consistently well. And when you do that as a team, it just makes you feel better and better and better as you go through.
Yeah, I believe we have a replay there from that last game, so let's jump right into more OMG.
Yeah, so this is the flank team fight that comes through. So Loveling had already burned his ultimate to get in, and the teleport is coming through from going. So if we roll the clip, he's got home guards, and he just gets into the middle of the fight and absolutely erases Candy just straight away. It's actually Love CD, sorry. So able to pick that one up, get through. They're continuing to kite through here. Rua goes down, and Dade jumps very greedily into the back to take pull out, so that was a very nice play. But from here, look how much damage Uzi's just doing by himself. He's just sitting there free hitting in the backline, able to pick himself up a triple kill. Candy tries to get a kill there onto Uzi, but misses the last rocket. And overall, that was just a really well thought out, well coordinated team fight.
Yeah, and a big display there for Uzi as well, who really just styled on that Caitlyn for the entirety of a very rough lane phase for poor Candy there on his corky, but even that little clip, all walking back and forth, Uzi still so great to watch.
Yeah, he certainly isn't. When you put him on something like a Vayne, like a Caitlyn, really takes it to people.
Well, OMG going to close out the day with a very strong 2-0, but we'll be back for our last day of this third week here. Don't go anywhere, guys. At least join us tomorrow. We'll be back with more LPL then.